Hello, everyone, and welcome back here to our mid CECC Northeast online qualifier report here. I'm Paulie Hype, will be your host once again throughout this amazing virtual tournament. Thank you all so much to the CSMG staff and Esports U staff that have been putting this fantastic qualifier on for everybody today. So we just completed Valorant, and as I take a look here at the updates, I'm taking a look at the seeds. From Group A, it was Farmingdale State at 1 versus NYIT at 2. Those will be the seeds going into tomorrow. No surprise there. Both 1 and 2 in the region. We saw them play it out earlier in the week on Esports U. So no surprise from Group A. Over to Group B, we have St. John's and SUNY Canton. So once again, two powerhouses from Valorant in Group B. They will be moving on to tomorrow, which will be our grand finals matchup. The winner, the overall number one prize, is qualification into the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, which will be taking place in Atlanta at the Gateway Center Arena, May 6th to 8th. So tickets are on sale for that now. If you want to go, make sure to get tickets. Really awesome event. You guys are going to love it. But that'll be May 6th to 8th in Atlanta. Coming up next, though, we do have Rocket League. So it's time. Let's have our quick little moment of hype. Rocket League is coming up. Our first match is going to be Champlain University versus Post University. All these New York schools definitely hitting a soft spot for me, being from New York. But without further ado, let's throw it over to our two Rocket League casters, Hell Monkey Man and FBI Tugboat. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Paulie. We are here and we are live. Little CECC Northeast Invitational continues Rocket League status now. Yes, the lesser esports are done, people. We got Rocket League on the platter now. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm here with my man, Monkey Man. How are we doing today?
You know, it's a fantastic Saturday. I didn't think that I'd be able to find this much talent, in front of me on a weekend. But here I am, here I are, and you guys don't have to go very far to be able to get out of the office and find some awesome competition, especially with a bracket just filled with it to the brim from this Northeast region.
Oh yes, we're talking about a lot of talent here, Monkey Man. First and foremost, of course, we got to go through this format. Best of threes here in the Rocket League's 5-minute quarters, as is standard, all the way up to our grand finals, Monkey Man. And grand finals, we'll be looking at a little best of 5 action, a little bit of a longer competition.
It's a bit of a stack. You have to go through double elimination, and we're going to see at least half, maybe even more than half, definitely more than half of that stack today. There's going to be 11 matches of our total, I think, of 14-ish throughout the entirety of this. And of course, you want to make it as easy as possible on yourself here, Tugboat, because if you go down to the lowers, even though it's still best of 3, the path is so much longer. Just make your time easier. Get 4 out of the way, win the championship. It's easier said than done, right? I guess.
Exactly. No. Hey, for some of these teams, it'll be easier said than done. For one of these teams, though, they'll be using today to punch that ticket on in to sunny Atlanta, Georgia. Yes, the live competition coming on in here. Once again, the winner of today, the top of these 8 teams, double elimination bracket. And it is worth noting there will not be any bracket reset option. There will be point advantage going on in to that grand finals best of 5 for the team coming from that winner's side of the bracket. Now, once again, the winners here will be getting themselves an invite to a tournament down there in sunny Atlanta, Georgia, coming up here in about a month. And at that point, teams will be in the run to make some money, Monkey Man.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be a that's what's interesting about qualifiers individually, because you have all these different regions, all these different schools that are coming from different parts of the nation to be able to go to that fantastic showcase venue. But when it comes to qualifiers, this is a bit of a sprint, because you get a couple best of 5s at the end of the day and at the end of the bracket, but BO3s until then, you have to be ready, and you have to be ready to play and at your best from the word go.
Yeah, exactly. Any team that is not warmed up at this point, you're pretty much out of time, at least if you're playing Champlain and Post coming in here up top. Of course, that is the number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed, the number 1 seed being Champlain, number 8 seed being Post. Yes, this is the Beavers versus the Eagles, right? We were looking up a little bit about these teams earlier, a little Wikipedia action, right? It helps us all.
And if I ever, if I would believe that a beaver would have kind of a disadvantage against an eagle,
Fair.
but swoop, yeah, they have a lot of aerial superiority that may be able to posture up onto the pitch, and I want to see how that really does get established because when it comes to Rocket League, I think you and I have seen a ton of Rocket League over our time. It's about midfield control. It's about applying pressure and just kind of putting everyone in a pressure cooker. In the collegiate scene, like everyone's at a kind of a different vector about how well they can establish that. But the Beavers, they came here for a reason at number 1 seed. They're pretty darn good at doing exactly that.
I hear you. And looking at the names, right? We were laughing a little bit about that, right? The post college that Swoop the Eagle, name being Swoop, and then Chauncey T. Beaver from Champlain College. Now, I do not have confirm on Chauncey's middle name, but I believe the T stands for the. So it is Chauncey the Beaver versus Swoop the Eagle. How awesome is that, everybody? Champlain coming in, once again, the number 1 seed coming into this, but hey, you gotta have to earn that seeding placement, of course. Nobody's gonna go quietly into the night that is this Rocket League competition, Monkey Man.
Oh, not at all. And maybe, T could be like total, like maybe it's totally. He's Chauncey Totally Beaver.
Chauncey
maybe
Totally
he's maybe he's not a beaver. I don't know. Maybe he's
Chauncey
like a bear instead
beaver.
of a beaver.
Chauncey
Tubular. So he's a surfing beaver.
Exactly, dude.
Kind
There
of.
you go. There you go.
It's
Kicking
really
it old
cool.
school with this.
Yeah.
Little Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles action. Chauncey. Chauncey Treasonous Beaver. He's a traitor to his people. Betrayed the entire beaver race. Who knows? I'm just kidding, of course. I'm sure the Chauncey T. Beaver is a fantastic mascot and whatnot, right? Champlain's been around for like 150 years or something like this, and the mascot itself, it's very aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, and we get to see maybe if they can live up to their namesake as the Champlain. They want to be the champs, and they're going to try and be exactly that into our first best of 3 of the day. We have a lot of these to go here, Tugboat, but you know what? It's going to be your best foot forward. Usually when I think about best of 3, it's a sprint. When you get to BO5, it's a bit of a jog, and when you get to BO7, it's a marathon. And these guys, all these competitors today, are going to be sprinting all through day 1.
Absolutely. Looking at posts right now, that is Kabuki. He is joined with Bomber. They're also, that last member, rotating around here and actually getting a good first stop. That's Cannonball coming through and now rocketing. Trying to get this one. Kabuki picks it up. Not going to be too much. 35 seconds into this one and nobody putting scores on boards quite yet.
Is going to take a little bit of time because you're going to have that early flirtation period. I call this one speed dating as well. You're going to get to know your partner and see how well they can accept the speed at which you're going to be bringing it to them. Post currently has been able to accept, reflect, and deflect any of that kind of pressure. And they put a shot on target, and it'll be Kabuki finds their way through.
Nicely done. This one starts out not early, not late. Kabuki, though, coming on in from Anonymal, not animal, but anonymal, excuse me. I'm not sure how I read that wrong earlier. First score on board for Post. 1 score gain, not too much. Still anybody's game here. No real lead. There's a lead of 1. Over to the right side, can't quite get the angle on top of this one. Tries for the second little bounce play. Bino gets there just in the nick of time. Not a particularly fast defense, but not one necessary there, Monkey Man.
No, not really. No, they've been able to kind of see all these well-telegraphed shots, and most of these have been kind of in open space. So give a lot of credit to Post, though, forcing Champlain to have to answer with at least a respectable and well-balanced defensive rotation. But they've also left a lot of backline gaps. This is going to be another chance. Anonymal, B-D-D-D, if you want to add it to the end of that. This seems to kind of fit his name. He's going to drop it on the beat.
I love it. Minute 45 into this one, takeaway across the middle. That's something that Post has not had a problem with so far. Champlain not really able to get a whole lot going offensively. This has mostly been Post at offense. Humphreys, stop across the top. That's going to be a bad redirect if you're a fan of Post. Trying to get on top of this one. That's Origin. And something on the side. Humphreys gives him the business. Anonymal getting in front of Bomber, unfortunately. Bomber just not able to get to this one, and the offensive onslaught continued until a nice shank play on this left side that redirected completely. Now backboard, another pit, up and over. That's going to be the third shot attempted for Anonymal. The second one made in.
You know, I wouldn't think that this one actually had a chance, but because of the loft and Humphreys was just kind of stuck about, 5 or 10 feet too far in his own net. I'm not sure if that's a measure or unit of measure in this game, but you know what? We'll take it. And because of the loft and because of the opposite side placement that it went to, it caught him off guard. And even though it was slow, it was exactly where it needed to go.
Slow and where it needs to go. We'll call it low as well, as Kabuki puts up the third shot, second goal in. This one, the quickest goal on broadcast here today. Not necessarily the fastest speed-wise, but the chronological resource that it takes up, the time that it takes up. That's the fastest, or quickest one right there, excuse me. Post up 3-0.
Are we surprised right now? Well, I mean, sometimes these sprints kind of flop over, but like it's 3-0 in a hurry for the 8th seed.
Yeah, not even past halftime, barely, I should say. And Post is doing everything they need to. Yes, numerically, this is an upset situation thus far. We'll get confirms on starting players. What are they called? Starting players and
Roster? Or I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Either way.
Substitute. That's what I was looking for. Substitutes. True. There you go. I wanted to call them not players for a second. I was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. 100 seconds left or so. A little cut play across this middle side. Champlain tries something here, but once again, there's just not a whole lot in that barrel to be found for Champlain, it seems, at least offensively. Defensively, they've gotten some impressive stuff done, but offensively, just not a whole lot happening for the Beavers.
Unfortunately, a lot of people say, especially when it comes to traditional sports, that defense wins championships. But in Rocket League, defense wins you a pat on the back and doesn't really give you a whole lot more because you can turn it into counter plays. It just depends on how effective of a counter situation you can develop. But, from the back line, Post has been able to kind of just put everything onto Champlain. They find a couple, but they've let 3 through, and this could be a 4th. It will be cut off by Bino. Otherwise, with a minute remaining, we're scoreless, and it has been a very aggressive game by Post, keeping it in the present and keeping this one in their opponent's half.
Yeah, no, I can definitely agree with you there. We'll get numbers at the end of this one, but I can guarantee you the vast majority of shots on. Yeah, especially looking at Bino with 6 defensive saves. Crazy stuff. Kabuki tries the 1-2. Teammate Anomaly. Goes up, but doesn't check boost first. Can't quite get there. Poking it off the middle. This is a Post offense that has categorically changed last 30 seconds or so. We'll see this more times here. They know that this is a best of 3. The full-on break your leg sprint that Monkey Man was talking about. No marathons, no jogs here. After this 5 seconds is up. 5 seconds, not physically capable of scoring thrice in that time. This might be 3-1, might be 4-0. Doesn't matter. Post striking first. 3-0 fashion in game numero uno. And this is, of course, like I said, best of 3. So that puts your Champlain College #1 seed on match point.
And it's almost unfair because when you think of how fast these guys got to sprint, you're calling Champlain the old man, I guess, around here in terms of like how long these schools have been around. Well, this is Post being the kid that's out sprinted at first, and then suddenly like, you know what, no, and they turn on the afterburners using a little bit of that youth, and they scored first, they scored last, they scored all the time. Champlain, they're gonna have to find a way to collect from the back line, and I want to see again meeting at the midfield. Post had all control and had all the challenges.
Yeah, no, I can totally agree with you. The one part I want to agree with most, I suppose, and dissect the statement a little bit. Scored often, scored first, and scored. You said often, first, and something else, but that is a perfect way to put it across all the way here, right? It was about a minute in. That past a minute, you're looking at like taking a little bit of time to score first, right? Within that 54 seconds or so, first score is a fantastic situation. They get to the second one, and then they follow it up. 12 seconds, 15 seconds later? This shows me that Post can do what they want across this field and across the time up top on this clock or whatnot. And so having the control over that momentum, Monkey Man, is huge stuff.
Now, an even bigger thing that we got to see is Post going to be consistent as we go into game number 2, because quite often, especially in these early sprints of BO3 or otherwise, even for best of 5s, you find that an opening game does not tell the tale of the tape and that you're like, okay, are you simply the team that was ready first, but maybe not the one that was prepared to go the distance? So we get to see if this one will be on target. It will roll through, and that's the first score for Champlain.
Yeah, so after spending 5 minutes plus, call it 5 minutes, 19 seconds exactly, I suppose, this Champlain College gonna strike first, low, and relatively quickly. Love to see it. Love to see it. A goose egg situation is turned around, at least in the first goal, in the first 20 seconds of this game number 2.
That's going to build more confidence, because when you had, nothing, and then you were constantly just leaned against the wall, you're being beat up, poor man being bullied to that back wall. But then you have really nothing to build upon except, some maybe good defensive, abilities or moments. But otherwise, it will be post that does post back up into an offensive posture. But they're just slowly winning the war of attrition. This shot will be wide, but they're starting to plant Champlain back to a familiar situation.
Crispy in for, I think that might be Bomber. Yeah, so Crispy in, yes, that's Anonymous and Kabuki on the other side. Crispy in for Bomber, people. Sorry, we just now noticed that one. Now back to this middle, Anonymous trying to get something over to this left side corner, Champlain College side. Not really going to happen. Ball has spent a whole lot of time in the air the past few seconds. Up, and that's going to be too high. A triple up offense is not going to net post much. Over on, again, that left side. Cut to the middle. Origin just simply plays the position. Right place, right time, and right reaction. All three of those things net an epic save for the side of Champlain.
Really seeing some kind of early jumping out of post. And this one, luckily for them, will actually arc over. Will be a center attempt by Bino. He does drop it nearby, but you see the full rotation out, except for Origin, who will leave it at its origin point here in the corner. And the opening 2 minutes of play have belonged primarily to Champlain. And post, trying to see, all right, we're going to take this in a more methodical approach, trying to get some of this better passing. Kabuki actually loses handles. And, Crispy coming in after Bomber seems to have changed at least the total tone of control for post. And Champlain's getting many more opportunities now on their back half.
And that is, just creating those opportunities for yourself is the name of the game. And just past half-time in a few seconds and post not putting up much. Game number 2, we talked about it, right? They might have struck first in game 1, but that is the thing of the past, it seems, Monkey Man.
Oh yeah, it seems like it's a long pass, especially since you've only had the one goal, which came off of punishing some counterplay or punishing a little bit more of an aggressive rotation on a post. You could say that they were maybe baited into it based off of game 1 performance, considering how much control they had and how at will and whim they could just move forward. Why would they ever think, we have to rotate out? We've always had a third man to keep that back line safe. But now, sub 2 minutes, we still have the one goal of separation, so it's not like it's out of reach, but it's definitely just starting to get into the back of your mind that we've not scored yet, and we've not scored for a while.
Yeah, the same situation that Champlain found themselves in 5 minutes or so. No score is exactly where post. That's the situation they're staring down the barrel of right now, my friend. 90 seconds left in this one. Kabuki just coming way too fast at this. Yes, the idea was demos, but now Anonymous, nicely done. I talk so frequently about demos being unnecessary, but this one just netted them everything in a bag of chips. Bino, next closest there, can't get anything onto that one.
And now we find ourselves in a very, tenuous situation. If you're the side of Champlain, you've had control, but you didn't build upon it at all. No extra goals to be had over the course of more than 3 minutes of play, and you've allowed post to tie it up. It is match point, and they can take advantage of this, and it's just going to go through from open space. Kabuki will find it. Where did the defense go?
Yeah, so that's going to be Champlain kind of shutting down on the defense and not connecting where they needed to. Origin seemed like they were trying to hit a hard rotation back. I think that was Bino on the right side trying to do the same thing. Opposite boost, not sure, still led, same thing. Post up 2 against 1 as of right now, and the 60-second drill does commence in just a few seconds. The classic, you're down by 1, you got 60 seconds. What do you do?
You got to be able to bring the same level of confidence and connections that you had at the beginning of this game. This one could be dropping on target, but it is found and trapped off the nose of a defender, not to be let as a snipe. That's a 3-man run, trying to be able to beat out the 2-man rotation. That's a passing play, goes to the opposite side. A lift up. Origin will have to go for it. In fact, it's stolen away in post. All they have to do is keep these better challenges and not surrender the back line in this final half minute of play.
30 seconds. Hit to the left side. Champlain is spending a little bit too much time trying to shank this off the left or right. They no longer have time they can really play with. Time is not on their side. Solid shots, rotations, and more. Champlain not giving this one up quite yet. A risky back pass that's going to connect, and then they take it right across the middle. Bino, 2-2 with 12 seconds left on a tease there, my friend, because we are tied up.
I was concerned at first because Bino had actually half rotated inside the box when Origin was maybe going to come through and just beam it straight forward and tie this up earlier, but that rotation doesn't get punished on their half. That's actually a demo. Oh no, that's an opportunity. Do they put it through? No, it'll be a clear. OT cometh into game number 2 unless this one stays alive. We find OT.
There you go. It's getting a little dangerous right there, but yes, Post almost own goals right there to make for an embarrassing tied up situation, the best of 3 as it is. OT situation, the true neutral achieved about 10 seconds ago now. Kabuki off to this right side here. Crispy on the rotation. Defensive shank across the middle right here, just really trying to get this one not centered up and out from either of these corners. That's where this ball has lived multiple times. Kabuki goes up for a really weak connection on this one. This is going to be about midfield both ways. Nice pinch. You're kind of a redirect here from Origin, mixing up with Anonymal over down bottom now. Kabuki picking this one up, and back to the middle we go here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, and this has been lasting for Champlain because of small ball passing. They found each other on those perimeter corners like you were talking about, it kind of really being relegated to for a long time, and then now starting to stand up for these challenges. That's a double commit, but next to defender to be able to rotate in is Kabuki, trying to be able to make that connection as well as they go the full pitch and more to the backboard. Is the score forthcoming? It's a bouncer, but it's wide.
Yeah, just a bit outside. Our angle was seemed true. It was just lying to us. Bino, right side. That's gonna be Origin. That's Champlain tying it up in game 2. Hey, Monkey Man, we'd have it go no other way for our first Rocket League matchup on broadcast. Love to see it. Love to see it.
You know, you wouldn't think that when the way that this was starting that would actually find our way into a game number 3, but you know, we go to that ultimate point. So we had a Champlain squad that came to life, and then they had to really make sure they came back against Post, and then Post surrendering too late. Their defense, their rotation seemed a little bit wider. They elongated the pitch by having one great breakout, a lot of it being, I think, Kabuki at times. And I mean, I don't know. Did you see them really kind of fall back because of Bomber not being on the pitch? It seemed like it was still balanced enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, the offensive looks changed. I think that there were you kind of mentioned it within game as well. These were just like more shorter passes, more small ball connections, I think is the terms that you used. And I think that that's just something that Crispy was a lot more comfortable with. We almost saw, of course, that bite them in behind, right? Crispy with a back pass, right? Just a lot more small passes with a back pass, almost made it an own goal, and that was like that last couple second situations as well. Post would not have wanted to given up a situation, at least push it to overtime. Like if there's some cosmic chalkboard out there, and like I feel worse when X happens, right? You don't feel as bad when you lose by 1 in overtime. If it happens in regular time, it's kind of a feels bad, man. Especially in a situation like this when you've when you have in every way, shape, and form put your opponents on match point. As it is, we might as well have played a 1 and done here, Monkey Man, because we got it tied up 0-3-4 Post in game 1, 3-2 for Champlain in OT in game 2. Now we got game 3 starting right now.
The best thing about this one is that it's definitely about how you finish a series. True champions, true winners know how to go to the distance and know how to finish. Because it's not, if we went just by how game 1 was, you would have just had me in your corner. I was a big Post fan at that point, saying, you know what, this is over. Champlain didn't come to play, but instead they definitely have. Oh, did he save the shot?
I think he did. I think Origin actually, in his attempts to get out of this corner, kind of got caught up a little bit, swishing out in for Crispy, who was in for Bomber, by the way. And just that bad timing, honestly. Like, there's no amount of communications in the world that really helps out with this one, especially once you burned it all offensively to get there, right? They had nothing left in the tank.
Origin is going to be one of those guys from the side of Champlain that I have been looking at this whole time. He is a workhorse. You're going to see him on more than 50% of connections for the side of Champlain when it comes to just overall possession. In fact, he's got the layup right now that's going to the backboard, but that's going to go a full-fledged pinch the other way. Bino, who's been cooking. I know that you guys are loving him in the chat. Bring the beans, bring the pain. And he's trying to bring some extra gas into Champlain and trying to be able to get this from the corner. That's a great pass back, and that's going to be a bowling shot by Humphreys.
There you go. I have to say, this is still a great look from Bino, simply realizing that teammate has this. That's a really bad angle, right? Like, what he's coming into, and he's actually actively turning, is not really getting a whole lot of forward momentum. Champlain striking first in game number 3, but they did do that last time and give it up to that OT situation. So, hey, still, I'd say it's anybody's game.
Champlain also is being given a lot of extra space. The challenge game from Post is kind of slowed down, and you can see they're being able to take more passing plays and more open territory without being initially challenged. And doing that allows them extra time to think, more time to strategize, and of course gives you better ways and avenues to overall get in position for scores. Now Humphreys is coming alive because we've seen a lot of Origin and Bino, but Humphreys, being able to get that, last man back and first man to be able to get that strike on target, he's coming alive. But we're sub 3 minutes and we only got the 1-0 score. It's starting to feel like deja vu.
I mean, like, 5 scores in a game is once, in my opinion, you start getting up towards that, like, a higher, middle scoring game. Anything higher than that is kind of like, okay, this is kind of a higher scoring game. Only 3 shots made in the first game really leaves me at a disparity of what to try and predict for this game. I did not predict that we would have seen, I think, 4 whiffs on that, and then an easy pickup, and then Kabuki striking back for Post, and it tied up just 1 second past halftime. Like, literally, I wish, it's one of those times I wish the replays was about, like, 2.5 seconds longer, because I'm pretty sure we would have seen 4 different players whiff on that.
Very true. And,
both teams,
maybe we can ask Alex, but hey, man, like, can we add like some time? 'Cause I'm sure they'd be down for it. But one thing that has been a sure thing is Kabuki. The guy is very fast, and he's kind of, I want to say, the stud or the quick shot when it comes to post. They're going to go to him to be able to open up a lot.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Nah, you're good. You're fine because Kabuki, he's been cutting off everyone.
It really has.
And if you're gonna fall,
a rude driver indeed. Vehicular manslaughter and cutting people off, we'll call it rude, right? Poor politeness, poor manners, right? Just passed. A few minutes now, though. Humphreys trying to set that one up for teammate. Origin on the back. So Humphreys trying to take this one off the wall. Anonimal challenges, gets it popped past him. Big boost in hand. Origin with too much of a cut, though. That could have been a nasty pass play, but I think Origin just got a little bit too much mustard on top of that one.
If you want some extra spice, you either bring the pepper, the mustard,
what?
or oh my goodness, I was confused as to who Bino was at first. He was playing as the imposter, and I thought he just let that one through. But a banger from downtown, Anonimal will get the lead for Post.
Nicely done, Bino. We've been singing the praises so far. That was like a fake own block. I'm not 100% sure, but regardless, after that, Bino tries to get this one done. Can't quite get there, unfortunately. Post with 83 seconds left takes a lead of 1, which again, a real lead. A great game of Rocket League. See how this one goes.
To see if Champlain will strike back. Their passing has been their greatest asset, and of course their communication to bring up the third man in confidence that they can be able to recover and get into that safety net area from the midfield line. What a great turnaround as they get a bump on the sidewall. Bino with a turnover. He's going to try and get it from the corner, but sub 60 seconds to go. Champlain still hunting for that goal to tie them up and maybe bring this to another OT.
Yeah, and once again, we are looking at some pretty different seeds here, people. Champlain, number 1 seed. Post, number 8 seed, taking the numbers and tearing them up, throwing them out the window. Your predictions mean nothing, people. Bino, rest of Champlain, trying desperately, rotating around here. We've seen a change from Post past a little bit where they're not necessarily playing like the keep away. They're not playing offense, but they're definitely looking And realizing that their main opponent in this competition at this point is those grains of sand left in the hourglass. That is time, people. 20 seconds left here. They're still up by 1. Bino trying for a takeaway. Post comfortable with just sending these huge lofting balls. Every time this ball pops up, we're talking about burning off about 4 seconds or so. That happens twice more. That's it here for game number 3 in the tied-up situation between Post, number 8 seed, and Champlain, number 1 seed. Volleyball situation here, tamed in just a second here. That is a feels bad. That is a feels bad. I thought we were teed up for a much longer kind of volleyball OT type situation, and especially that one going Champlain's offensive way, right? I really thought we were in. Hey, double elimination. Champlain's not out of this one.
You know, if March Madness has taught me anything, is that your number 1 seeds are just not going to last in the bracket. That is just a fact of life at this point. And for this one, luckily for them, this is not regular March Madness. This is double elimination March Madness. So we this Northeast qualifier will have Champlain dropping down to the lowers. They will be fighting their way through, and their best of 3 to come up in that one. And that will be an elimination match for whomever they do face off against. But congratulations to the Post Eagles as they advance on. They'll be going to the semifinals.
Absolutely. Yes, this is 8 teams, of course. They will be playing the winners of our next match on broadcast. That is between Hartford and Assumption, the number 4 and 5 seed. So that's going to be the closest seeded game within our round of 8 winner side bracket before we drop on down, of course, to that consolidation bracket, the redemption bracket, right? Not the losers bracket, the redemption bracket. We are going to go to a very short break. When we come back, more Rocket League action, hot and spicy for you. Monkey Man, do you have anything else for the good people before we go?
You guys better not go away. This is going to be very fast. It's going to be a sprint, and both myself and Tugboat are going to be here to make you go the distance. We'll be right back right after this.
And we are back here. We are live, and we are ready to go. FBI Tugboat and my man Monkey Man here to bring you some more CECC Northeast Invitational Rocket League action. A lot of letters and consonants and even some vowels there, right? We're looking at the University of Hartford and Assumption, but let's kind of tackle what we just saw here between the number 1 seed Champlain and the number 8 seed Post College there in our first game on broadcast, Monkey Man.
It was a difference of ideals, but one that started to have the same meeting of the minds. We got to have a breakout performance, which is what I think we're going to see a lot of in especially these best of 3s. One squad is probably going to be a little bit more ready than the other one, and we may see some lopsidedness in early games. But Champlain, they were able to keep things much closer, and it came out to breakout plays. What is just exposed on your back line? Are you ready for the big bombing sprints? Is your want to be able to score going to give up more than you had bargained for? And that happened a little bit more often for Champlain than not. Whereas on the side of Post, the only time that they got punished was either from an errant error in their back corner or just being literally forced out on the pace.
It's a super good point, because at the end of the day, especially given that game 2 overtime, game 3 almost overtime, both end in score differences of 1, this really could be going either way. You know, there was multiple mistakes that Post made, almost own goaling there in game number 2, would have not even gotten them that OT situation. Hey, regardless though, number 4, that's Hartford taking on number 5, and again, this is just seeding, people. This is just seeding. Now it is not completely random, but oh my goodness, that is a feels bad as much as it gets, my friend.
It's a nice dish into the middle, a rollover, and it doesn't matter how many goalies you have. If one turns around and puts it straight into the net, well, you cannot assume that it is safe. An Assumption will surrender the first one. I'm probably going to be using that pun more often.
Oh, I got it. I got it already. I got it already. That was what my exclamation was for. Typhoon, Tastro, and Zolo making up your Assumption squad. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I had that backwards. I got that backwards. That is Redhead Dude. That is... Oh, I had it just a second ago. Typhon and Pitton making up Assumption. My bad.
It's all good. But one man that we got to talk about is Rickety Roll. He's going to rickety rock the house. He does pit forward. This is a kind of a giveaway of possession, and he just takes an outside angle. Now, I've seen a few of these players before. In fact, I've seen Typhon play in a lot of league play, especially when it comes to stuff that I roll in from, you know, a lot of different years. And I will be interested to see how they kind of pick up. They have a lot of great mechanics and a lot of great speed. Sometimes some of these possessions can just be let go too easily.
I can definitely agree. And that's going to be Rickety Roll on that aforementioned roll. Second shot attempt. Second shot made in. 47 seconds into this one. And Hartford now tripling up right now. We saw a score difference of 3 in the first game. That was at the end times here, Monkey Man. Not at 47 seconds into the competition.
Now Zolok, I believe it says Zolok Captain. He was able to make a great win off that beat. And then this is just a defense that is slowly, quickly disappearing as Astro will turn in a 4th. We're inside the first minute of play.
Is that a demo? I think there might have been a demo in the back right there. Regardless, Astro second shot up, second shot in. So I believe that means that Zolo Captain has come through and assisted now 3 of these 4 goals with none of their own. It is a team-based game, though. Astro with a save as well. Some fantastic stuff. Not stopping the offense quite yet. Zolo Captain now rotating. Use the Jaws music there for a second. He was ready to tee up on that one, Monkey Man. Not going to happen so early or so easily, as Assumption is trying to get onto this offensive third. Been here for a little while, but just not a whole lot happening as Captain now takes this one out.
Assumption's going to need a bigger boat, and especially because they are constantly having sharks circling in the water. There is blood out there, and it is being spilled by Assumption by the gallon. Hartford, great touch. I believe Rickety Roll is now involved at least in 3 of these goals, 2 of them being his own, and 1 with a great pass to be able to get back to Zolok.
Yeah, so the number 4 seed versus number 5 seed Assumption coming in here and not doing as much. Like, just on paper, people, we would have looked at this scoreline being more of a number 1 seed versus number 8 seed, like previous Champlain Post. That's not what's happening. Most even seeds is we're gonna get in our round of 8 initially, and this one's one-sided. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. Oh, I'd say you could safely.
I don't know, people call me critical sometimes. People say I'm too negative.
Well, you know, I can say that positively. You're not negative, at least without good facts backing you in this one. We're inside the first 2 minutes, and it's at 6-0. Call it 7 because it is right now. Astro will get our next one, and this is surely a difference of speed and execution, and this rotation just kind of giving everything up.
I like that. You're not negative for no reason. You got the facts on your side. I believe, Monkey Man, that is the origin backstory to every villain for all of time in every single story that's worthwhile. So, as it is, though, can't dispute it, though. Hartford really putting the thumb screws on right now. This has been a coordination of offensive passes, solid takeaways across, while even Assumption is on their offensive side, as well as demos. So this is really just a well-rounded offense for Hartford right now, man.
It is, and what I want to see, especially because Hartford just seems to be in a better mindset to act quicker and, you know, to be able to collect these possessions. I want to see Assumption just, all right, you can see it's a 7-0. You have a lot of time. If your opponent can score this quick, surely you can, right? That may not be realistic, but to simply compete, to continue to try and find these in open connections. And now, since you have maybe this as a possible wash, depending upon a miracle happening, try to just do more. Try to take a few extra risks and take a shot when you have it. I want to be wide, but that's one of our best speedier connections we've seen out of Assumption so far.
Yeah, no, a little bit of life right here. Not against it. Solid takeaway. Centered play. I love how Hartford, once this ball ends up on this left side, though, just completely I mean, you kind of saw it there for a second. Not necessarily like tripled up. All 3 players there, but not necessarily tripled up like same positions or in a line necessarily. And just literally turned attention and just knew that bouncing this ball against the wall is the most surefire way at this point to just put this on. 7 goals is technically attainable in 100 seconds. It would require a Herculean effort and even a tougher task and a bigger ask here for Hartford now that they're here for Assumption, now that Hartford's put up their 8th.
Now, when we saw our first series and it went 3-0, and we're like, okay, that's a bit of a lopsided affair. We look at this one. I don't exactly know how to further make the adjective lopsided happen, but you know, you had a comeback story. You had, you know, not quite being ready. This one very much seems like that assumption is going to have to wake up to be much quicker. But you could almost assume that this one may end up being a little bit more lopsided. This is 4v5 on paper, but the 4 is rocking the 5 as if they were the 8, maybe even the 16.
I thought you were going to do the whole 7, 8, 9 joke. Like, why is 6 is like, I just would not have been able to handle it. One-sided Rocket League competitions, low-hanging fruit. I couldn't do it.
I mean, well, that we have for later in the bracket. 6 and 7 may play each other. You know, that could be a thing.
And then there'll be a whole pun based on the 8th seed. I'm not sure if I can take it. I'm sure the post could, because of course they did do a little bit of work against that first seed in game number 1. But yes, this game 1 from this BR3 is done and dusted. Ain't gonna happen. I'm calling it now. Average of 5 seconds per goal, just for assumption. Not gonna happen. As it is, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The most important part of this game is the conversations that Assumption is going to be having between themselves, coaching staff, and more in about 35 seconds. You know, for about 30 seconds, right? For that break in between game. Whatever those communications yield will determine whether or not game 2 will be also a very one-sided affair, or if Assumption will come back, tie it up, even by a single goal, and look at a game 3 situation.
Too many times, I think, and this is, you know, maybe a coaching moment or a coaching bit of characteristic they can bring to it. Too many times whenever Assumption is trying to come out of their own corner, they're losing the possession almost immediately, and because of the forward lean of Hartford, they're able to kind of capture it and punish in a moment's notice, which is, you know, unfortunate, but it happens. And you have to be ready for a team that is going to execute much quicker on your own back half than you are. We see a 10th? No, not quite, but we see 9 very much so throughout the entire 5 minutes of play. Maybe 1 in 0-second time. Do they want to go for that massive 10? They are playing for this roll 1. It's actually chipped up, but it will be Assumption that says no. Hartford takes it 9-0 in game number 1.
Man, oh man, yeah, the school out of Connecticut, right? Hartford, Connecticut. Yes, West Hartford, Connecticut. That is the Hawks. Yes, Howie the Hawk, flying high indeed here, Monkey Man. Game 1, 9-0. We saw 10 scores in match number 1, and that was across 3 games. Okay, wait, hang on. 6, 8, 11. Sorry, math is hard. You take single-digit numbers, you add them together, Monkey Man, I'm lost.
I typically stop counting because I know it at one point was my forte, but I think it makes you older, and we're already getting old too quick. So I've given up on numbers. Yeah. So we get to see 9 now. We may see that doubled up depending upon how this goes, but you also may see, all right, Hartford, they're gonna you know, lean back a little bit. They're gonna get what they need. They may get 4 or 5, and they may just try to run this out because this is a long day. They don't need to make it longer by scoring too many, but especially if they establish control, they're going to probably try and take more chances, do more crazy things, see what can stick and see what they can execute for maybe later in the bracket.
I hear you. Looking at, once again, the most important part of this and the opportunities for Assumption to come back are the discussions based on as of right now. You kind of broached the topic a little bit as well. I think that Hartford really got away with cheating up on these balls like a whole lot. Just simply taking more space than they should have been allotted. You know what I'm saying? They're taking a few extra steps off of first and never really tried on it, never really contested from the pitcher, right? I think that's something that Assumption can pay attention to here, whether that's demos, whether that's takeaways. If Hartford tries that, and definitely early as well, something you can turn attention to from Assumption and turn it into points.
And one thing that if they can just get it cool, calmed, and composed, or poised, will be defensive rotation. And this is another great challenge. You were talking about Hartford not getting punished for having that forward step. The third man already goes up. He beats out 2, and Astro will get the first. I think Astro got the first one in game 1 as well.
Yeah, I believe that was Astro first, then Rickety Roll, Zolo bringing it up in the end. But, you score 9 times across the game. I think at that point it's almost hard if everybody doesn't get at least 1, right? It's like difficult to achieve that unless you're really, really trying.
True. And so I guess
there you
that,
go. Let's go.
Okay, Typhon. I've been waiting on Typhon to be able to stand up to this, and this was actually a great put up, a nice setup. And Typhon decided, you know what? We gotta send the house and you know, this is a much better situation inside the first minute of play. We got it tied 1-1. That's the kind of connections I've been waiting on for him to do.
Exactly. And that was just simply the result, passes into points, man. We say it all the time. Assumption now, goose egg game 1. That is not the situation they find themselves in. Game number 2. Pit Cop tries, challenges this one, gets it passed, and actually going to be having position on this on the second tie. Coming up, solid block. Astro can't quite get a good angle on it, but Zolo Captain is still trying over on the side. That's a little bit too high, and nobody on the follow-up. Now Assumption trying to bring this one out, but again, dude, rickety roll rotations, man. The rickety roll rotations. Everybody on Hartford really popping off when it comes to being where they need to in those specific times.
Rickety roll is so fast. He's, I think, probably one of the most quick-witted when it comes to his overall just like finding the ball, finding the possession, and finding a chance. But a great save by Pit Cop, and Typhon will climb the ladder. It's going to be Rickety Roll that bounces it, but it goes too high. The crossbar under fire. So says all of Assumption's roster. And though Hartford has not really left their half as of yet until now, they could not find one. That is some great improvement since game 1.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That defender did it with 1 boost as well. 1. Uno, the loneliest number here, Monkey Man. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Pit Cop, once again, bringing this one up. Yes, Hartford has more of an offensive look and more offensive time of possession so far. But yes, Assumption ain't letting nothing in. The best brick wall imitation I've ever seen.
When Astro, he is going to float nearby, create a little bit of havoc in that rotation, and I believe Typhon is currently stuck on his own back corner. He'll try to move it out from that zone, and Zolo just lofts it up. It's a miss. Great fake out, but a second as Astro looks to center it, can't find that connection, and now, you know, we found the mortality of Hartford as they're letting a lot happen on their own back half. Another shot will be denied by Astro, and this is becoming a much more full-fledged series as Assumption is putting them to the ropes.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like Hartford was really comfortable just playing all these balls super, super fast. They always had their boost filled up, and they were always just beating feet to get everywhere. As it is, we've seen some straight-up whiffs from Hartford past 45 seconds or so, we'll call it. Like, multiple. Not going to happen this time, though. Zolo Captain railing one in from this right side. Aerially and more. Some fantastic stuff after the stop from Rickety Roll.
Rickety Roll always prioritizes the first ball touch. He could have that boost, you know, the boost over ball concept, but instead he's like, no, I'm going to try and bank this off. It's been called up to me to get a passing situation in some capacity, and I'm going to do exactly that. And he's also going to put one on target, but it comes off the post again, and Hartford is just clanging the woodwork.
Really is. Rickety Roll gets punished from side post right here. Still an advantage, Hartford, as of right now. As I say that, redheaded dude from downtown, from a different zip code right here. You have to put extra postage on that one.
I think based on the points that come from that, you actually have to file separate taxes, maybe getting an exception.
Sure.
You have to work in one state and, you know, live in the other.
Get approved by the IRS and everything. I hear you. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Yeah, I do that every year. I hate it.
Separate vehicle taxes. Oh my God, Rickety Roll doesn't like the situation they find themselves in. 103 seconds left. Hartford finds a quick and close one. Little CQC, little close quarters combat right there after Zolo Captain puts an honest shot up, but that would have gotten blocked away from side post. Teammate is there all day long. That is just signature of Hartford.
That is an old BXR combo.
Oh, yes.
That's exactly what you got to get. Oh, that'll take you back. And this is will be the same for Assumption, as Hartford will be able to double up this lead in a hurry.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is now 96 seconds. Not a whole lot of time passing between previous score and this one. And this might be where the wheels fall off right here.
They have a little bit of extra time. They've been able to keep pace with Hartford, which is very amazing to be said. After we saw our game 1 performance, this one seemed like, you know, you could start looking at the highlight reel. But Assumption, they have been able to keep at least within shooting distance. Even 2 goals is not out of reach for this squad that suffered 9-0 earlier. Typhon going for the early challenge. It's a pickup by Zolo Captain, and I don't think I've seen a play from Hartford that hasn't involved Zolo in it.
Yeah, assist-wise, obviously it's a player that can get a lot done their own. Want something done, gotta do it yourself type thing. But still, the passes are just simply happening for Hartford, and Zolo Captain has been the centerpiece of many of those plays. 60 seconds left. Slower plays from Hartford as we hit double digits on the clock. this is just going to be another time waste situation, especially if they get another one to go up 5-2 with this time left.
There's a breakaway. Redhead Dude's trying to be able to get that last connection. Maybe a big 50-50. It's a putback. Pitcop to the top shelf. Where's Typhon? Is he going to be diving in? No, he's actually staying all the way back as a big safety net. They're going to have to get aggressive if they want this series to continue. But the drop-off into that rotation. Oh, man, he almost puts it on target. It actually gives an extra chance to Hartford, and Rickety Roll puts in the 5th.
Ricky Roll's 7th shot attempt right here, 2 made in. And I think that, yeah, with Pitcop getting this one immediately beforehand, before this replay started, I think that means we had a full 6 players get a hand onto this one. Hartford just keeps the shot oppression up right there. Just crazy pressure. And now with 20 seconds left, 3-score difference. I'm not sure if this one's going to happen.
Be very interesting if it could. And, you know, the could, maybe it will not be a would or should, as this one has not hit any wood like it was before. Hartford is able to sure up their accuracy, get within the woodwork, and at 6-2, this one can go from pencil to pen in the statisticians' books, and I think we're ready to go to the semifinals with Hartford at the helm.
Absolutely. Yeah, might be 7-2, might be 6-3. Result gonna be the same, and this is gonna be Hartford into this best of 3. Back down, grounded out. That's going to be it. Pen to paper. That is going to be Hartford, Connecticut, taking on Greyhounds out of Assumption College. Again, best of 3s, but double limb. So this is looking at Assumption that is not out of this competition quite yet, Monkey Man.
And like we said, again, that first game is always kind of just a barn burner on one side or the other. And Hartford, they came with a lot of torches, a flamethrower, you could almost say. And so they really set fire to the Greyhounds and the poor doghouse. They're gonna have to find another one, and it will be in the what would you call? What were you calling the other side of the losers? But what was it?
Consolidation bracket.
The consolidation.
Or the
Okay, I like
redemption
that.
bracket.
Of course. All right. So, you know, gives them some hope.
Where legends and stories are born, and plenty of them will die, unfortunately. One more. Coming into this one, though, I really feel like we could have had another game, especially towards the middle of this when we were looking at, like, a 2-3 lead split. I really do feel like Hartford just really played the same exact game. Like, there wasn't, like, massive changes. Yes, there was, like, the mild change to, like, a time burn situation last 60 seconds. That's exactly what we saw in game 1. Not fully took the foot off the pedal by any means. Obviously, they put up 9 scores. But the simple fact of the matter is I feel like Assumption should have been able to read out a little bit more about what this offense was about. Kind of read that out a little bit more, get some demos in there. That's something we didn't really see too much of here. And after a certain point, my opinion, you got to start throwing a lot against the wall and just see what sticks, because the simple fact of the matter is the Assumption offense did not get exactly what they needed to across game 2. Got some, but not what they needed to, and nothing there in game 1. With that, though, short break, other games coming up. Monkey Man, anything else?
I will be very surprised and pleased to see what will happen in that semifinal later on between Post and Hartford. But we have a lot of matches before we get there, Tugboat. We got at least a couple more here in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Short break. Back with you guys in a bit. Don't tune away here from the CECC Northeast Invitational. Hello and welcome back. A short break. It was indeed. We keep our promises here. Honesty is number one policy here at the CECC Northeast Invitational. We just saw Champlain College and Post do battle in match 1. That was a barn burner that went down to that game 3 within our best of 3. Is a little bit of a different look between Hartford and Assumption. We got the New York Institute of Technology taking on Pace. That is the Cybears, not Cybers, not Bears, Cybears, taking on the Setters over here from Pace, number 2 seed, number 7 seed Monkey Man.
You know, I got to wonder how much of this on paper versus on pitch difference we're going to see for a lot of these guys, because 4 or 5 it's supposed to be closer, and that one ended up being, more different. And then 1-8 seems like it'd be a big stretch. That ended up being very close. So yeah. I don't know really what to expect when it comes to 2-7, as the Cybears out of New York, and of course the Pace, the Setters. Maybe the Setters will set the pace. I'm sure that's been said a lot before for them, but we can only tell. And of course, a lot of this is the established based on midfield control. I touted it before, and of course, we get to see a little bit of that in our first series of the day. There was a lot of great control there. I want to see what other side is going to bring to the table. We haven't seen really a lot of the physical game really come into play, or at least into prominence in these matches yet.
No, I can hear you. I honestly can't think of a single demo in match 2, or at least outside of game 1. Match 1 had a little bit of it, but again, definitely something we can predict to see, especially if one of these teams starts going down towards like that middle part of this game. But yes, as far as predictions, you hit the nail on the head there, Monkey Man. 1-8 seed, close gets a 5-score difference across those 3 games, and then a little bit of a different score line, a little bit more higher score difference there in match 2 between seed 4 and 5. 2 and 7 here, NYIT and Pace, and then number 3 seed Northern Maine and number 6 seed Cornell will be the last round of 8, match within the top bracket right here. Just in case just joining us, everything's standard here, best of 3s, 5-minute quarters, everything else like that. If it is tied at the end, you get a little, or if it is regardless until it hits 0-0, until the ball hits the ground, little mini overtime action there, and then if the score is tied, of course, you get formal overtime reset after that.
And also, if you're super brand new, and that's all that makes sense, if you don't know what rule 1 or 2 or whatever number you want to give it, as soon as you touch noses with your opponent and you both try to go straight, you cannot separate. It is against the law, and police will be called. So you better watch out. That is the law.
Okay? There you go.
Yeah.
Got the Federal Bureau of Investigation to back it up, guys. We're not messing around here. Rule 1, you end up there, you got to stay there. until somebody knocks you away, of course. That's the other thing. And then resets, obviously, after that. If I guess I should say, points happen after this one. As far as predictions, once again, not a whole lot to be had here. Yeah, the seeding difference is there, but who will take this, push on next in their trek on into that grand finalist and an invitation on into sunny Atlanta? That'll be determined about basically who wants it more, right? Who wants it more?
Yeah, this is it's going to be, as this bracket really develops, we're going to have a better idea of identities. And of course, this is split into a 2-day format. So we're going to have a whole lot of these guys on this upper side finishing out. And of course, some of the lower, the redemption bracket, the consolidation bracket will be finishing out. And we'll get to see who survives to day 2. We'll have the best of 5s to be able to get through all of that series play, which is way different from best of 3. Best of 3 starts so quick. Best of 5, you can have those mega reverse sweeps, which everyone loves to see. But of course, it's just the number 1 out of all these 8 teams that will make it into that awesome land, and so everyone will get to participate there and have a great time. And I am curious, as we are waiting for this matchup for the Side Bears and the Setters. I mean, we got to see Post. We got to see them in better control of Champlain. Hartford seemed to be there. I think we need to think for the future how that semifinal will be coming up here soon, but it's still quarterfinal time.
Exactly. What we have had our left side team win every time. NYIT, technically the IRC left side again. We'll see how that one goes. No early scores quite yet. Not for lack of trying, though, is Stealth. That's that Stealth 7 for New York Institute of Technology. Tries a little wonkiness across the middle. Jason Taco, nice stop there, but Cleved? Cleved?
I think Clev?
Clev.
Yeah.
I think Clev sounds good.
It's like if the T's are, I guess, a round hit, so it's like Clev in the middle. Yeah.
It's like mid-2000s, like putting X's in places, like lowercase X's.
Oh, yeah, lowercase x, big case X, like Silver Fox 20XX.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I was there. I still have my card.
It's like in Gears of War, where you put like the big L's and then it like frames your name, and then in any other game it's just giant L's.
Yep.
So
that is a throwback, my friend. My goodness. A fantastic esport indeed Gears of War is, but Rocket League action, no scores quite yet. We've seen some decently fast scores, like 7 seconds, 12 seconds, things like this, and we've seen one that happens about minute 5, but minute 15, minute 17 now, going to be our longest score on board, if it even happens soon. Shot across the bottom, and that's one across the bow from Clev as Pace going to be striking first on this one.
That's a great challenge, and of course you have to be able to roll over on it immediately as it was coming into the box, but the second attacker just pushes through, and so under duress are the Psy Bears as they're stuck in their cave. It's been a long winter. The bouncer is there. Uh-oh, got to be worried about the kickoff goal, and it will go through as Kelder will kill it into the opposite side corner.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Kelder just reading this one perfectly after Jason Taco comes out. Weak at, they had the boost, but just doesn't make the connection. Weak at connection on that one, sets it up perfectly across the middle, and Pace takes not one but two. Off the back of some really close, fast, loud, in-your-face play. Right up over there, Reborn Slays, putting this one across the side. Good rebound back out from this NYIT squad. Not really allowing this one to chill too long next to this source of danger.
Pace so far at the midfield has just kind of at least made a single connection, not letting anything through for free, and they nearly get themselves a third into the bank, but finally a breakout play trying to counter is the Psy Bears, but New York, technically trying to be able to get themselves executing, and a big save by Stealth. He rolled a 20 on his Stealth roll, and he's able to just barely get in the way.
Some fantastic stuff. Nat 20, baby. Love to see it. Love to see it. Shot across the bow. Clev setting this one up, taking it across the middle. Going to be glad that nobody was able to connect and meet him there, at least offensively. Stealth meeting defender, sending it back on over just past halftime now. Jason Taco coming up for it, gets a look at it, but that's it. Maybe a smell of it even, but that's it. A front row seat to Clev. Oh, no. That was about as open net as we get so far in this competition.
I know that he was needing a little bit more either directly behind the ball or outside angle, but that does feel bad. But Kelder gets it back. Hey, the man brought his protractor, found an angle, and just says, you know what? I'll get it for you, Clev.
Yeah, geometry is never my strong suit. Kelder doesn't seem to have that problem. Perfect shot right here. 63 miles an hour as well. Pretty fast. That's going to be like 108 kilometers per hour, I think. 110 maybe. Not 100% sure. Regardless. About 2 minutes left onto this one. A 3-0 lead. Kelder almost puts up the fourth right there. Open net situation. There's the demos that we wanted. Up to it. Dancing now. That's going to be Stealth that likes the Mamba.
This is maybe a dance that they weren't ready to they maybe weren't dressed for. I know that if you do the tango, that you have to wear some cool, more frillier stuff. And then if you do the Mamba, cool. I think so, right? You have to, like, it's always like a, no, wait, maybe that's a salsa. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a salsa.
Okay, yeah, I don't
traditional
dance.
Garb.
Yeah,
not 100% sure. Not much of a dancer myself. Cut and rug, though. That's Kelder. 6th shot attempt, 3rd shot in. Doing everything in a bag of chips for Pace's offense right now. But hey, we're just on pace to... Oh, my goodness. We're on track, okay, excuse me, to make the same situation happen in this 3rd match on stream. Champlain was the team that put up the goose egg in game number 1. Assumption put up goose egg in game number 1 in their matchup. Now, this is NYT staring in the barrel. Similar situation. 80 seconds away from it, in fact. Not for lack of trying. Not for lack of trying by any means.
Oh.
But, yes, that is now the 5th for Pace as Reborn slays. I'm going to say as Reborn slays. I kind of used right there instead of the L. Classic stuff. We're gaming out here, man. We are gaming.
It's got to be. And it's also on Syned, so you know he did that on purpose.
Oh, yes.
So, it's, yeah. But it's interesting that the wider the margin is when it comes to the seeding, that the greater the opening game is in difference and also an advantage to the lower seed. So it doesn't always tell the same of what it's supposed to maybe be in by the end of the series, and I fully expect NYIT to come back into this in game number 2. This one seems to be well in hand for the setters, and I'm kind of sad you didn't use that other, because you said to set the pace, but if we're on track, you could have done that for the Greyhounds, but hindsight 2020.
Right,
I know,
actually.
yes.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Oh well.
It's all good.
Oh well. We'll get better puns up here for both Pace and NYIT. coming in for the rest of this game. Gotta say, it will be a fast game too if NYIT does not connect. The fact of the matter here, Monkey Man, is that just from play, I can see that NYIT knows what to do. This is just cleaning up of the edges situation. There's been multiple kind of mishaps here. A triple up defense right now. This is a perfect situation. This is a problem that can be cured by simple communications. If Rebound Slays doesn't get here, I was gonna say, if Rebound Slays doesn't get this, then that won't really have been the punishment of the mistake that NYIT just committed. I think this was technically an own goal. Yeah, technically an own goal from Stealth, but you still play these balls regardless because that's a true angle. So, you know, technically an own goal, but it was going in regardless, so it doesn't matter. You still play these all day. NYIT, I think this has been the best team that we've seen so far get put out in the 3-0 fashion, right? They have done everything they need to, is just connecting right here, and multiple times. I think the nerves might be getting to them here in this first game against Pace.
It's interesting. I thought they were gonna I thought they were going to immediately mess with the thing I would say, but it's interesting that our first game of every series we've seen so far be a shutout, regardless of who it's been and who it's been against. Pace. They're gonna set the pace right now as they go 7-0 in game number 1, and kind of like what you're saying, it seems like they can't execute. We've seen some great passes. Yeah. We've seen some counterplay moving downfield, but they just were caught in the midst of chaos. Like, how much of that was just confusion and them kind of leaping on top of each other, and Pace just knowing how to come out on the more advantageous side of confusion?
Yeah, and within the chaos and whatnot, at least towards the middle of this game, there's a perfect way to put it, just chaos, just straight up mayhem and disorder across the middle part of this game. Coming out, this was, a minute 17 or something like that before first score, and then the second one gets racked in immediately after that. I'm not sure if it's nerves, not sure if it's not being warm, not sure if it's the breakdown of comms, not sure if, maybe even a little flack back and forth from these players. Whatever it is, I know that New York Institute of Technology can come back and at least make Game 2 a lot more competitive, but hopefully, I really want to see another comeback, another Game 3 type situation right here. NYT has shown that they can do it. It's just about putting pedal to the metal. It's just about really putting the skills to the test on this one and coming out on top. And communication, the best news right now for NYIT is that the communication is the biggest problem right here, and there's also the easiest thing to fix as long as you have 3 players that are willing to do it.
I fully expect NYIT to balance out this overall competitive atmosphere, because you know what? When you get to about 4, maybe even 5 goals to nothing, you're like, all right, it's all right. We're gonna see what we can get,
Yep.
and otherwise, GG go next. Let's move on. It's a elongated garbage time. We see that sometimes in short terms. Well, sometimes it can be longer if you know that it's done, and you start trying to see what you can get. But if your rotation is suffering, you're like, all right, everyone, let's just reset. Let's calm down. Let's move on to the next game, and that's what we're doing right now. Game number 2. The Cy Bears down 0-1. They want to be able to get back into that Game 3 atmosphere if they can. But Pace, again, already on offense.
Yeah, the setters bit hard, bit well in the first game there. 7-0 for them. Looking to strike back here is NYIT. The simple fact that they have kept this scoreless thus far and now getting on the offense is a fantastic look. They just simply have to coordinate on this. Yeah, so, this is the same kind of thing, dude. Look, we had an offender come up, put up a ball, and then both of his teammates on either side of this defensive half right here. It just tells me they're too scared to get scored against and not too aggressive in the offensive half.
But fearless.
Oh my God.
What a pinch. What a putback by Clev. Is able to find this one straight off the backboard. It came off of a booming pinch between 2. He's like, all right, that's set up between the goalposts, and I'll finish that off.
It's one of those situations. If I'm Clev, I just almost want to look up the Rocket League rules. A ball can't demo me, right? No matter how fast it's going, a ball can't demo me, right? Right, people? Okay? Because that was just looking dangerous, right?
I feel like that should be a thing. Eventually, if it breaks
beautiful.
The speed of sound. But breaking through or breaking something is over the goal line, as Stealth will find the Cy Bears' first goal, and they're able to match up inside the first minute.
This is literally exactly what we were asking for this whole time. Just put the pressure on NYIT, get a couple passes going, and this one actually comes as a result of a miscoordination on defense for your Pace squad, for your setters so far. See how this, if it continues, would love to see it. on the next. Regardless, though, we're not going to have a double goose egg situation in game 2.
That's again another mental kind of bit of resilience that helps you just survive. You can get one, you can get multiple, and that actually will be an off-pace double commit as the setters are able to keep this one in the back half. Oh my goodness, Kelder is a workhorse, trying to be that same kind of connection point. That's on the top 90, and it takes a big defensive effort by Stealth to make sure it doesn't go through.
Nicely done. Nicely done. The shot connecting there, but NYIT immediately snap to on the defense and get this one taken care of. Back on over to it. We have not, well, we called it earlier. I've not seen many demos in here. I think we've seen 2 so far.
Basically none.
Yeah,
if you really kind of chalk it up, it's been an open field space. We've seen maybe one push, but you will see the setters actually leap across the goal line. Even if they can't get a demo, they're trying for at least the physical presence. Now you will see a demo in this back corner, but that just slows down the counter and actually steals away boost because they just got the 100 pad and Jason Taco has nothing. And even then, setters are having to retract to their back line. That's a big midfield takeaway. And at the halfway point, it's going to be a center attempt. It goes over to 1, and it doesn't go through. Is the third man going to commit? Eventually will. Kelder bowls it in.
There you go. So third defending player committing on this one. First one bites up at it on his attempt. Stealth tries to get on top, but then Dibbles, I think, was assuming that Stealth was going to be able to get a better, rebounding hit on this, an angle that sends this far left. Not 100% sure. 7 seconds outside of halftime, and it's going to be Dibbles showing up for NYIT. The last defender there, this time blocking it away.
It was Stealth that got absolutely Goomba stomped. And just getting enough of it. Reborn will be able to get this one on target. And this comes out from the outside angle. Just in a great position as Stealth gave it away, and you can't, unless you have a very long shovel. Jason Taco was just a bit too far out of reach to dig that out.
Yeah, an extended mid or something like that. Past halftime, Pace increases that lead to 2. Once again, NYIT not going to go quietly, not going to put up the second goose egg here in game number 2. They are at match point, though, and they definitely know it. Just trying to play with a little bit more aggression, and I think they could tie this up plus some very easily.
Stealth will force the rotation out of Clev, and this is a rare situation for them to find the setters in on their own back half. Heels to the grindstone, but that's a secondary effort as Jason Taco ends up actually redirecting in the other direction. Oh no, good golly, it goes into a passing play to his opponent, but then Dibbles sees if he can turn it right around. That's a great touch, great possession. They still have great defense on the side of Paste, and they will all recover, and they'll stand strong in front of the side bears.
I think it's a bad run. Does get there, slows it down. Doesn't get a huge rebound on this one. No, swooping angle off to either side. And that's going to be still bouncing around in front of NYIT's goal. Able to keep up the pressure. Pace has Clev over. Clev gets under it in a nasty, wonky play. Does get bounced up to Reborn Slays. And now the thumb screw is really put on. That is one of the nails in the coffin here. NYIT has got a couple head spaces of air left. They got to know it. 87 seconds left on this. 77 seconds left on this, excuse me.
Well, how many nails does a coffin require? Do we have an average?
I would think at least 24, right?
That's a lot. Okay.
I mean, 2 on either side.
Or is that a little?
We're talking about a live body here, so.
Okay, true. They are.
It's gonna try and beat its way out.
Okay, it's not just. It could be a zombie, but this could be the living dead that are the side bears. They have a little bit of life left in them, but they're trying to be a little bit faster. Maybe some World War Z style zombies as they're all running in. They're on top of each other, and this is an attempt, and it'll be a big save from the backboard. Does Jason Taco go forward again as this goes to the perimeter? You talked about it earlier, about 4 seconds on average for these to be lofted into the sky, and that is burning time off the clock.
Yes, it is. Not a whole lot to be had there towards the end as well. A solid look for NYIT, but that is done and dusted. Putting this across the middle, very dangerous, but Kelder got demoed a couple seconds earlier and is not there to get something done. Fast, shrieking plays here for NYIT, but now with this getting out and away from Dibbles, I think that's just going to be too much time wasted. Doesn't land on this one. Lands on the second. Oh, no. Yeah, Jason Taco takes this. 12 seconds left. The dream is dwindling, but still alive. That is not going to happen. 4-1, might be 4-2, might be 5-1. Doesn't matter. Pace going to be taking it into near best of threes.
They were able to go fast. They were going quick. They set the pace, set the tone, and set themselves up for a 2-0 victory to get themselves into the semifinals for this bracket. And again, I mean, a little bit different and diverse have been our outcomes based on seeding. But again, that is simply paper, and the pitch will tell the tale. And this was a lot better control. Cybears, they're going to have to come out of hibernation after a little bit of extra cooling off from this game. But it was the setters that just came with a game plan to challenge early and often.
Yeah, early and often, that really was the name of the game. There's so much offensive pressure there. Obviously, going up, and the what I think scores like 5, 6, and 7, and game number 1 came towards the end of this one. So up until that point, there's still options, there's still hope and whatnot. Unfortunately, NYIT just wasn't able to get a whole lot done in that game 1. There was that goose egg situation, not happening in game 2 though. So that's something NYIT, the New York Institute of Technology, can take with them on into that consolidation, the redemption bracket. We'll be going to a short break when we get in the next match. That is Northern Maine taking on Cornell in another relatively closely seeded matchup. That's number 3 seed Northern Maine taking on number 6 seed Cornell. Monkey Man, do we have anything else for the good people before we go to a very short break?
If you don't believe that miracles can happen, if you don't believe that seeding is real or not, well, then you can just check out this bracket, because these guys have shown to subvert the expectations, which is comedy, which is life. And you guys better be laughing along with myself and Tugboat. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. It's going to be our last quarterfinal from the upper side of the evening. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back here. Another short break. It was honesty and consistency. Okay? Honesty, consistency here at the CECC Northeast Invitational. FBI Tugboat with my man Monkey Man. And my bad, I have failed to shout out our production. That is K-Tad out there producing away and making our jobs as casters just so much easier. And we do appreciate that. Monkey Man, do the good people a favor and run through what we have seen today and what we are about to see next on stream.
It has been as much a sprint as it has been a sweat fest, at least on my side, and I think on Tugboat's side as well, because these guys have brought the hot and heavy talent. Champlain and Post University, they met up first, and it was Post that was able to subvert the seedings, and they got that one in a 2-1, going the distance in our best of threes for this opening quarter final. And then Hartford and Assumption, they met up, and they said number 4, number 5, doesn't matter. Hartford got them 2-0 and sent Assumption down to the lowers, where they went and met with Champlain. And while we were going and having that this quarterfinal just before, it was actually Champlain that had 2-0. And then NYIT against Pace, they were able to not set the pace, as Pace, the setters, took that into 2 over the Cybears. We go into our 4th match in a hurry, very quickly. Northern Maine and Cornell, and it's Cornell on the board. Like, whoa.
Yeah, that's hands down fastest score on broadcast so far. That is the Rams for Cornell College, purple and white over here, getting it done versus the Northern Maine. That is Falcons. Wow, so we have had Eagles, we've had Hawks, and we've had Falcons already.
It is a zoo. It is. I think we're living on a mountain.
Verifiable zoo. The most interesting thing I would say is that we have not repeated any of these mascots so far. We've got Cybears, so a bear. We've got dogs or setter. Oh, well, I guess greyhounds and setters are pretty similar, right?
Kind of, but they both are like pointy canines.
They both dog. They both dog.
They both dog.
Yeah. I guess you could say that about the Hawks, Eagles, and the Falcons as well. They're all
true.
I don't know. Birds of prey. I don't know. They are.
It's a lot. It's a lot of like mountainous-ish animals, which makes sense. We're in the Northeast. These guys all from this region. They're all trying to be able to make it to Atlanta, to the big show, to the big stage if they can.
Classic.
So got to bring the best animal.
Those in the Northeast trying to make it to the Southeast. Tell me if you heard this story before. I'm just kidding. Coming in from I just moved to Vegas from South Carolina, so I can't really say too much. I don't even live down there anymore. Shot across the bottom. This ball has lived down there, speaking of, for quite a while. Fezif for the side of Cornell, the Rams here. Now it's not Hosh picking this one up. We call him Hosh, but it is quite evidently not Hosh. So,
I wonder who is Hosh then. If they're not Hosh, I don't know.
Must be a terrible person to make it worth your gamer tag to clarify that's not you, right?
Unless Hosh is like a state of mind, maybe, you know?
Okay.
It's an ideal, it's a philosophy.
The Hoshness.
Yeah, they don't want it, which would be so cool. I think I'd want to be the Hoshness.
There you go. I mean, that sounds really cool,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
it does.
Real.
You know, you get to wear the puka shell necklace. You get to have the upside down visor, the popped polo collar. That sounds like the Hoshness.
Brother, sign me up. Sounds awesome. Sounds like a Saturday. And that is today. Wilder down bottom. A little bit of play down here. We saw some demos getting involved earlier, and Wilder picks that one up. But I think that did kind of keep them from having the solid sightlines on it. Not 100% sure. 100% sure. This is not Owl. That's Owl's bro. Owl's brother. Shots over. Trying something. It's going to be Fezif that gets the ball from there. Little win action on the 50-50. Once again, now not Hosh. Down bottom. Shot there. A little bouncing action from Flux.
And that'll be the second for Flux. It's 2-0 at 2:22. They only could be better if there was another 2 on the board, but so far Northern Maine has been not able to do too much when it comes to the offensive side. They rotate out, and Cornell rotates right back in as the Rams will ram one forward. And that was a great bouncer. Good placement to put it behind the last defender.
Yeah, so once again, dear viewer, in case you're just joining us, Champlain Post, Hartford Assumption, NYIT Pace, the losing team did put up a goose egg in game number 1. If that theme continues, we will see Northern Maine try as they might, but not getting anything done. Looking to break the mold and challenging them so here in Northern Maine. You got 2 minutes to do it. It's a very close game. Nobody's victor in this one quite yet. And nobody wants to get put on match point quickly going into game numero dos. Not Hosh.
That top.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that topper that Not Hosh is using is actually my buddy. Is his luckiest topper. So it's the good luck hat. So maybe Not Hosh has good luck in his back pocket.
Oh man, Not Hosh almost has that one sing true as Owl's bro does flap the wings and get up to this one. Northern Maine not going to be dropping the third quite yet. 90 seconds left. Soon enough, have that classic 60-second situation. You're down by 2. What do? Still 20 seconds before that, though.
Ooh, and that is a bit of a double commit. I wish they'd staggered that approach because the defense had basically vacated save for 1 on the side of Cornell, and that was one of the best opportunities for Northern Maine to pounce upon. But instead, they now surrender space and time. Flux. Oh, that's about 50% of the way in. He's already had 2. He's looking for his hat trick.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and way to keep the offensive pressure alive. Seriously. Cornell has had some solid shot attempts. All of them been blocked away. Northern Maine, some sweeping plays to get this ball out, but nothing has happened so far. That's not quite on point. A bounce back to the middle. A solid defensive collect here from Northern Maine.
Zef is looking for just 1 extra option, and that's mostly just to burn extra time, and it's a bowler! My goodness, Flux. He's scored in the exact same spot twice, and he's shot in the exact same spot a couple times thereafter. I think he only knows how to go to that one little area on the net, but that's the only place that they've needed to put pressure on because Northern Maine otherwise has had to really defend it and send the whole house. Flux in a one-on-one. Does he take the hook shot? A big fake out, and that'll burn enough time off the clock every single game. To this margin, with 1 extra attempt remaining, has been a shutout. This one has been the lowest scoring of them all, but it still renders the same result.
It has. That is a very, very good point. Dear viewer, in case you are joining us in match number 1, Champlain and Post, the number 1 seed drops drops a 0, drops a goose egg in game number 1, right? Comes through and does take game 2 in overtime situation, but the lower seed comes through and then puts it up and after that one. Some fantastic stuff on that. Now we're going to be looking at Northern Maine, at least starting that same type of situation. I think that the point that you made is the biggest thing to really pay attention here, is really where we need to shift our attention to, right? The fact that this is the lowest scoring goose egg situation, it almost seemed like destined, right? For one team to put up a 0, not get a goal, even for not for lack of trying by any means, multiple shot attempts and whatnot. Not like one team just had complete time of possession, the other one did not. But it's thematical to put up 0 scores in the first game, but still lowest score difference. Only 2 scores for the other tells me that this matchup is not over, and I'm really, really looking at this game number 2 to try and determine who really has an advantage in this.
I mean, Flux seemed to be the guy, the
dude.
person, the one that for Cornell to really posture up that offense. And so if they slow him down, they isolate him a little bit, and then they take advantage of opportunities that we saw a couple left out there on the pitch, then Northern Maine has a big chance to be able to do exactly what the #1 seed did before and get that second game and maybe turn this into a game 3 with as little as they left or allowed to be scored. You gotta see or think that there's a big chance to make that happen, but Flux is just open. A 2 sent up for Cornell. They do have offensive pressure. You gotta see if they can turn it into points.
Not for lack of trying. Cornell, Rams, gonna shove their head in the way of that one. Feliz? Fezif. Fezif, yes. I was thinking, yep, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Fezif with an F, excuse me. Getting some solid looks and attention on this. Flux, just an easy little tinker off to this left side. Kept position and kept possession for time being, but Clam rotating this one on around. And Northern Maine just can't seem to keep it in this offensive third, my man.
Yeah, they have a very brief offensive rotation every now and then. In the previous game, it was 14 shots to 4. So there was a lot of posturing by Cornell just to collect and possess. And, of course, to go to the crossbar. This is the first score for Not Hosh. But you know what? It is Hosh, or Not Hosh, that is able to get this first opening lead for Cornell.
It is Hosh, or not Hosh.
Yeah, it's one of them.
I love it. It's one of those people, one of those Hoshes, whether it is or is not. It's Cornell striking first in game number 2. I think what we've learned is that doesn't really necessarily mean anything. Lead 1, no lead indeed. Great game of Rocket League. And with plenty of time left, if this was a 1-0 at like 5 seconds, it'd be a different story. And I do love the 0-1 scorelines. Possibly better than overtime situations. Possibly.
Just a little.
I love 0-1s.
It depends on how much you like the extra drama. I like to sweat through my shirt as much as I like to yell at the screen. Okay. So, you know, that's what I like. But I like passing plays even more. Oh, chest wide. That was a great 1-2-3 from Cornell. They expand this pitch in their own favor. And again, it's Northern Maine. These guys trying to be able to fly out of their own corner, and it has been tough to do.
That it will. Another couple attempts right here, and that's going to be an open net. Oh my God, what the combination. I love it. Northern Maine firing on all cylinders offensively and getting a lot of good looks, but nothing connecting quite yet. Bounce play, right side. Flux can't quite get there for a good angle to this inside. Now, Zeve coming over to it way too fast is Not Hosh. Had a solid look at it, gives up solid hit. Gives up possession. Another 10 seconds burned off this clock as Cornell is still looking for a way inside.
See, the reason that Not Hosh didn't score on that one is because for a small singular moment he became Hosh. He just wasn't ready for the Hoshness.
Too confused.
Yeah, it's identity crisis. So
it's responsibility, man.
If you're not Hosh, you can't be Hosh. Oh my goodness! The bouncer, it will be finished by Flux, who will now have his third between 2 games, but able to plant it there and keep it nearby after a booming clear is Not Hosh, putting it off the post.
Yeah, so a great job from Cornell recognizing this one. Soon enough, Northern Maine will have to burn it all into offense, put it all there. You lose by 2, you lose by 10, doesn't really matter. I would be honestly surprised if we end another 0-2 scoreline, and that would be the first time that the losing team puts up a goose egg in game 2. But really, Cornell's defense is just showing up even more so than their offense right now, Monkey Man.
They are, and Northern Maine, they've had some great, just clear opportunities to be able to at least advance, get some steps running in a better direction, which is not being stuck on your own goal line. But they've also found a very feisty group of Rams. Is it a group of Rams, a herd? I think.
I don't know.
Oh,
I have no idea.
Ramesses.
There you go. Rams?
Just Rams? But not like...
That's like the verb, you know? That wouldn't make...
Yeah. But like, it's not like, you know, like a march of penguins. Wait, do they call a bunch of penguins a march?
I think you're saying that because of the documentary, right?
True, yeah, the exact documentary, yeah.
Yep.
True.
Third score here for Cornell. What was I? Oh, yeah.
Are you looking up penguins?
Yeah, it's just Rams. Yeah, it's just Rams, yeah. That's what I figured. It's not almost too correct, though, you know? So.
Yeah, true, okay.
Northern Maine, show that head. Let's see it. If he gets slapped down, who cares at this point? Put it all into offense eventually. Wild. Bring this out. Not 1, but 2 gets passed. Looking for another. Picks up a little bit of boost on the way there, and back and forth, and Clambake puts it up, and Faceve says, no, not today, not in my house, friend.
Wow. And it's going to go the other way. It's going to get turned in. And Not Hush is going to get a third. And by the way, I looked it up as well. A group of Rams can be a herd. It can be a flock, which is weird. It can also be a mob. And they have been mobbing all over the Falcons this entire time, and they had to do it to be able to get that defensive stop. And, you know, that backbreaker is the heartbreaker. It could be what is going to ultimately break the resilience of Northern Maine.
Mob of Rams. I can't help but thinking about big group of Ram going to extort some Union folk or something like this. I'm not sure. 5th score now for Cornell, as that is probably the 24th, I think we said, the 24th nail in the coffin.
It's at least one away, because you're within what? You got to score one every 9 seconds, and it's been tough to do. Actually, it's been not happening for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah,
nearly,
no, that's fair.
Time.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I would really, really like to see Northern Maine put up at least 2. I'm not even going to say 1. 1's just that constellation. I want to see 2 right here. Honestly, I would love to see a 5-run tie, but that ain't going to happen. Northern Maine has spent the last 45 seconds doing what I kind of alluded to, like putting it all into offense, really, really trying there. There's no reason normally for 2 players to have played ball like that. Normally there would have been a player back. Doesn't matter. This game might have well ended at 3-0 or so, because that's about where scoreline-wise we changed Northern Maine's offense into a different look.
And because of this, we'll be finding ourselves in redemption time down in the quote-unquote other portion of the bracket. So, you know, this is good for all squads that give themselves an extra chance to go down.
Otherize the other bracket?
I did
wait,
otherize,
I said it.
okay?
Oh my god, I said it too. Oh my god. Cut the broadcast! Quick! I know we have a delay. 3 seconds left here.
Cut the line.
Cut the line. There you go. Okay, Taz, over here, hacker. I'm in. All right.
Oh man, but
the night
congratulations.
is a special time. Time.
Cornell, they'll take it though. Between 2 games, 8-0, and they go for the perfect sweep.
Yeah. Perfect as it gets. Now, interesting stuff. Not actually the most points score, even with score difference wise, that we have seen across 2 games, right? We just saw that was a score difference of 10 for Pace in the previous, and that was a score difference of 13 Hartford Assumption, given that we had 15 scores on in Assumption for Hartford, and Assumption put up 2. So still, even though we get 2 goose eggs, score difference lowest, and I still feel like, especially game 1 between Southern Maine, Cornell, between the Rams and the Falcons, that this was a more even-handed look. But once again, I believe we have lower seed taking
Yes.
this.
Yeah.
Yes, the establishment has no idea what they're talking about, man. The lower seeds reigning supreme here in the round of 8, guys.
Yeah, we're here to subvert expectations, and you got to be able to believe in yourself. It doesn't matter what people label you. You got to live for yourself.
Free
and be
thinkers,
free.
man.
Yeah, we're out here setting our own path, and that's what happened with Cornell. Now, when we look at this, you remember what we were talking about? Why is 6 afraid of 7?
Because 7, 8, 9. I'm ashamed.
And that's what we're going to get to see maybe happen, because
That's
Cornell
really
will
the
have
point,
to play
actually,
against
yeah.
Pace. Yeah. And then, of course, on the other side, the only upper seed able to take their position was Hartford. And so they'll be playing against Post. We get to see after a upcoming break what we'll have going to the semifinal between these 2 just before we get there. Which one's going to be the more interesting matchup, do you think?
I'm going to have to say, I mean, I really feel like coming off of a number 1 seed victory for Post means they had just that the fire and brimstone, or the vim and vigor, right? I'm going to have to say Pace and Cornell, especially given that Hartford really just took Assumption to task, was a closest seed, but doesn't matter. Post has everything in a bag of chips right now. Pace, Cornell, that's going to be the winners semis, or the top bracket semis, that's going to be looking at a way closer scoreline.
Yeah, I think that'll be really cool to see like what kind of breakout offense will move between both these squads. But I want to see because Post did go the distance, and they traded back and forth. They know how to play a close game, and Hartford took control. So Hartford's gonna be put on that notice of, hey, here's a squad that's ready to go. So it's a tale of different ideals and who can be able to post up quicker. And again, it's all best of three. So will we have a game one that is a goose egg? That could soon to be seen.
4 games so far where that has been the case. One of those games results in the double goose egg, the game 2 goose egg as well, but there is only one way to find that out, and that is to take your eyes and glue them to the stream without taking them off for the rest of the day. Loads of Rocket League action here, loads more Rocket League action tomorrow. We got Overwatch, we got Valorant, we got Super Smash Brothers. I don't know what else you could want from an esports event, people. Back with you guys in just a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get ready for our semifinals of today's bracket. You may see a change of face and pace, but you know what? We are still going to bring you some of that awesome excitement and hype and energy. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Dividing. He will multiply all of your excitement today as we try to subtract a few extra opponents and add in a little bit of extra drama for some BO3 time. Dividing, welcome to the booth alongside myself. And how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Kill Monkey Man. I gotta say, first of all, props to you. I don't think I've had anyone incorporate all 4 of the basic math operations in my intro, so appreciate you for that one. But I had a great time this morning casting some fantastic Overwatch, and I'm super psyched to be able to hop in with you and see how things are going on the Rocket League side of things, starting with our first winter semifinal between Post and Hartford. Of course, I'm just coming in for the first time here, Hail Monkey Man. How are these teams doing? How'd they get here?
So let me paint you a picture because it's 2 different tales of woe and woe. Because from the side of Hartford, they took Assumption to the rocks and they beat them down as hard as they could, and they just wouldn't stop as they went 2-0 and brought them to the limit of their resilience and mentally as well as mechanically. Post on the other side, though, they started off quick, presenting a goose egg for the #1 seed, and then everything got evened up into some 1-goal games, OT and OT lists into game #3, but ultimately sent the #1 seed down to the, as Tugboat said, the redemption side of the bracket on that lower end. So it's going to be a bit of an actual contest, I would say, for Hartford to posture up for themselves in the first minute of play. Hartford in orange and Post in blue. Hartford has been trying to be able to connect on these passes and just hasn't been able to find them as of yet.
Post doing a really great job on the defensive side of things. I definitely got a glimpse of how dominant Hartford was in their first match. So the fact that Post is holding them off, at least for the moment, has been very, very impressive. However, Hartford going very aggressive here, very nearly gets that one past Post, but they are there with the clear. Archon is. And now Post are going to be able to go a bit on the attack a little bit more. Of course, Hartford to all go back near the goal, try and make sure they can clear that one out.
One big player that just made that save for the side of Post is Kabuki, and he was able to get a lot of better strikes, a lot of quickness for the side of Post, and so we want to see if that will kind of become remnant into this game. On the other end, though, Hartford, they have a 3-man set that works together very well, but Zolo Captain has been kind of the workhorse to be able to get himself involved in nearly 100% of offensive opportunities. It's going to be one that comes out of the corner, and Astro, he seems to be always the one that scores first for the side of Hartford, who gets the lead early.
Nice setup there from Zolo Captain, bouncing it off the wall, and Astro was there, right there with the assist. I can definitely see how well this Hartford squad worked together. They were in perfect position for that one.
And interesting to note as well, we had a change out earlier before, not sure why, between Bomber, who is on the pitch as of right now, and then Crispy, who came in game 2 and 3 in their quarterfinal matchup. Got to wonder about that. So it's Bomber back into this rotation, and it presents a little bit more speed for Post. But right now, they are under fire from Hartford beyond halftime. Game #1. Again, for everyone that is with us, maybe freshly joining us, we're still in best of 3 territory, and like we were talking about with Tugboat, and I guess now Dividing with yourself, this is a sprint, and you have to be ready to run.
Yeah, with these best of threes, the winner of the first game gets such a massive advantage. You get on the map point early, you get the momentum and the confidence that comes with taking the first game, and you put so much pressure onto the other team to be able to return the favor in game two. So, Hartford currently in the lead, and it's looking like it's going to be extended. Astro with a nice little lob gets it above the post goalie and extends Hartford's lead to 2-0.
You know what? That was exactly the same spot and shot and opportunity that happened last time as Zolo came in after Rickety Roll to be able to put that from the sidewall. It comes right back, and who other than Astro, who will find his second goal, and of course a second for Hartford. The Hawks flying high so far with sub 2 minutes to go.
That's going to be really difficult now. Post has got to figure something out here on the offense. It feels like they've been forced onto their own side of the field for the majority of this series so far, but now they're starting to get on the attack. Kabuki with a nice shot on goal, but Rickety Roll is able to clear out that nice little cross shot, sends it back over to the other side. Hartford's looking for a bit of a double tap, but again, nice clear out from Post. Their defense has been solid, but they just haven't quite been able to figure out how exactly they're going to get it into Hartford's goal.
They have to get Kabuki more touches. The man is definitely there. There's a bit of magic in the back pocket. He has been limited, and he's been having to do it from the back line to the front line to every line, and that's going to be the line that will be crossed by Hartford as they put 3 up, sub 60 seconds from one side to the next. Zolo captain has been able to set up a ton of these. It was followed by Astro. The third will commit. Rickety Roll puts in what could be our final goal for Hartford as they have a substantial lead.
Yeah, getting 3 goals in a minute is a tough ask for just about any team. And as that first little push from Kabuki is going to get cleared out, Post are now under a ton of pressure. They have to get a goal probably within the next 10-15 seconds if they want any chance of coming back into this one. At this point, it might not even be about winning. Just knowing that you can, in fact, score on Hartford would be so good for this team's confidence going into game 2.
And I gotta tell you, we've been watching this. The first game for every single quarterfinal, all BO3 again, by the way, were shutouts. Guess where we are right now? Shutout territory. Yeah.
Interesting.
So another BO3, another shutout, possibly to be put on the books with 10 seconds to go, trying to be able to change history and turn it into maybe a big mystery, but instead it will be elongated possessions out of Post that turns into nothing. Hartford put on the pressure, they put on the plays, and they put on the pace that it must be met later on, and they will be 1 up now on match point before we head to game number 2.
Nicely done from Hartford. And honestly, I was actually pretty impressed with the Post defensive side there on that map. They only giving up 3 goals in a 5-minute game is respectable, especially considering how often Hartford was scoring in their quarterfinal matchup, but it just came down to the offense. It felt like they spent most of the game sort of trying to keep Hartford out of their goal instead of trying to mount an attack of their own. So in your opinion, what does Post have to change here in game 2 in order to get themselves some more offensive firepower?
If they are ever going to make it down the pitch, they're going to have to get around the initial crazed attack of this 1-2-3 headed Hydra that comes in out of Hartford. They're unafraid. They're wickedly unafraid of putting in the second man, the third man, especially bouncing off the perimeter wall and then going for those extra shots. If they're going to be able to do this, they have to collect and then they have to interject and overcome. They have to find that clearance available, and Kabuki has a lot of that on his shoulders. I didn't see anything from Anonimal, which, we thought his name was Animal, but it's Anonimal, and he seemed to be pretty anonymous in that game. Didn't really get to see him even take a single step for the most part, and it's going to be the clearance game. But with such pressure, you're looking for the counterattack. I want to see them start early in that game before they get locked into their own half again before game 2.
Yeah, and it's tough, especially if you are Post to not try and get tunnel visioned onto one particular player. Because you're right, it does seem like it's kind of the signature move of Hartford right now to get Post focused on one player, and then they just bounce it off the wall, and then boop, the next player is right there with the assist, and oh no, there it is again. Rickety Roll with the assist from Zolo Captain is going to put it in early here for Hartford. 10 seconds in, and Post is already down.
And again, we see the trade out. They're trying to see who is, I guess, your better overall squad. And Bomber apparently wasn't it. This is the second time now at the game 2 marker, be it a win, be it a loss, that Post has pushed Crispy in and Bomber out. And they're like, okay, so what's our identity? And, you know, maybe this is going to be the trade up and trade out that will be the trade in for some points. And they've already got a better attack going here.
Yeah, nice little push, forcing Hartford back into their own goal. But now Zolo is going to... Nice little move to get the ball past Crispy, but unfortunately the angle just wasn't quite there for a clean shot on goal. The ball bouncing back and forth right now, which is already a bit of an improvement from Post, but maybe going in a little bit too quickly. Zolo captain just barely misses high, and Post is going to be able to clear it out.
Feels like we should be at a 2-0 margin, but Zolo has to be a little bit more accurate, and so beyond the first minute of play, Post has put up a little bit more speed that was definitely missing from before. Kabuki will collect, has a bit of boost to work with. Looking to be able to get this nice aerial drag. He's going to go to the backboard, but instead we'll find a defender to delete and be yeet and maybe deplete this defense. But instead, it becomes a turn the other direction. To the ceiling we go. Kabuki, one more touch. It will loft forward, but Rickety Roll will find it easily.
Yeah, but it seems like Hartford are maybe a little bit drained on the boost side of things right now. They got to make sure that they are rotating those corner boosters enough as the ball just meanders its way towards Post's goal. And there is Rickety Roll with the push there. And again, the alley-oop from Hartford just gets it off of the crossbar there. And Rickety Roll is right there for the assist.
Talking about the alley-oop, that was an alley-oops on the defensive rotation as 2 men go into that corner side zone, and this one could be punishable from the kickoff as well. They will be able to get Kabuki up in time, but it's been a bit more panicky from the side of Post and than what they'd rather be able to post up with. As the counter plays now from Hartford, they've made these longer, booming swaths of space. And the second man, the third, will be able to commit. Rickety Roll cannot find his third. Already hunting for that hat trick.
Yeah, I mean, may as well at this point. Hartford in a very strong spot. 1 game away from moving on to the winners finals, and 2 minutes and 45 seconds with the lead would get them there. They just got to make sure at this point. I mean, honestly, if you're Hartford, you don't necessarily have to get too offensive. And my goodness, Astro from across the map, I think was going for more of a clear than anything else. But I mean, look at this beautiful arc, just gets it right above Crispy, and Hartford goes up 3-0.
That's one of the best shots I've seen out of Post today, and sadly it was on their own net. But yeah, definitely they caught the third man lurking up just a little bit too far, and in that no man's land, well, it puts you looking over, trying to tip it with your fingertips, but there's no control with it when you do that. And instead, it turns into a stylistic shot on the wrong net. 220 and less. Post still has not been able to do much more than hope and wish and pray for a goal. This will be Kabuki, who's looking for the double tap. That's a soft one, and it ends up going off of the same team. Maybe for another double tap the other way. No read to be had. But Hartford clears out any threats. Still is keeping Post scoreless between 2 games.
Yeah, it seemed like Post was going for a bit of the Hartford special there, bouncing it off the wall, trying to set it up for the teammate. But it just seems like Post can't quite pull that off quite as cleanly as Hartford can. Bit of a power play opportunity, though, as Kabuki's going to get the demo onto Astro here. But they have to do something with it. Hartford playing extremely defensively, and it is just ironclad here, Hail Monkey Man. They just can't get past it.
It is the Iron Curtain and is being drawn on a play that maybe had 3 acts in it, but only 2 will be needed to tell the story if Post is ever going to be able to get their main character involved. Crispy, he has the first touch. Will not be able to find a second. Kabuki will turn around. He's got a one-on-one. If he can be able to flick it over, he does!
Ooh.
A little bit of life for Post as we get to the last minute of play or nearby for Hartford and their lead.
What a beautiful little flip from Kabuki there. Some incredible ball control coming out from the star Post striker. It's going to give Post at least a little bit of hope here. Minute 10 on the clock, 2 scores down. They're definitely not out of it by any means, but they've got to be aggressive. They got to engage quickly. Kabuki with another shot on goal, but Zolo Captain is right there with the save. We're now under a minute left.
Kabuki has said, hey, give me some slack on this leash. I need to go. And they said, sure, but he left the yard unattended, and Rickety Roll will have one. Rickety rocked into the net. It's a counterplay from the backboard, and where there was hope, it is now possibly dashed as he gets his hat trick. Hartford has their 3-goal lead reattained, and with less than 1 minute to go, this one's gonna be tough sledding uphill.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here now for Post. It seems like a trip to the loser's bracket is all but assured at this point. Trying to get 3 goals in 40 seconds is going to be extremely difficult. The more time Hartford is able to take off the clock just by having possession of the ball, the more pressure is going to be put onto Post here. They did manage to sneak one by the Hartford defense in this second game, which is an improvement over game 1, but it seems like Hartford, they're going to try to go for a 5th, and they get it. Zolo Captain gets that one in. And it seems like Hartford are all but assured the winner's finals berth at this point.
They would have to score a lot more than they have and a lot faster than they have over the course of 2 games, but instead sub 20 seconds left. Hartford has put an exclamation point on their performance, and the bowler will not come in from the kickoff, but job well done. On a best of 3, it's about who sprints quicker and more efficiently with that accuracy to boot. Hartford, the Hawks, they fly quick, they fly high, and they are going to proudly soar over the Eagles, who will have to go down to some redemption time as we hit the middle point of the pitch. We hit the heart of Hartford. They go 2-0 over Post University, and they will advance to the winners finals.
I was really impressed with Hartford in that match, especially with how well the teams were able to work together. It felt like almost all of Hartford's goals in this game came off the back of an assist by another player, a nice bounce, a good setup. Hartford are very good at putting the ball in perfect situations for their teammates to take advantage of and get a clean shot at the goal. Just seems like Post doesn't quite have that synergy yet. We saw them swapping out some players, so maybe they're trying to figure out who is like their main 3, so then they can work on getting up that synergy. But Hartford definitely came out ahead in this one.
Yeah, and that's tough to be able to do, especially in a qualifier where only the top team of any of these teams in this competition will be moving on to that Atlanta event for the CECC. So the Northeast is trying to be able to post up its best, but again, trying to see what their true identity will be going to the Plymouth, to the rock of, I guess, to the peak of this competition. But we still have another semifinal. We have a whole bunch more Rocket League still to go for the remainder of this evening, and so don't go anywhere. We've got Pace and Cornell. We're going to see if they set the pace going into this one, or will Cornell be able to ram their way through? You guys will be with us right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Northeast Qualifier. This is, a pretty great competition. I'm Hail Monkey Man, and on my left-a-roo is Dividing, as you guys will see us divide and conquer. More so, the players will be dividing and conquering as they move through this bracket. We've seen one semifinal here dividing. The next one coming up will be Pace and Cornell, and, the seeds haven't exactly been exact who would be coming out of our 1 through 8, but is 6 afraid of 7? I mean, we're soon to find out.
I believe the old joke is that, yes, 6 is very afraid of 7 in most cases. But in this case, it's because 7-8-2 taken down the 2nd seed in the tournament so far. So we'll see now if Pace and Cornell, who's going to move forward in this battle of the lower seeds here. Both teams, of course, already coming off the high of pulling off the upset. Now just has each other to face before they can move on to the winners finals and guarantee themselves at least one game on day 2.
I believe that, and I'm going to agree with Tugboat. He's not here, so don't tell him that I said this. But I think, just like he said, this one will go the distance because we have a little bit more balance of a totality of teamwork. Both these squads have a full 3 set of great players, and it's going to be about connections, collisions, and getting people off the pitch, as we already have a great trade back and forth inside the first 45 seconds of play. And not Hosh, he's going to be that striker, as well as Flux from the side of Cornell, that you got to be aware of.
Yeah, always got to be aware of those strikers, but can you find those lurkers sitting back a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too far forward, and will you be able to take advantage of it? As of right now, both teams playing very, very safe, very conservative, but as you should in a case like this, trying to figure out who is going to go all in on that offense first. And it's Kelder who manages to get a nice angle past the Cornell defenders here. I think assisted by a demolition. Yeah, ends up demoing someone who was trying to go in for the interception. So Pace goes up early.
And that was a great fake out. I think Reborn Slays, I don't know if he was just selling it. So one way or another, the Oscar goes to them, as it looked like they were going to try and elevate, get an aerial, and redirect it on net. So all eyes were looking to his elevation, and instead, Kelder just kept with it. So we're going to see if more of that trickeration and creativity will be coming out of the side of Pace and the setters. But Cornell and the Rams, they're all about just getting from point A to point B, and they're just trying to ram their way through.
Cornell now really threatening here, but now here comes the response from Pace. Hosh was just barely able to get up far enough to deflect that attack, and now Cornell have what looks to be a pretty open net if it wasn't for Kelder there. And so we end up going back and forth here, the ball flying through the air, everyone using as much boost as they possibly can, and that just barely can't go in for Cornell.
Trying to make the aerial drag and get a long dish if they can. Flux is going to have the flip reset. No, he's not. He's going to get the tippy tap off the backboard. No one will commit because that one was flopping out a little bit more for Pace. Kelder looking to see if he can punish any drop-off from the defense. That's dangerous inside the box, but it'll be a great connection to be able to counter-clear the other way. Oh, off Pace, no. It will be Pace actually on defense, as that one was a left possession. Cornell, you got to be able to find this better. The 1-2, buckle my shoe, will be Fazif. They'll be able to tie us up one apiece.
What a beautiful play there from Cornell. Beautiful pass from the teammate to Fazif. It was so quick, there was no way that Pace would be able to respond to that in time. And this is once again the teamwork, the plays, the combinations that whoever is going to be able to pull that off more often is going to be the team that pulls out ahead in this competition. You can't just win a game like this by yourself, by just solo carrying. You've got to rely on your teammates and combine your powers.
What's amazing, with that goal, this is the first time in the opening game of all matches played today where it will not be a shutout. That is absolutely wild.
Look at that.
Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, you made today's history. But the rest is now a mystery, as we get to see who will be able to have maybe that last goal that will matter ultimately. Minute 40, one will be on point, but no, not Hosh. Be able to connect just in the nick of time, and we're going to approach that 90 seconds of play.
Oh, and what a beautiful assist there from not Hosh to Flux, off the goalpost into the goal. And again, it was so quick. There was no way that TLC was going to be able to get up high enough in time to be able to deflect that one. Cornell, with two very good teamwork-based goals in a row, has now taken the lead after going down 0-1 to start.
And it's been 2-0 lately in that row. Oh, maybe a third. Will they press it in? Oh, the third man overflies. He's trying to be able to play off a reaction from the defender. With a minute 15 coming up, Pace has not been able to keep up with the pace that they've set before. It was very speedy at first, but Cornell has been a little bit more concerted with their collection and possession moving on in. A minute of play remaining here, dividing, and Cornell, they postured up for a great offensive push. They just cannot get too aggressive too late.
Yeah, Cornell, at this point, I would be thinking to try and be a little more defensively minded. Just make sure that you don't overcommit. Make sure you always have someone in the back. Again, something like that might happen. Kelder just might be able to get the perfect angle as the goalie was, again, just trying to clear it out, but not Kosh, was caught getting a little bit too overzealous, going a little bit too far forward, and could not get in for the save. We are now tied up with 45 seconds left.
One great thing that Cornell had been able to do is that every single time the initial attack occurred, they had a second man much closer and nearby to be able to at least put that one off target if it were to be a counter clear. And everyone was basically T-posted up to be able to, just allow that one boom the other direction. So less than a half-minute play to go. Reborn Slaves trying to make a pass play. He has no extra options. It does go across the box. That's going to be Clev that will be there. But no, it's Kelder who has now point man responsibility. Goes to the sidewall. That will be coming out to the midpoint. Maybe a rally to be had by Cornell if they can push this over. Not Hosh to Flux. It's gonna be a shot on target. It'll be not Hosh, who definitely is on target.
What a beautiful play in the clutch from Cornell. Now just 4 seconds left and all of the pressure is on Pace here. They've got to try and get this in with the initial kickoff, or else it will be Cornell taking the first game here. And with the deflection here, it's going to take some incredible aerial abilities. And there's the save from Flux. That's all but going to end it as Cornell gets it to hit the ground just barely. There it is. Cornell take game 1. They get to match point, but it was a very close game. Very hard fought from both sides.
And again, like you said, the difference was passing plays. We got to see some counter plays and some big aerial moments. I mean, I think both definitely were scored by Kelder. They were on long boomers and maybe a pickup from the midfield that was a bit of a fake out that Reborn Slays was able to win my Academy Award for them. But otherwise, I think we've seen Cornell be the more holistic team, and it definitely shows being able to get this in a 3-2 win.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like at this point, Post is relying a little bit more on those individual plays while Cornell are trying to find those passing plays, those combination plays a little bit more often. And it's working out for them more often. When they get it to work, it is so incredibly quick and agile to watch. And I mean, that's for me, casting the game for Post who's trying to play against it. I mean, what do you do when all of a sudden you're focused on one person, then all of a sudden the ball flies across the field to another player and you can't react in time and it's already in the goal?
I mean, you gotta hope that you already have your teammates in a better position to be able to like safety net into that one. Like you said, you can't do it all yourself. Some players can, but they're also pros, and we're in Collegiate, and there are some pros in Collegiate, and some of these guys maybe they aim to be able to do that at that next level, which would be amazing to be able to see any of them do. They're so far on the side of Cornell, they have posted up, hey, this is about a great team. This is about a great program. This is about a squad of Rams that are going to mob together, which I didn't know if you knew dividing. Me and Tugboat, we looked it up. A group of Rams can be called a mob. So, yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, cool.
Well, maybe the mob will be able to rush into the not grand finals, the winners finals with a win here in game 2. But of course, Pace is going to have something to say about that one. An open goal early for them, but luckily Flux is there just in time to shut the door on the goal. They're gonna, I think, get the clear out here, but Pace is still on the attack.
Cornell, are they the GOATs? Everyone wants to be the GOATs. Well, these guys are trying to be able to the personification of exactly that. Big clear opportunity is Reborn Slays will make a connection on the behind that ball, and Kelder, who's been able to put a couple of the goals very much necessary in that early game. He was not able to collect it as Not Hosh does, and that is a sprint. That is on a dime, and that's in the top 90.
Beautiful play from Not Hosh, just getting in the perfect position. I don't think that was really a purposeful assist. It was from so far away from Flux, was just trying to get it towards the Cornell goal, but it's all about the angles, and Hosh found the perfect angle to get us back, get Cornell back into the lead, back into prime position to try and finish this off in 2. But of course, Pace, they're not going to go down quietly. They're going to get this clear and try and put on an attack of their own. As soon as they do that, though, because Cornell has been knocking on the door of a goal for a little bit now.
Depends on how much longer Cornell can last without having a whole lot of boost, and a big transition like this will give another chance for Reborn Slays. He actually pops it away from Clev. The third man, they'll commit, and we got a tie at 1. Kelder, good communication. It was a bit of a wonky play, bit of an off-pace pass as he overcuts Clev, but it's Kelder with the pace to be able to put Pace tied at 1.
And Kelder has shown this improv ability so much throughout this series, and it has been so cool to watch Kelder just make plays out of nothing, out of what was honestly probably a misplay from the other side. And oh no, I think maybe a little bit of a misplay there from the Cornell defender. Ended up kind of flipping out of the way after kind of dinking the ball right towards Reborn, and now Pace has the lead.
Fazif, he realized from the kickoff, all right, I got to connect with this. Oh, it's up. That's bad. And you kind of panic because you don't know if a defender or an attacker, rather, is already coming from that kickoff rotation. And so you flop your way out, and that leaves basically a wide open door. And that's going to be Pace that takes 2 in a row and maybe trying to work for a third. It's a drop-off. Kelder opting for what could have been a bump play. Well, we're just still inside the first 2 minutes in game number 2 as Pace pushing Cornell back and making them work for it this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Pace now in the driver's seats in this game. They have the lead, but they did have a lead at one point in game 1 as well, and Cornell were able to fight back from that one. So as the ball bounces off the wall once again, Cornell's looking for the follow-up, but this time Pace is going to be there to blow up that assist play. And ooh, here comes maybe the third man here. Flux is going to try and get a shot off, but Kelder is there with the save. Cornell trying to set up another play here. Centers the ball, but there's no one from Cornell that's able to follow up on it. Pace should be able to clear this one out pretty soon, but, I mean, Cornell, they keep trying to make these plays.
I mean, we saw 4 of the 6 players stop for a moment, all stare at the ball and go, how are we going to handle this? And it stayed in that left side corner for a long, long time. And so the party has now been busted up, and this one's busted out. Oh, it's a big save from the woodwork that will bounce. And Pace, they continue to put on shots, force the Rams to collect their herd and just try and defensively recover. And now this is going to be a counter clear the other direction. Flux is that mechanical mastermind that you get before the side of the Rams, who tries to open up more unique advances, but they've all been shut down for the most part.
Yeah, the Pace defense has been solid here, even though Cornell has been pretty relentless with their attack. The ball has spent a lot of time on Pace's side of the field, but we just keep seeing save after save from the side of Pace, but not this time. Hosh just bounces it over the defender and ties it up.
This one was, I believe, yes, it was Clev coming up too far. Kelder recognized that Clev had vacated the net, and he tries to make an open space backflip just to get some kind of connection, but not Hosh. My man's like, that's an open net. I'm taking that one, and so he does. And so 2-2, under 90 seconds left, and Pace has allowed the Rams to get to match point, as well as now maybe that silver to golden goal territory.
Yep, this could be the series here if Cornell can get the next goal here in the next minute. And it's crazy how one small rotational error immediately comes back to bite Pace here. Their defense was holding up so well, but Cornell are now back into this one. They've got the potential, like you said, golden goal to try and get this in. The goal is open, and there it is. 13 seconds later, Cornell, they have taken the lead once again, and if they can hold this for another 44 seconds, they will be moving on to the winners finals.
There's a bit of deja vu from game number 1. I think the timing of when the goals occurred, and of course the score line overall is really painting it up. Demon Slays or Reborn Slays. Demon Slays may be a cool rebrand, but Reborn Slays was just there a little bit too soon. He was that third man. He came up from the outside wall and otherwise just couldn't make sure that this one stayed on the forward half. Gotta see if he can put one on target. He does, but there are 3 defenders stacked in the box. That's a counter the other direction. Flux trying to be able to get the winner. Able to get a nice double tap from the ground. Finds it, and that could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult now for Pace to come back from 2 goals down with 23 seconds left. They put up such a good fight, but after they lost the lead, you could see the desperation. They put everything into that attack, and then once Cornell got the clear, all it took was a master at the controls in Flux to get an easy double tap and get the 2-goal advantage. Now, as we head down into the final 10 seconds, Pace, they've got to put something in right now to have any sort of chance.
It's a pass over, it goes to the box, but there will be no strike, there will be no dice, there's no more luck to be had. Cornell, the Rams, they will be joining Hartford in the winners finals as they shut down Pace 2-0 in this series.
And honestly, this does seem like, at least as of day one, the two best teams in the Rocket League tournament. Of the teams that, at least that I've watched, they are the ones that have most consistently been good at playing around each other. They've been very consistent in their rotations. They have these assist plays that they follow up on each other on. So I'm super excited to watch that matchup tomorrow between Cornell and Hartford. I think it's going to be a really good one to try and get a spot in the grand finals.
And it's going to be a battle of full team concepts. That's really been kind of the winning factor. You have your individual acts, you have your great, you have those moments, those shining moments of brilliance, but it's about the consistency of play. Being able to come back from a deficit always shows a team with good resilience to them. And so that's our winners final. That will be best of 5, but that's tomorrow. That's Sunday. And for the time remaining that we have today, we'll be finding ourselves in the quote unquote redemption arc series that we might want to call it as we go into our lower side of the bracket. It will be a bit of lower quarterfinal action coming up here. Myself, Hal Monkey Man, and Dividing will not be going anywhere, but you might get a snack. Well, we'll all be back right after this. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for the redemption arc that you've all been waiting for. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Dividing, and all our wandering heroes have been limited down from 8 to 5. And with our last quarterfinal in this the redemption side, the lower side of this bracket, it has been Post University that was already able to beat NYIT, and now it's Pace and Champlain fighting for that final spot in the lower semi-finals. And we were talking about this upcoming storyline. Maybe you guys can Divided, you could highlight for the guys at home what could potentially happen going to this lower semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, if Champlain is able to get the win here in this quarterfinals, it will be them going up against their boogeymen, the round one team that beat them and sent them to the lower bracket in the first place. They would have a chance to get revenge, but first they've got to get past Pace, who have immediately just dunked the ball right past them on the kickoff. Look at this follow-up here from PCL. Just a little bit delayed on the kickoff, but that is on purpose. Was able to perfectly take advantage of the way the ball just bounced right onto his bumper.
Those delayed approaches, some players will be like, man, you're just not fast enough. I'm like, well, you're not smart enough. And that's just how it goes. You take advantage when you can. We have not seen Champlain for a minute because they were in our first quarterfinal in the upper side. And since then, they've been trying to grind their way through. Been doing that quite well as they did take on Assumption, 2-0'd them, trying to see if they can put any sort of a similar outcome here against Pace. But we did just see Pace, and they played a very close match to nearly get into that winner's final. And on their back foot, they find a big clear. This one's on target and will be saved at the last second.
Yeah, nice defense there from Champlain. All of them just rushing back to the goal, but maybe got in a little bit too far. Oh my gosh, this save from Origin just barely gets that out of the net, and Champlain will be able to clear it out of their half of the field for now. But nice rotations from Pace here. All three of them very quickly getting back over to their side of the field. Ball now meandering over to Champlain's side of the court, but neither team has really been able to set up one of those big goal plays right now. It's just kind of been hanging around the corners of the goal as Reborn can't quite get a solid contact on the ball that they were looking for.
Ace has got to be trying to punish that open back line, and they're going to do one here as Kelder puts it on with Pace. And that is a great bit of focus. Grabs that back boost, gets it past the midfield line, and wada bing, wada bam inside, and top shelf it goes.
If Pace ends up getting past Champlain here, surely we will see Kelder all over the scoreboard here. Was clearly the most explosive player of the team as far as an individual level in their last winners semifinal matchup, and almost instantly makes their presence known here in this losers semifinal matchup. Champlain now has been shut out after first 2 minutes of this first matchup. We still have a majority of our first games being shutouts. Of course, the team was shut out in its first winners quarterfinal matchup. So you got to get yourself on the board here. That first goal is so important for overall momentum.
Asserting your identity and asserting how you're going to answer to your opponent. And sometimes if your answer is just a little bit better than your opponent, well, then you end up with a larger difference marker. And so far, Champlain has left a lot of these possessions for more want to be handled, because Pace has been able to maneuver themselves into an offensive posture more often than not based on the rotation that Champlain is just leaving behind. And now beyond a halfway marker, we're still in best of 3 territory. It is no safer here than it's ever been. And in fact, this is an elimination match. It's the first one you get to see on stream, and it may be the last time you get to see either of these teams.
Yeah, one of these teams will not be going any further than this series right now, and Pace wants to make sure that they're going to be moving on, and we'll get to see them in the next game after this one, the last game of the day. And Kelder with another massive double hit there has taken over offensively for Pace. And I mean, when you have someone this skilled, why not just put the ball in their hands as much as possible? Pace now up 3-0 with 2 minutes to play.
I believe that was helped out just a little bit by the Reborn Slay's rotation. As soon as he saw that Kelder had an easy touch, a beeline to be able to get back to the ball, he went to go threaten the goalie. And that points, physicality, even as a threat, plays into the mind games, and that's a great win. Reborn Slays will be able to get at least a touch to it. That's gonna be a shot on target. Oh, and it's accidentally own goaled with some pace to it, but that'll be one that is surrendered by Pace. Champlain finds one.
I mean, own goal or not, you've got to take that first goal win. You can get it. Champlain now with a little bit of life in the series. Still a minute 44 on the clock. Plenty of time for them to get back into this one, but Pace now want to get that lead differential right back up to 3, going very aggressive on this kickoff.
Origin and Bino are the 2 main guys that I always put responsibility for success on for Champlain. Humphreys comes alive in those clutch moments when they need him most, but it's going to be the just proximity success out of Origin and Bino, which will paint the overall picture here for Champlain. That is a big beat. Humphreys has got to rotate away. He's going to be facing his own goal line. A minute 10, less than 70 seconds to go. That's a great undercut by Origin to make this booming clear happen. They've got to start making these challenges better, because Pace is now going to start burning time off the clock.
Yeah, the more time Pace can burn off the clock with just having the ball possession, the better it is going to be for them. And the more seconds that tick, tick, tick away, the less time Champlain has to mount a comeback here. Pace playing pretty conservatively right now, but I think that is all by design. Humphreys now trying to get that in there, but the defense from Pace is strong. All 3 of them bunched up around the goal, and Champlain getting shot after shot. They're just unable to get through it. Look at how patient Pace is right now, just waiting for Humphreys to make a move before they go in for the clear.
That is going to give them the biggest difference maker of all, because it has taken too much patience for Champlain to get any offense going. That will be the nail in the coffin for this one. It takes 24 of them according to Tugboat, but it'll take just this one, and out of that of the 4, this will be the backbreaker for the likes of Champlain and Pace. It was what a teardrop that was.
Beautiful. The hat trick from Kelder in this game ends up being the difference maker, assuming there's no more goals in this one. So thanks to the offensive firepower of Kelder and Pace, it is looking like Pace is going to go up 1-0 in the series, get to match point, get 1 game away from making it to the next round of the losers bracket. And that's going to do it. Beautiful offensive work from Kelder and the rest of Pace to get themselves 1 round away from making it just 1 more step forward in the bracket.
The Setters have always had a great set point man in, I believe it was, oh my goodness, it's not Kendall. What's his name? Oh my gosh. Kelder! Haha! Why did I say Kendall? Either way, Kelder has been fantastic about making sure, hey, we're going to get those shots on target. We're going to be a threat consistently. And then their defense didn't surrender very much at all from Pace. And so this is going to be very difficult, I believe, for Champlain to be able to get maybe that rematch. They have not really done much more than get larger clears without a responsibility of getting that second man up into that next possession. But you know what? Game number 2 cometh. It is a best of 3 dividing. Who's going to be the standout man from either side, maybe to make our difference?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Kelder is probably going to be just as much of an impact player in this second game as they were in the first, but I really just didn't feel like there were many players on Champlain who kind of stuck themselves out as the kind of individually talented striker to try and match Kelder. If Champlain are going to try and even this series up, I think there needs to be a player on Champlain that kind of establishes themselves as that sort of person that can go toe-to-toe with Kelder shot for shot.
Go to game number 2. Champlain needs to get an early lead, and they're going to need to take a lot of extra shots for it to happen because the defensive rotation out of Pace has just been darn good. And they've not really given up too much backline territory for Champlain to work with. But it will be Champlain that does elevate. Humphreys looking to see if he can play with some time. He has a weird open area. You were talking about the poise and just the pause that can be laid in for Pace. They are unafraid of just staying on their goal line.
Yeah, it's so easy in this game to just go all in all the time trying to get on the ball, but Pace understands when exactly to hang back and let Champlain's attackers make their move before they try and position themselves for the defense. The second time we've seen that from them, and it has worked out beautifully for them both times. But now Champlain is knocking on the door of a goal here. They are not quite going to be able to finish that one off. But again, the defensive rotations from Pace have been rock solid, and the goal try from TCL just barely ends up going right. So here comes Champlain again with another shot.
All right, for the low side 50. Bino's been doing that a lot from the top of that notch and near that shooting quarter. But instead, will not render any other passing opportunities. And that option actually will just float over and walk its way into the hands of a Champlain attacker. And then a booming clear. No further connection. We play a lot of volleyball, a lot of pinball, and all the lights are definitely being lit up, except for the one that mattered to be able to get that big point. This one elevates, so does Bino. And playing with time is reborn. Oh, just can't make a connection on the opposite side, but Champlain still marching forward.
Yeah, I mean, Champlain has had possession of the ball for the most part in this game. Pace is playing pretty defensively, but it is working out well for them so far. 3 minutes left on the clock, and Champlain still has not figured out how to get a ball just past this defense. This might be a decent shot here. But it looks like Pace has just enough boost to be able to get back and clear out the ball. Now it's Kelder with some nice flip resets trying to get this onto Champlain's side of the field, but it just seems like the other members of Pace are not quick enough to keep up with them.
Feels as well that Champlain may eventually overrun their stay on offense. I mean, they've been able to posture up and they realize, okay, we've been here. We got to win the war of attrition. But when you start sending every resource possible to include your personnel, you may end up with an open back line. And they've had a few different times. The difference here is that their challenge game has been really good. The third man will cut up, but it'll be wide. Humphreys with the initial attack was unable to find any kind of connection.
Oh my gosh.
Pass, and it just couldn't find under the crossbar, and that's a win. Oh, but the dribbling will not find Quarter on the goal line.
Oh my gosh, my heart is pounding here. They is so close on both sides, but we're still 0-0. The save from Kelder is going to clear the ball out from the goal. It was a solid shot from Origin, but the defensive rotations from Pace are once again there. But this time around, oh my gosh, Kelder there just in time once again. This player is everywhere right now for Pace, saving, scoring, doing whatever this team needs.
Another attempt. This will be at the near side post, and the defense is leaping. There, you can see them, maybe not desperation, but the communication is starting to happen, especially as one leaps over the other. Pace has had very limited chances to get on offense. That's a shot on target, and that'll be another save out of Bino. A minute 15, 70 seconds coming up for the side of Champlain to find a single goal to give themselves a lead, to tie up this series, to do more. And this final minute of play is going to paint a picture of who will survive this lower side of the bracket and who's going home.
The pressure just keeps building as both teams putting shot after shot on goal. Each one seems to be closer than the last, but the defenses are just barely holding up on both sides. Reedborn slays with a nice save from the shot on Vito. There's a shot, and Kelder is once again. They're just in time to clear the ball out. Champlain putting shot after shot. I feel like they've had 15 shots on goal at this point. It's actually insane how many chances they've had, but the defense from Pace has been huge. And here it is from Kelder. The double shot has broken the tie with 28 seconds to go.
They get one big clear. They have everything they need, and it's the bump onto Origin. He was in position. Champlain has been able to receive everything, send it back, and get back to offense, but Origin getting smackarooed inside the box with under a half minute to go. That could be it. Pace trying for a second, and they will be defended for now.
Yeah, this is the last really good shot here for Champlain. They've got to figure out a way to get past the Pace defense right here, right now, with 10 seconds left on the clock. The last bastion, and they do it! Origin bounces it off the crossbar, and now with 9 seconds left, we're tied up again.
Origin has been asked to be the origin of success for Champlain. He said, you know what, we have to score right now. There's no time. He takes a shot. It goes bar down ski and in. Suddenly, both these squads want to score. 7 seconds left. Pace trying not to give up the ghost. They're trying to give up a chance. It's going to be a floater. It will find the floor. And in game number 2, it's OT.
What a heart-pounding game this has been so far, and we get to see even more of it. The defensive rotations from both sides have been fantastic, but we're starting to see it break down a little bit as the pressure builds up more and more. Both Champlain and Pace have made small little mistakes that both teams have taken advantage of here. And now it comes down to which team is going to blink first, who is going to make the next mistake to be taken advantage of here. As of right now, they're just kind of bouncing the ball back and forth at midfield, and now it is Champlain once again on the aggressive attack.
Born going to be calling up for Clev, and he will be challenged immediately. Origin says, hey, Humphrey's getting this rotation, and that's going to be a shot on target, but the defender never left the backside of the ball. So Bino, even with that high strike, it'll be an attempt. It'll be on target. It'll float in. Bino finds the one place the defense didn't exist after this challenge by Origin. A great redirect on target. And we're going to game 3.
What a beautiful shot there from Bino. You're absolutely right. If that shot wasn't anywhere else, it would have been stopped by one of the two Pace defenders that was there. But Bino, I said at the start, we needed to see someone stand up to Kelder on the side of Pace and be an offensive threat. And both Origin and Bino stepped up, getting their 2 goals to get themselves into a decisive Game 3 situation.
That was a game, they were held scoreless, both sides, for the longest time, and I thought Pace maybe had broken the backs of Champlain. They got that one great breakaway, and, you know, they just had to hold on to it, but Origin went downfield, he struck, and then he was able to get his team a chance in OT, a chance. Doing just enough is that phrasing, that name of the game that will, I think, be the difference maker between both these teams. We go to game number 3. This is only the second time this evening that we've been able to see any team, any set, any match go the distance in just best of 3 territories. So, dividing from what you've seen and how close Champlain has been able to respond here in game number 2, do you make a wild bet as to who's going to be able to take this one in this final game?
Yeah, I feel like now the pressure right now is on Pace. It seemed like they were very successful with the Kelder individual attacks in game 1, but they adjusted to it very well in game 2. Kelder had several opportunities to try and get those goals, try and get those double hits, but they were much more aggressive, being right on top of that main striker, making sure that he couldn't do exactly what they wanted. And then Champlain were able to push through again. So Pace either has to get Kelder back into those positions to succeed, or someone else has to show up as a second threat that Champlain has to worry about.
Champlain found so much success by being the aggressor and limiting Pace's opportunities up on the offensive side on the pitch. They have to do that a lot more just like you said, to keep Kelder from finding his footing and finding his rhythm. Because otherwise, they may be able to get right back to work. There's been a lot of volleyball. This kind of play has given historically a chance over to Pace even better. A shot on target will be fended off, and it zooms right to the other side of the field completely.
Yeah, we are going back and forth extremely quickly, which means both teams are desperately driving around trying to refill their boost meters as much as they possibly can to get back to flying. Now a minute off the clock, and this volleyball game continues right now. It is Pace currently who are on the attack, but Champlain, they get the early clear, and Reborn just barely gets there in time in front of Humphreys to save the goal. And now we're in an open goal situation. Bino is the only one there to beat, but the air hit just goes over, a bit of an overshot, and Pace is going to end up on the defense again.
Pace has sent the second man after the initial touch way too close. So they're kind of encroached on those rotations, and so being able to, it's a tough thing. It's a tough draw, and that's the chemistry that has to come with your program and of course your team as you play together over time. Is about how you're going to be able to react off each other, and it's just timing overall. Bino will take that midfield boost. Humphreys is going to be like, okay, fine, I'll take the front side corner, but you better be ready for this rotation. It's now a 2-on-1 as the defense will try to recover a 2-on-2. That's a great cheat, and they will be able to get that beat. Kelder to Bino to the shot, and it goes to Humphreys and in. We find a goal for Champlain.
What a beautiful play from Champlain. Bino gets to clear, passes it to themselves, and Humphreys is right there. That second man up spaced perfectly. And Champlain has the lead early in a game for what feels like the first time in a while. Now Pace has to try and get more aggressive here. They have to try and counter this aggressive Champlain playstyle with this aggression of their own, or else they're going to get falling behind really quickly.
Another attempt. They're going to try for the negative angle. Origin will just not be able to have it in the nick of time. And we approach halftime now of game number 3. A rarity to be sure and to be seen now in our lower quarter final match. What a doink. Trying to be able to get that redirect. Origin. Oh, he's faked out. Bino, though, in his proper positioning. And that's just a one-on-one beat. Does it flop its way in? It does. Kelder, he'll be able to win it easy peasy. We're at 2:15 on the mark.
Easy peasy indeed. It just rolls on in from Kelder, and the aggression from Champlain finally bites them a little bit as they had all rotated up too quickly to even be able to counter that slow rolling shot from Kelder. So we're tied up once again, a sight that is familiar to us over the last couple of minutes. As now Champlain, they're going to go right back to their aggressive play style. 2 minutes on the clock to try and break the tie.
Seen Champlain through their upper quarterfinal and apparently this quarterfinal go the distance to that game 3 of a best of 3. I've seen them go to OT a couple of different times as well, but I've yet to see them win a game 3. Now that's only 2 instances, so my sample size is small, but they allow a lot of these progressions to occur at a pace, and their opponents, trying to be able to get that bump play and clear the net would have been reborn and would have been huge. A handoff from Bino to Origin that goes to the sidewall instead, but minute and a half and now less. And Champlain, they're no longer chasing their tails, and they're trying to force the setters to chase after them.
Yeah, Champlain has absolutely been dictating the pace of the game since game 2 right now. It has been Pace that has been trying to keep up. It's just with this frenzied style of gameplay, Champlain doesn't have as much time to set up plays. They don't have as much time to really aim their shots, and Kelder just barely misses that one off to the left. Oh, that would have been so close to breaking the tie here, but Champlain gets saved a little bit by the bell. And yeah, this shot just barely goes over Reborn, and that's going to be the clear here for Champlain. 40 seconds now left on the clock, and we're still tied up. The pressure continues to build.
Bino will have control and lose it by Reborn, who has no boost. Everyone has no boost. They're no boost warriors. The cut in, and now the cut down. Kelder is the MVP of pace. He's going to be the guy that will save them, if anything. It's going to be a huge clear to be able to get another opportunity as their main striker. The second comes through. The third is too far back. It's a one-on-one, trying to take the cut shot. No. Seconds to go between OT. That'll go from the midfield line. 4 seconds remaining. Reborn trying to make sure not to give a second chance. It will be at 0 seconds. We go to the backside goal line. They're not going to kill it. They're going to keep it up. It will go to the low corner, and we're in overtime again, tied 1-1. One of these teams will move on. The other, their competition is over.
It could not get any more pressure than this right now. Move on or go home for Champlain and Pace. Next goal wins. It is Pace who was early on the goal, and it just barely goes in off the upright, off the ground, and it is who else but Kelder who gets the lobbing shot to finish it off and send Champlain, our #1 seed, out of the bracket in day 1.
Pace just had to put one on target and pray, and trying to get to it, Bino was just out of reach. There was so much hope from Origin for him to be able to make that connection. If that ball had been able to bounce a second time to that goal line, you may have been able to flip forward into it, and we could still be playing. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, and the what ifs are gone, and so is Champlain. Pace will now be going into our lower semifinal matchup. Dividing, did we get the right squad? That one ended kind of weird.
Yeah, it did end up kind of weird, but in the end, it just seemed like Post was just barely able to come out ahead, thanks in no small part to Kelder, but to the other members of Post as well, to be able to set Kelder up for success. So, we are nearly at the end here, Hail Monkey Man. We have one more Rocket League match for the day for the CECC Invitational. It is I believe, the 4-letter P teams, which is going to be fun for us as casters to go through. It's going to be Post versus Pace coming up after this.
We are at the finality of the CECC Northeast Invitational, and I appreciate all of you for sticking with us. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Dividing, and you know what? We have seen a heck of a lot of talent, and we're down to the final marker of competition this evening. After Pace was able to take down Champlain, they popped the champagne, but they can't have too much bubbly too soon, as they still have one more opponent to go in Post University. It is a semifinal here down in the lower side of the bracket. The redemption arc nearly complete for one of these squads, but Dividing, based on what we've seen out of Pace, can Post be able to post up and take them on?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for sure. Kelder is always going to be a threat on this Pace squad, if it's anything that we saw from the last game. But Post, of course, did come through the winners bracket. They took down Champlain as well in their first game of the day. Got a couple of wins in the lower bracket as well to get to this point. So super interested to see how they try and stand up to Kelder and the Pace squad here. It is going to come down to were they watching this Pace game that was right before this, and will Pace be able to recenter themselves after what was probably an emotional victory?
And one thing that is for sure is, as well as Post was, they've decidedly gone with Crispy as their main guy. And Kabuki, though, is going to be the main guy. He is that frontline striker that can be able to collect anything that is given to him and turn it into magic. This one magically goes in top 90 and will be the first score for this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, such a well-placed shot from Kabuki. Was a little bit subdued in the first match that I watched of them, but making their presence known early on in this series. Post really trying to secure themselves a top 3 placement here, which is what you will get by winning this best-of-3. Now Pace got to go right back on the offense here, try and get Kelder in the best position possible to get one of those crazy double taps that he is known for.
Backside corner defense out of Post, trying to be able to get right in the way of any agile attempts. And that one would be a great cut between, I believe that was Anonimal. That did do so. Buki going to be able to at least maintain this offensive push. He does so, has enough space to leap. He actually gets a second touch. This doesn't have enough boost to collect and maybe make a third. That's a free net. Do they respond in time? They do not, as Crispy gets a crispy second touch, and that'll be 2 up on the board for Post.
Nicely done there from Post, coming in as the sort of one of the players that they've been kind of swapping in and out throughout this game. Crispy comes in and gets a nice goal to put Post up 2 goals early on. Now a lot of pressure on Pace here. They have been a pretty conservative team for the most part up to this point, just kind of playing defense and then letting Kelder do his thing. But you've got to do something. Or my gosh, what was that from Kabuki? Just riding with the ball on the hood of your car. I mean, look at this ball control here. Just weaving it around the defender. My goodness, all of a sudden I blinked and Post are up 3-0.
He was able to speed flip out in space, catch and trap the ball on his nose, and then as soon as he got it, flicked it right beyond the third man. That is focus and control to another level. And to the next level we have gone, as Post have just been able to put 3 up in a hurry with less than 2 burned off this clock already. Pace, setters, trying to see if they can collect themselves. They have a few moments of shining brilliance, and of course, you put up the front striker Post, you're gonna find the front striker of Pace, and it's Kelder that at least gets 1 up on the board.
Yeah, get some life back into Pace here. 3 minutes left on the clock with 2 goals down. Pace absolutely has plenty of time to get themselves back into this game. In fact, I would say they are still very much in this game right now, especially if you can keep playing aggressive, keep putting Kelder in those positions to do what they do best. A beautiful shot, though, from Crispy to Kabuki, puts Post up by 3 yet again.
And poor Clev, he's caught in an awkward position. He's facing his own near side post. The near side defensive men had actually come out too far to try and see if he can catch the bounce. Well, it was super confusion and it was super effective out of Crispy. Makes a great pass. Awesome focus by Kabuki to stand up strong. Kelder, lots of time looking for a flip reset. He hasn't been able to really put a few of the, too many of those up tonight, as he's been having to play a lot quicker. Can't really develop those mechanics, but over the course of this game, they're going to need a lot more of that to happen.
Yeah, Pace are quickly down by 3 with under 3 to go, and let's make that 4. This time it's an animal that gets in on the action here. It was, once again, one of those clears, but Pace had gone aggressive here, gone all in trying to get a point on the board here, get within 2. Now all of a sudden 4 down. We're barely in halfway through the game. I don't want to say Pace is out of it just yet, but it is very quickly slipping through their fingers.
They're playing for day 2. They can feel it. It's 1 best of 3 away, and tomorrow we're going to have only best of 5s. Oh, but Reborn, he will slay this shot, and at least gives them an extra opportunity. It's Kelder with a great 50-50 win. The challenge is there. From the kickoff, they find some magic, and that's a great bouncer to catch the defender off guard.
Yeah, great stuff there from Pace. That's 1 goal on the board, but they need a whole lot more with triple 2s still on the clock. This has been a furious scoring game, by the way, mostly from Post, but we're still barely halfway through the timer, and we already have 7 goals. One of the highest scoring games that I've had the pleasure to cast so far today. Reborn Slays gets right in on an animal, though. Is going to get the demo down, get Post down a member for the moment, but will quickly be able to respawn and get right back into position as Post back on the attack.
We won't be able to find any of that extra time or magic. Instead, it will be a great clear. You're talking about there still being plenty of time and they're not out of this game. Yeah, that is very true, except for a big 50-50. It bounces. It goes yard, it goes post to post, coast to coast. Oh, and this one just turns into a beamer the other way.
That's so unfortunate there for Pace. They were playing super aggressively. All 3 members were so far forward, trying to get something done, as you probably should when you're down 3, but an unlucky bounce just goes the way of Post. And now, with 1:30 on the clock and down 4, it's going to take some sort of Herculean effort from the Pace members to try and work their way back into this one. 80 seconds left on the clock, of course. Works out to about a goal per 20 seconds at the moment. It's going to be a tough one.
You would think that the feeling of what Pace was doing in terms of their offensive before that huge clang the other way was, they were actually in a little bit better control. And that's one of those that you just can't give up. And they do get one back. Kelder able to force another through, and it's off of a defensive vacation. As actually a bit of a miscue on that attempt right there, and that's just a giveaway.
Yeah, still on pace here. 58 seconds left, 3 goals down. Still goal per 20 seconds here for Pace to get themselves back up to a tie. But they've got to try and get themselves a little bit more time. The double hit just isn't quite there for TCL. So Pace is now going to have to let Post take possession of the ball real quick, as that one gets right by Crispy, but just a little bit off that one. Oh my gosh, Kabuki is there just in time with the rotation. That was very close to getting a 4th on the board for Pace, but now 30 seconds left on the clock. Pace, they need to get a goal right here, right now, and that demo should do it. Yes, Kelder will get the finisher right before Kabuki is able to get there. So Pace now back within 2.
We are at a sweat fest, and if we didn't have that other one, it would have been within 1, but we have 10 goals between these two squads. Pace is coming alive late. It is doable, but will it be done? 11 seconds per goal. You got to be able to at least get one very, very soon, and then hope and pray that you can get something off of something from the sky. It's a fake out. It's a bouncer. Is it going to go in? It does not. The defense stands up as Kabuki makes his home on the goal line. Trying to be able to fake out the next possession. Not going to happen. And all the hope and all the magic will go the other way. Post says no. Not going to happen.
You could have just let the game end there, Post, but you just had to put the stamp of authority on the game, the 11th of these 5 minutes, and that's probably where we're going to end up. 4 seconds left on the clock, and as the kickoff goes off, just sort of careens towards the edge of the map, we are down to 0, and yeah, Pace is just going to go ahead and let that fall. Go next for game 2. With your tournament lives on the line, because Post stands up when they need to the most to get themselves a map 1 victory.
Man, when you're that far ahead, and I get that it's a lot, don't start just getting lazy with your communication, because you definitely say, all right, I'm going to do like something with this, or I'm going to do what. No. This is a squad that can definitely score, and you have too many good strikers, especially their front line man from the side of Pace, to really, give them too much. And that was within a magical distance of 2 goals at the time to be able to get that one tied up. So complete the series. Get game 2 done if you are Pace. But Post, actually, yeah, the other direction, Post. But if you're Pace, you now know you have the firepower. 11 goals didn't happen on accident.
Oh, absolutely not. And it seemed like over the last half of the game, Post honestly didn't put in very many goals on like necessarily like fantastic plays on their part. It was a bouncer that careened off the opponent in a very odd way. It was a couple of goals that came in off of Pace playing a very aggressive all-in sort of play style. I think that Pace could absolutely take them off guard here and potentially get ourselves to a decisive map 3. But it all starts, of course, with this start of the game. I think Pace needs to put the pressure on early, get the first goal.
Oh, and we actually have a trade out by the side of Post. They have brought in Swish 4K. So Swish will be joining us. I don't know if this is part of their starting roster, if they feel like they can just be able to get some extra repetitions in. That's a very ballsy thing to do. Maybe I don't know where this player really sits among them, but they've actually pulled them in instead of Crispy. But it's Kabuki that is still here as the main veteran for the squad.
Beautiful play from Anonymous to Kabuki there. You could tell they were just on the same wavelength with where that ball was going to go. And Post once again up early here. It was Crispy in the last game that was mostly setting the balls up for Kabuki to try and strike it in. It looks like this time around, Anonymous might be the one that's going to be taking up that role.
And Anonymous, he's been consistently here with Kabuki as well, as they've gone between Bomber, Crispy, and now Swish to really take up this third man position. So Post is taking chances, especially as they're looking to be on defense, but Reborn, he takes a chance, he dives forward, and he takes advantage of this defensive flop as Kabuki could just never collect.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a little bit of some cold coming in from the sub as Swish and Kabuki kind of end up colliding a bit. Don't actually get the rotation they need to try and get the save here. So Pace, they tie it back up very quickly, only a minute into the game, and looking like we might be looking at just as high scoring of an affair as before, if this first minute was anything to say about it.
I want it to go like 10 to 10. Please make it happen. I want to be on the edge of my seat the whole time. And Clev trying to keep this defender on the edge of his, but Kabuki turtles up and then peeks out at the right time. Clev will be in backwards rotation. Reborn slays as well until the initial touch then comes from Kelder, the main man with the plan that's always been able to stand forward and give Pace a chance. We are now more than a minute and a half into game number 2. Post trying to get one on the board, but they just can't break this tie.
Yeah, nice defense there from Kelder, blocking the shot coming out from the sub Swish, and now it's Reborn dribbling the ball up into the corner, but seems like the second man just isn't quite there in time to try and follow up on it. So Pace is still kind of going on the attack here, trying to set up a bit of a play for their striker, but Post doing a fantastic job right now, being very aggressive here, not letting Post set up the plays, not giving them the time to set up the way they want. But here's an empty net opportunity for Reborn, gets it past the defender, and Pace takes the lead.
Reborn, he gets all the airspace, the aerial superiority out of this eagle right here. He gets one final touch, stretches his arms, puts it beyond that just showman in Kabuki, who is only left to watch it bounce on in, and just about at halfway into game number 2, a different outcome at this point in time with Pace in the lead.
Yeah, beautiful play from Reborn, who hasn't been... Oh my gosh, all right, nicely done there for Kabuki, just lobbing it over the defenders, and all of a sudden, I mean, I was just trying to break down that first play, but now Post, they've tied it back up again.
Kabuki, he was, hey, I'm open, give it to me, and it was immediate 1-2 redirect through. It was great, and that's the kind of execution that you're going to see out of Post more often than not, especially at the helm of his leadership. He is always going to say, hey, I can be able to at least try something. Reborn with a pass, it goes over, it doesn't go through, the third man will commit, and that's a clear. It is a foot race. Kabuki's trying to get to the outside angle, see if he can get around Reborn, but no one will connect, and that threat will go away for the time being. Swish will let it go over the midfield line.
Yeah, now all of a sudden it's Post who have a lot of pressure on them. Kabuki's able to get back in time, had enough boost in the tank to get in position for defense. And now it is Post that is back there as the ball just keeps on bouncing back and forth and back and forth. Both teams trying to figure out how exactly they're going to play this one. How are they going to try and set this up? So it is a pass play here for Reborn, trying to center the ball here, but Kabuki comes in out of nowhere and is going to try and get a shot here. Unfortunately, though, Pace was ready with the defense here. The defensive rotations from both sides have been very strong over the last minute or so. Oh, man, Kelder, that one just bounces right off the edge of the goal.
That was one half rotation away of Pace getting the lead back, and this is maybe another chance. Oh, it will be a little bit wide. This net has become very dangerously open too many different times. It's gonna be a bowler underneath. It's gonna be a catch by Anonymous. He will climb the ladder, be able to try and get at least a connection forward. He will send it on through. Clev is called off, Reborn to the opposite end, and you gotta give credit to Pace. They understand the elimination marker that they are currently set at, and Post freely hanging out on the defense. The strike does not go through, and Clev actually vacates the back third. Reborn is in a foot race again.
Yeah, now with only 30 seconds left on the clock here, this could be next goal wins, next goal advances kind of situation here for Pace and Post, both of them fighting to get to the losers finals, fighting to move on to day 2 of the CECC Northeast qualifiers, the opportunity to play the loser of the winners finals between Cornell and Hartford, as now 8 seconds left on the clock. Pace offering the last little advance, and it's just barely gonna go in. Kelder sets it up for TCL and is going to, with 2 seconds left. I mean, what can Post do at this point?
Reborn was able to get to the crossbar. He was able to get a second touch that I thought would have cleared the ball, but it was next level wisdom, 900 IQ. We're still in aerial play. Kabuki! He's 0 seconds and through! 3-3! Just when you think it's done and we're going game 3, we're tied at the triple mark, and Kelder can't complete the touch.
Are you kidding me? Kabuki double taps it to themselves. You just gotta give it to your star player sometimes, and Pace are left dumbfounded. They've got to recover quickly because Post could end it right here with one more goal. Pace fighting to take it to a game 3.
TCL from his own back line. He will be finding a demo, but he doesn't find the ball, and as Anonymal will climb that ladder in a hurry. Swish came in fresh, but they came in cold. They're now burning hot. He'll be able to deliver it into the box, and Post will have to posture up on their own defensive half. Going up for the early challenge. Anonymal, he'll tumble forward. He will not find much more than that, and these possessions are just being challenged. Pace realizes in this awestruck, dumbstruck, shell-shock moment, they have to recover, and they seem to have done so well enough.
Yeah, doing well now as we approach a full minute here of overtime. Sudden death situation here as Pace has a pretty solid opportunity here. Just one person to beat, but they do get beaten as Post is going to let the ball sort of bounce up and down, try and set things up. You get the demo onto the main striker, Kelder. This is a good opportunity for Post to try and clear things out now, but Pace is keeping up the aggression even when down a member, and now it's Reborn who gets the demo onto Kabuki, and now sets up Anonymal and Swish. The 50-50 ball in the air goes the way of Post, but does not quite be on target for the goal. So now a minute 30 into overtime, Pace is going to try and go on the aggressive.
But they've been able to at least have one man on the ball. This one's going to waterfall down. Got to be careful about it. That's going to be shot, and it will go wide and high up into the backboard. Reborn, he lofts it up. He's been airing out this ball a time or two to put these opportunities available. Kelder goes for the forward strike. Clev just wins a 50. Reborn again, trying to slay.
There it is.
He does. We're heading to game number 3, sub 2 minutes into OT.
The last game of the day, and it could not get more exciting here with Post and Pace clearly fighting after a long afternoon stretching into the evening of Rocket League. You could tell both these teams are so energized. They want this so incredibly bad, and it's all going to come down to who is going to come out on top in this last game. Now I'm really curious here on the side of Post. Are they going to swap out that third member yet again?
I wonder about the trade out in the first place, because Crispies was doing fine. Maybe they thought they had a lot more control than they really did over the first time they played Pace in that game number 1. I'm not exactly sure what the mentality was, unless it was just repetitions or whatever they were trying to do. But it definitely set this a little bit different. They set themselves up weaker. And Pace, these guys gotta help me out. They gotta help themselves out. Lost focus in that final second. 0 second time is magic, but you have to put a game away. Come on, make it easier on yourselves.
Yep, absolutely had to. And now, especially after a long day of fighting through the losers bracket, going through sprint after sprint after sprint, the mental fatigue has to start to set in here. The communication probably starts to break down. Both these teams obviously want it. The emotion going into this game is absolutely probably going to affect the rotations here. Who is going to keep it together enough to be able to take advantage of the other team's mistakes, because, I mean, just based on everything going up in this one, I can't imagine there isn't going to be a fair amount of mistakes from both sides.
Oh, it's bound to happen, but it's going to be able to, who will take advantage of those and who will just do better to have their star player strike better and more. Kabuki is going to be that one.
It's
and
Bomber.
we bring in Bomber. Okay, so they had opted in for Crispy before to start things off. Bomber usually had been that starter and then replaced. Now he comes in this this ultimate game that comes into our finality. There is no more games after this one tonight. You've got premium bonus Rocket League, and inside the first minute of play, Pace is putting the work to the woodwork of Post.
Yeah, it's crazy how you've had a different player come in for every match of this best of 3, but at this point, all the pressure comes in on the current squad, the current Post squad, which includes Bomber, to try and set things up for their striker, and that's a pretty good opportunity there, and that's gonna be Kabuki putting it in thanks to the assist from one side, the demo from the other, opening things up for Kabuki to get a nice angle shot, just slipping that right past the defender, and Post takes the early lead.
Reborn had to go as fast as possible, and he knew he was in correct position, but good placement shooting as they were given that outside angle by Kabuki. He had enough time to be able to place his mark, and so it'll be Post that does start off on top, and they start with Kabuki going all in on these touches, getting the heck out of dodge. Is a player from Pace as the defense is just trying to recover, get their wits about them, and see how they will posture up to go against Post. But Post is not giving them a chance. What a big demo by Bomber.
Nicely done, but now you gotta follow up on it as Pace, they don't care that they're getting demoed. They're gonna keep on going on the attack, put Kelder in the best position possible. But unfortunately, ends up getting cleared away here from the stout defense of Post.
Oh.
But, that was so close. Off the corner,
What?
off the other corner. Pace can't get it to go. And now it's going to be cleared out once again from Post. Maybe a bit lucky there, but I mean, I think a little bit of luck probably comes into these kinds of games.
It does. I mean, it's all based on physics. It's all math, so it's all on purpose. But also, you gotta think those posts are stingy. You got those DLC posts that allow you to roll things in easily, and those two were just not paid for in kind. Kabuki will put this on target. He's going to go for the challenge, and Kelder will be able to get one for free, and Reborn's going to be his option. He'll actually come up first, trying to get over to Clev. That's a low side 50-50, and they got to be able to get back in a hurry because all three were pressed up over the midfield line. That could be a give back. That's a shot on target, but it's fended away. We have only one goal scored so far, and Post is hanging on to the lead. Okay, Pace will score it for them. Okay, why not? There's two.
Oh, that's actually really tough here. A brutal mistake here from Pace trying to clear out the goal, and TGL just goes ahead and taps it right in for Post. That is going to be a tough one to recover from mentally, but Pace has to do it. An early goal from Reborn would be a nice way to recover, but the save is there for Post. 2 minutes now left on the clock. We're more than halfway through this ultimate game, and Kelder is able to get the goal. The all-consistent striker on Pace is able to get them back within one.
Kelder doing the work that must be done, and Post overrunning themselves. They're getting a little bit too quick about how fast they have to get these clears out, cutting that lead in half, cutting us down to just 2 minutes remaining for any of this to go either into an OT or regulation end one way or the other. Post, they couldn't clean it up, even though with a miraculous 0-second goal in game number 2 to get this into a 2-0 run. That'll be a shot. It'll be saved by Kelder. Who else? Who else is going to be the stud that may lead Pace the distance but Post? They're trying to consistently just keep the pressure moving in a straight line, straight and maybe the death knell that is Pace.
Yes, Pace now trying to get a little bit more aggressive with this one, sending their players a little further forward, but the defense from Post is doing well. They do still have the advantage. Post can't get too aggressive here. They can't let Pace get past their defenses like they are potentially doing right now, but it looks like there is someone from post that is there in the corner to try and clear this one out. And yep, there comes Kabuki across the field. Now with a bit of an opportunity here from post as we go under 1 minute to play.
Kabuki's going to be the man that leads it from the side of post. And he's going to be able to just get his nose on target, keep everyone from pace, off pace. But it's going to be a big win by Reborn. Comes out for the midfield. That's a demo onto Anonimal as Reborn is trying to create havoc in the goal box. That's a pickup by Clev. Kelder has to be this leader that we all know they can be. We have a half minute to go. Dividing. They gotta divide and conquer. You know it best. There's a shot on target, but it'll be bumped away.
Yeah, pace is now starting to get in a little bit of desperation mode here as post has the ball, has the control in Pace's side of the field, is taking the time away. We're into the final 10 seconds, and Pace, they're not gonna do it almost certainly with that shot from Anonimal, lobs it past the defenses, gets them a 2-goal lead with 7 seconds to go.
Clev was trying to set up Kelder, and then Reborn came up too quick. He went too far lateral and not too high. The verticality will punish him. There's no chance for 0-second dramatics. This one can go near the box, but it will not go in. Post will be finding their way into the lower finals as they eliminate Pace. Job well done to the Eagles.
Yeah, what a beautiful day from Post overall, coming in as one of our lowest seeds and has now found themselves with a top 3 finish. I'm sure they're looking at whoever seeded them going, take that. You can't define us with a seeding number. We have defied you. So Post, they move on to the final 3 and will await the loser of Cornell and Hartford in the losers final tomorrow. But I'm really hoping they can figure out their sort of swapping situation they have going on right now, because with them swapping people out basically at will, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold up against Cornell and Hartford, who are really complete teams.
Yeah, they have their identity of who they want to play with, how they're going to play with them, and nothing's going to change that. Unless there are, there's other B squad, C squad players that are available, but no, this is their starting teams, and this is the reason why they've been so successful, because they know who they are, and they go out on the pitch, and they do work well. Hartford and Cornell will be a fantastic winner's side matchup for their final, and of course, one of them will be able to get their grand final ticket punched, and the winner of that will be able to face off against Post, who maybe being able to survive this night and be able to move on. They're gonna have a little bit of extra coaching, extra time for their program, figure out who will be that starting factor, but it's anyone's guess how it's gonna be. Dividing, it was awesome casting with you this evening, and thank you for coming in for Tugboat, and did a great job.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun, of course. Thank you for sort of guiding me through the more nitty-gritty of Rocket League that I'm not quite as familiar with. I just shouted when something cool happened, so that's just kind of my job.
Hey, you know what? Luckily for us, there was a lot of schools that were able to make something cool happen. So we got to do a lot of shouting tonight. So for you guys, you got to hang out with us. And of course, we're going to have one more chance to go talk to Polly. We're going to go to break for a moment. Thank you so much for enjoying and witnessing all of our competitive day. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup Northeast Virtual Qualifier. We just concluded Valorant, and wow, I've got to give my hats off to Catnator and Chad Lantis. That was 2 long casting days. You guys did fantastic. Featured by Camel on day 1. That was just incredible Northeast Valorant, and we got to give it out to Farmingdale State College. You guys taking away the #1. We'll see you down in Atlanta at the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup at the Gateway Center Arena, May 6th to 8th. So that's going to be some fantastic. I can't wait for that Valorant action down there. But now we're going to throw it over to Rocket League. Rocket League, as we take a look, is going to be Hartford versus Cornell in the winners finals, and we'll take it down the bracket from there. Rocket League, always one of the most popular, fun, fast-paced, awesome games, and that action will be brought to you by FBI Tugboat and Hail Monkey Man. So without further ado, I'll see you guys here at the end of the show, but until then, enjoy some Collegiate Esports action. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Paulie. I'm FBI Tugboat here with Hail Monkey Man. And yes, we got a little not Overwatch, Rocket League action, the best esport coming on in here for you people. The winners finals, losers finals, grand finals coming right at you in case you need a little bit of a refresher here. Now, Monkey Man, how do these grand finals work? How do the grand finals work here within the CECC Northeast competition? I wonder.
Well,
What
we
side?
try to we try to keep it as simple as possible. I mean, you have a 2-match run if you're in this portion of the winners finals. You just have to win this one, win the next, and you're good to go. And in fact, when we get to the grand final, it's still going to be best of 5. All 3 matches. We saw a slew, a sprint, I guess a combination of sprints to make a marathon of BO3. Today is all best of 5. And in that grand final, the winner of this winners final is going to have a 1-game winners advantage. So you go to the losers, you come back up, you're already going to be a game behind.
Yes. No bracket reset here within the format of this competition. Just the point advantage going into that best of 5 action. Winner of this, once again, going to be punching that ticket to sunny Atlanta, Georgia, down there May 6th and 7th. Correct, Monkey Man?
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. I've been in Georgia before, and it's very, very hot, and so the competition will be, as everyone from either Overwatch, Super Smash Brothers, and Valor, and of course Rocket League in this competition are trying to be able to punch their ticket there. It's gonna be a nice flight, but it'll be even better if you're gonna be able to go out as a #1 from your own region. So let's kick it off. This is CECC's. That's a lot of letters, but this is a lot of players. Northeast qualifier, and this is game #1 of our winners final.
Absolutely not Hosh. The rest of Cornell going to be going in to this one. We have seen all of these teams, of course, at least once. Rickety Roll has been really the hot shot hand of this Hartford squad thus far. Decent defense so far from Hartford. Not going to let too much in thus far. Not Hosh. Nicely done. Fezzy still keeping the dream alive. A shank out to this left side down bottom, and that's Flux trying to get a play going. Ends up hitting it left. Hosh puts it up. That's a bouncer across the middle, but a nice job. Astro just reading this one like a book.
And what you're going to see today, especially from Cornell, what you got to see all yesterday, is about how the 1-2 combo between Flux and Nothosh really establishes the better offense for the Cornell Rams. Whereas they have Fazif to kind of build from that bottom, but he'll kind of just follow that lead. With Hartford, the Hawks flying high with a good 3-man concept. You're talking about Rickety Roll, but Zolo Captain has been nearly 100% of participation on all these offensive plays. They're going to have to see if they can disrupt him a time or two.
Yes, we will see. That continues on. No demos quite yet. You can guarantee that will be introduced at a certain point. Minute and a half plus now. No scores on boards. Always a feeling out action, excuse me. In this game #1, especially more so in these best of 5s, and both teams opting to take it a little bit slower right here and just kind of see what the other team's made of. I'm not against this. We kind of could have predicted a little bit slower play moving on in from the best of 3s to the best of 5s regardless, and it makes sense to start the day off slow.
Yeah, I mean, you have your BO3s where, whenever you had left, we actually started off with a single game not being a shutout. So you have a lot of sprints whenever you get these going, but you also now will be in a jog as you're slowly starting to see what tiny crevices and cracks on the defense will start to show up.
Cracks, crevices, pull on shearings away from the main fuselage. Who knows? Anything can happen here now in our winners finals. Right side, excuse me. Cornell in defense right now. A nice shot from up top keeps this one out and away. But Rickety Roll puts another one up and forces Hander of defense. But yeah, nothing's moving through this Cornell stone wall right now.
They have surrendered a little bit of awkward space here in this corner, but it seems that the likes of Hartford is starting to back up. I say that Rickety Roll will extend this and go high. That's a pass to the outside lane, but Astro is going to be a little bit further back. They're trying to really thin out this defense if they can. Either clump them up into the corners or thin them out with a demo. That was a nice strike, and that's going to be a big clear. That's going to be a 1-2, but the second does not connect, and Fazif is just a step behind. That's a great beat to the backboard. Oh, but the shot will be taken away.
Yeah, so just like that, Hartford, I gotta say, if we're comparing offenses, these are pretty neck and neck. If we're comparing defenses, Hartford should be really, really glad they are not lining up right now, Monkey Man.
Yeah, this is another attempt as well, as we're going to be really testing the defenses today. It's Who was better offense yesterday? Who could start a little bit faster? Who could get the running shoes on and then go right out the door? But today is going to be about going the distance. And, of course, best of fives. Everyone wants to see this go the distance into a game 5. Flux, he's one of the more mechanical for the side of Cornell, and he could not connect. And another option being put down but not being picked up by Hartford.
Yeah, passes have been available here multiple times. Zolo Captain, seen them get at the helm, get a couple of these demos in already. I think twice if we'll count them. But again, Cornell just looking cool, calm, and collected on this defense. If one player misses it, doesn't matter. Their rotations are crisp right now, Monkey Man.
Yeah, they're keeping it very clean, but there's been a couple times where they have been taken advantage of just with a more earnest push by Hartford. Rickety Roll's going to let this one go over to Zolo, and he will have Astro shadowing nearby, seeing if he can leap upon it, and that close proximity will allow now for Rickety Roll to go forward as a lot of open space was left. It's a one-on-one, but it will be a great find, but still, this corner under fire. Rickety Roll with a shot, it will be on target, but it'll be a big save. Another, and it finally bowls through. The war of attrition won by Hartford.
Yeah, it was a slow one indeed. Right, just kind of waiting each other out, putting up a lot of offenses, and oh, okay, well, never mind. When you triple up on the defense like that, that's going to make first goal, excuse me, much, much easier. We are staring down the barrel of a 0-1 right now. I got to say, outside of overtime situations, my favorite Rocket League situation. Game that goes all the way down, even until the volleyball 0-0-0 situation. Anybody can score a tie back up, push that to overtime. We got granted a 0-2 yesterday, and all of the games that you and I got to cast together did start off with one team putting up a goose egg in game 1. Now, will that continue in the winners finals? It looks like it, unless we can keep this dream alive, push it on into OT. So one way or another, we're going to get a very electrifying first game. A demo blocks the view, and Hartford going to strike first in 1-0 fashion.
A lot of smoke screen at the end there, some smoke and mirrors, but not a whole lot of illusion when it came to the Hartford offensive. They kept testing Cornell to be able to stretch themselves into those corners. It was that right side kind of lean and familiarity, and it took one just slight miscommunication, everyone getting a little bit desperate and triple committing on the initial touch, and when there's no defenders to get the next strike, well, it was an easy goal.
Yeah, all the rotations up until that point were really, really crisp and clean, and then it just looked like all three of them at the same time. Just almost a concerted effort of mistakes right there. Hate to see it. And really, I think the scoreline reflects this first game. There was really only one honest mistake for Cornell on defense, and they get taken to task for it. If this had been Cornell on the offense a lot more, especially second half of this game, Monkey Man, I think we'd still be watching this in OT right now, if Cornell hadn't taken it, right?
I mean, very true. And we also saw a lot of Cornell offensive to start this game. So I want to see if they're going to be able to posture up and kind of get that better outcome. I mean, at least put some more lethal attempts on net. They definitely pressured up with a better offensive rotation, but obviously nothing went to the back of the net. We get to see if game number 2 will render something different. And of course, usually when you have 1-0s, that'll be the icebreaker for maybe 10 or so goals combined between both teams in game 2.
Monkey Man double-digit point totals in game 2 comes out. See if that's proven true. 18 seconds in, nothing quite yet. Not for lack of trying, though. At least some solid, formation attempts at offense. Rickety Roll, rest of Hartford, kind of taken out so far. Zolo Captain was the man of the hour when it came to those demos earlier. 30 seconds in, going to bite the bullet on that. Right across the middle, but Fazif reads this perfectly. No harm, no foul. At least not today. At least not against Cornell.
This will be another shot, though, that will be attempted at, but this is a bit of a double commit. The third will push up, and now Flux is having to make that rotation. Rickety Roll will leave it, as Flux actually found a fantastic position on that backboard. Great read. That is so hard to say in the moment, but ultimately will turn into a clear that goes out the midfield, and this will be another Hartford established position. See if they can take control in the middle.
See how that... Excuse me. See how that one goes right here. Flux, who else but Flux? Flux has really been all over this ball. Like he is whatever logo this ball would be made from. Okay, Hartford. That's Zolo Captain. Zolo Captain's been running around demoing people left, right, and center. It's going to be from half court right here. 50 miles an hour. Even Stevens. Right across the middle and about as center as you get as well.
Yeah. is a great bouncer, and he was able to make that catch off of a bit of a giveaway from that midfield, where usually you would see the second or third man at least crunching up with it, had the ball on their nose, and kind of carry a closer possession. That's a great flip reset. It will have an angled shot across the net, but not in it. And so still, Cornell hunting for their first goal. We may not be on pace for 10 goals, but, you know, it's still in my heart.
I got you. Hey, it's not like it's broadcast and recorded on the internet for all the time, right?
Not at all.
Oh, wait. Gosh
dang.
Gosh darn it. 7 minutes or so, like Monkey Man was saying. Cornell, no scores on boards. Got to get in the offense. Got to spend a little bit of time here. Got to put a little pressure on Hartford. If they just get comfortable, firing away on offense is not going to go well for you. The attempted guillotine coming in from Rickety Roll, not going to land. Astro putting this one back up over on corner. And this is exactly what Cornell needs to do. No triple commits here in game number 2.
It's also about seeing how earnestly that Hartford is eventually going to send the second man. How many times have we seen Rickety Roll put something on target and no one following up? You can start to think that maybe Hartford is going to say, all right, we can take a few extra risks. And they may start sending that rotation just a little bit quicker. Rickety Roll, he's got Zolo Captain in his back pocket, will not be able to win that 50 at the near side post, but there's Zolo Captain again putting back unavailable to Astro. It's awkward in the box, but that 50-50 from Fazif will keep this one still at just a 1-goal margin.
You know, pop back on over to not Hosh.
Oh.
That's the second, and that's Flux's first. Passes and passing the points, my friend.
That is a great bit of just awareness, the 1-2 bang, as the passing combo between Nothosh and, of course, Flux. It took the whole team to be able to get it up from the back line to the front line, and that's where you want to connect. And Cornell finally connecting the way that we know they can. That offense will strike. This will be from the ceiling, and this is on target from the kickoff. Hartford's going to get that lead right back.
Zolo Captain. We were talking about Rickety Roll putting these on point earlier. Zolo Captain. If you want something done, you got to do it yourself. What a shot. Right across. About as straight as it gets as well. Very, very fast ball. 100-something kilometers per hour is 60 miles. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Maybe you called the double-digit points not happening too early. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness.
Well, they're trying to prove me right. Eventually, it just takes a little bit of time to really break all this ice. But you know, like any good captain, you have to be able to lead from the front and also make an example of what should be done. Another 1-2 punch, and Hartford is sent packing, but still they've been able to respond just fine. Rickety Roll on a one-on-one, he will not commit extra resources and boost to that attempt. But Cornell, again, just finds them kind of with their backs to the wall, not in desperate situations, but they're just not moving away very quick.
Yeah, and this is now spending a lot of time right here. Not Hosh coming through. The Herculean effort yields a no-score situation on that previous. Cornell staying within 1. Fantastic stuff right there. Hartford would have loved that goal to go, like the kind of the insurance, as some casters would call it. That's going to be the insurance shot right there. 86 seconds left in Hartford, Connecticut. About that long, about 90 seconds away from putting up game number 2 in this best of 5, people. We'll cross the bottom, just in case, just joining us. No longer best of 3s. If Hartford takes this will not be Cornell's last chance.
Zeef just didn't know what to do when he was trying to look at collecting that potential possession. And because of that, it let the option for Hartford run up. And so, Nothosh and Flux seeing if they can be able to sprint out of their own back half. That's a great cutoff. It will go very booming to the one opposite end. And Cornell, they've got time. They've got to be able to use it efficiently, effectively, and wise. But as soon as they are able to pick it up, they bring it up across their own net. And Nothosh is not going to get a whole lot of power. It does find over the midfield. They got to start winning these challenges. They're going to make them happen early and often.
Early and often. You know, it's late and not happening very frequently for Cornell. They have to get this right now. We really don't want to see either team take this in a 3-0 fashion as well. Of course, that's a little bit farther away, but yeah, as you can hear the Monkey Man reaction, that is just not good looks on offense. Wheels kind of falling off here. Now, Cornell is throwing everything into offense, and that is what we like to see because, oh, so close, but the right place, right time situation. Better be lucky than good. That's Astros saying, at least for the last 10 seconds.
Flux is trying to be even better than he is lucky, but he's been unable to find that rabbit's foot. Or maybe, does this have enough time? We actually have 1 second. A redirect doink off the nose, and it's a great challenge. Fazif, he's just in the right place, right time.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. We're looking at hair's distance away from the ground right there. We'll get at least one kickoff now. If this comes in and doesn't get low, doesn't get high is what I was trying to say. If it starts off low, that's it. And Hartford takes a barn burner, a nail biter, a white knuckler, right? Everything dramatic-wise you want to describe that game as was true. We had one score in game number 1. Move that down to a 5 total score, 3-2, 1 second victory for Hartford. Well, I can't call it 1 second. The 1 second almost comeback from Cornell. I think that might be a more appropriate way to describe that one.
Yeah, I mean, and they got half the amount of points that I thought they, might combine to. So Fazif was trying to help me out. He's trying to be like, "Hey, Monkey Man, it's not a big deal. We'll get half of this." And Cornell, they had a better response this time around. But again, it is the full-fledged effort out of Hartford and the Hawks just flying high and just keeping them planted for longer. I mean, Rickety Roll can make an individual effort. They can just kind of bring it to the corners. And if Zolo Captain and Astro, which has been more of the mighty combo for passing, doesn't connect, Rickety Roll picks it up, brings it back to the zone, gives them a chance to rotate, and just brings that offense into a longer rotation. Cornell's got to break out quicker and also make their offense last for longer than just a single shot stint.
Single shot stints indeed, yeah. These players a little bit slow to react to that script. We call double-digit points in game 2. I guess they're going to have to reread it, look at the last page. Game 3 starting here in just a few seconds. Hartford up 2-0. But Cornell just showed that this is not going to be... I wanted to say nice things about you, Cornell.
Well, you still might be able to. Their defense is going to have a chance to rotate. But luckily, inside the first second of play, won't depict the entirety of game number 3. But Hartford has put the Rams in a very precarious situation as they're going to have to make a reverse sweep to stay in the upper side of this bracket and maybe earn themselves a chance at a game 1 winner's advantage into the grand finals. But Hartford themselves have earned a chance at just one game away from getting to that grand final themselves. The first minute of play has been scoreless, and that is a good sign for Cornell. It's a good sign for Hartford as they've just been able to keep the Rams at bay for now.
Rams at bay, nicely shot in. Flux reads this like a book, but Rickety Roll comes in on the offense, so close, and Rickety Roll keeps it up. The demo comes in, the save comes in. Throw a crown on top of Rickety Roll because this is his kingdom.
Yep, he is defending the castle from all the dirty rascals. That's a big 50. Astro, is he going to have a bounce in? Can he make this read? It's a feed over to Rickety Roll. Rickety Roll will rock the crossbar. Oh, and Flux will get a clear. That one was very much an off-pace shot. Astro was trying to finish the deed himself, and then ultimately their offense kind of fell flat. But another chance coming about as an awkward rotation will go to the backboard.
This is a Hartford squad looking dangerous in offense past few seconds. Oh my goodness, almost an own goal from Fazif. Keeps the dream alive, keeps that angle true, and does not actually touch this ball, dangerous as it might have been. Astro been on the absolute prowl recently to see how this offense goes. Hartford has really not given this one up and allowed this one to go into their defensive third for 35, 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a minute, and they're trying to be able to get there as best as they can, but I mean, just these big 50s, these awesome challenges. Not Hosh is in a bad situation. Zolo Captain's trying to dish it up, and Flux just able to kind of exist, to just get there in the nick of time, being the tiniest little sliver of resistance. And now look and see if he can break out with all the extra boost in his body. Comes out for the backboard, but Nahash is just a little too close.
Rickety Roll, that's a decent angle. Flux can't get to it. Get us to the front row seat, but can't quite get to it. I'm not sure what it was. Boost gets burned right there. Okay, so it was just a bad angle, right? Of course, once you hit this boost, your turning capability is much, much less significant. I think that's what happened there.
I mean, it seemed like he either had he thought maybe it was going to hit the post or at least go to the near side wall. It was a tough bounce because it was going very line drive style. So you had to be quick on it. And if you didn't take that initial touch, well, then it's basically behind you immediately. Yeah. So, you let one through. Now, again, we've seen 1-0 before. That was game number 1, and that went against Cornell. They can't surrender another one. They are now on that match point against them, and this is going to be a second goal if they can't dig it out, which they cannot. Astro puts it in, 2 up. It's looking ugly for Cornell.
Brutal. Brutal. Hartford putting up the second. This might be the insurance goal to go, and that post actually helps out on this side. Astro, the perfect angle. This is inside by a single degree. This one rolls on the outside, and Cornell continues their shot at a new life here in Game 3, down 2-0. As it is, 2 minutes left. Still anybody's game, but a definite advantage in your Hartford squad right now.
Hartford just has to keep up the regular rotations, not surrender anything for free. Fazif is in a very awkward situation himself, and he's not going to recover in time. Zolo Captain wins a nice 50. This was set up by Astro, and then Flux actually came from the near side post and just didn't get the whole of that ball. And so it just kind of fell off and went to the top of the box, and that's an easy strike.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. Definitely agree with you. Unfortunate, Cornell has spent the past 20 seconds or so kind of keeping in mind that they need to get goals, they need to get them now. Otherwise, this will just end up this exact same. Score difference 10, score difference 1, doesn't matter. This is Game 3, this is match point. I really hope that Cornell can kind of show up here. A second goose egg in Game 1 and now here in Game 3 would just be, I gotta admit, not what I expected from the series.
It's true, but I mean, we came into this with the understanding of what we saw yesterday about the holisticness when it comes to these players. When it comes to Collegiate, you always have at least one real big standout player, and we got to see a lot of them on either side, but Cornell has not been able to gel as well as Hartford has, and Hartford is going to try and just keep the pace up, not surrender anything else. That one could go forward, but it will be blocked by Flux. It is now sprinting time. If you are the Rams, they have to make these passes much more quickly, but Flux will lose possession, and that one could put us on ice. A fourth one just won't go through as of yet.
Yeah, fourth one I can definitely agree. That would just be it right here. Oh, brutal. Oh, not brutal. Oh, brutal. Oh, not brutal. Okay, all right. That's Rocket League for you, folks.
It is nothing but brutality. This game can giveth and taketh away. Zolo Captain looking to maybe center it up. We'll bank it and then we'll put it. No, not through. Fazif. If the best thing that you can get out of Cornell is that they just won't let Hartford score any further in this game, they'll be able to take this kind of momentum, this kind of understanding of their competition, bring it into the lower finals, which is where they will be going. Hartford had the heart to be able to lay down and put down the Rams, at least into the lower side of the bracket, as they will go 3-0 through the winner's side finals and will punch their ticket to the grand finals. They are one step away in that seat to be able to get to Atlanta.
3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Who'd have guessed it? Who'd have guessed it? Even in our first winners finals here, this was an incredibly close game, and we saw some absolute one-sided affairs earlier and yesterday in the games we casted. And like you said, I believe you said there was only 1-2-1 after that. All the other games after I had to dip were 2-0s.
Oh yeah, we had a couple of 2-1s. It was Champlain and Pace, and then Pace and Post. And familiar as those names probably are, Post was able to get all the way to that winner's final position to see who was going to lose out of this one. And we know that they beat the #1 seed that was originally touted to maybe have a big advantage in this competition of Champlain. They were able to beat them once. They beat Pace, and now they're ready to go against Cornell. Do you think Cornell's going to be ready to, go against Post?
And it's a great question that you pose here, right? We have Cornell, we have Hartford, and we have Post left in this competition. That's number 6 seed Cornell, number 4 seed Hartford, and number 8 seed Post, right? Yeah, Crazy stuff. Do they have the skills to pay the bills? If that's the question, Monkey Man, I think that the competition performances they put on today and yesterday has proven that this is still anybody's game. It's still anybody's matchup right here. Excuse me, and it'll be the last one before one team comes in with an advantage. Once again, grand final is not going to see a bracket reset situation, going to see a single point advantage going into that one. It is simply a long, tough ask, an arduous task at this point, my friend. And coming in from, either of these teams coming in from losers is not going to have an ideal situation coming on into that one. But regardless, what I think perhaps less important of what these players think, we'll be going to a very short break and then be back with you guys. A little interview action coming at you from one of the winning members of your Hartford Hawks. We only have winners in the interview box here. We'll be back with you guys in just a minute. Hello and welcome back. We keep our promises here. The CECC Northeast Invitational was a short break, very short break. But Kyler, I need myself 20 CCs, a rickety roll. We got a little interview action coming at you guys. The winning hard hitter from Hartford. That was a mouthful there. Rickety roll, you with us?
Yeah, I'm right here. Happy to be here.
Hard hitter from Hartford. Monkey Man, take it away.
That's some good alliteration. And you know what? We got to talk about the overall performance that you guys just had against Cornell. First off, congratulations. You're able to go 3-0 today, and you've been able to really have a great squad. Overall team concept, a lot of great passing, a lot of good fill in the gap kind of mentality. I mean, tell me a little bit about your squad. How long have all you guys been currently in the program? And I guess, how are you feeling about your performance from the last 2 days?
Yeah, I mean, Astro and I, we've been in here the longest. We've been here for about a year and a half now. And then we had Zolo Captain join up last semester. So we've had a lot of time putting this squad together. We put a lot of time in. And we have another player who's not with us today. He's actually at the LA LAN, enjoying every game that's happening there. And we're just trying to put on a percentage of the performance that's happening there. And we're really just putting everything down for this tournament, see what we can do.
Well, you guys went 3-0, and right now it's 3-3 in Game 6. So maybe there's a little of NA magic that you guys are trying to dish up to help out the whole NA continent with that kind of performance. But I want to ask, so you guys have been together for at least a minute, and so for your program, for Hartford, and how you're kind of rolling through this qualifier, have you guys been at a LAN environment before? And I mean, is there any other kind of types of preparation, both being in an online versus maybe at a physical concept? Because you guys are prepping to maybe have a chance to go to Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been to a LAN event yet, and we're really hoping for that. We have one in Philly next week. I know this is an opportunity, trying to see what we can do. And we're actually in our esports facility today, trying to get some time in person and really get comfortable playing near each other, comms with and without headsets, just doing what we can.
Okay. It's really cool.
Tugboat,
what do you got for our guy?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I want to ask specifically a little bit about this previous game here with Cornell. Games 1, Game 2, both score differences of 1. Game 2 a little bit closer than Game 1. Game 3, a completely different story entirely, right? I wanted to ask you kind of the differences between those first 2 games and going into that third game where you guys just seemed a little bit more confident.
Yeah, I mean, first game or two, you're always trying to get used to your opponent. First time ever playing Cornell as far as I remember. Haven't seen them in anything else yet. So it was fun to meet a new team and learn how they play, learn their tactics and all that. As well as it being our first match of the day. I mean, we had a little bit of warm-up beforehand, but it's the first competitive spectacle of the day. So really getting back into it for the day.
I'm with it. The lights and the sounds and the whatnot. All right. I told Kyler I needed 20 cc's of rickety roll. Now Kyler told me I need 20 he needs 20 cc's of drama, of content, rickety roll. What are you going to do in the grand finals? What is your team going to do in the grand finals? I need some predictions, and I want you to be dramatic with me.
Oh, dramatic. My goal, not even close. We're hoping for a blowout. 1 goal game diff? No, that's not happening. We've got to go all the way for this finals.
Calling it Hartford and 3. And they're not even going to have to play one of those games because they're coming in again from those grand finals. Now, taking it to the future a little bit here, you ever been down to Hotlanta?
I have once or twice, but looking forward to going for Rocket League. I think that'll be very exciting if possible.
Absolutely. Anything that you want to get done there if you win the grand finals and get that invitation?
Finals? Oh, I don't even know. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Very play-by-play basis.
I'm with it. Can I kind of take them as they come? I'll add another age. The hairy heavy hitter, right? Because the beard. The hairy heavy hitter from Rickety Roll here from Hartford. All right. That's going to be it. Appreciate your time. We have another game here to kind of determine who you guys will be playing in that grand finals. But before we get you out of here, Rickety Roll, I want to ask if you have any shout-outs.
I just want to shout out everybody at Hartford. I want to shout out everybody else on my team, Zolo Captain, Astro, and everybody at the school and the esports program for making this all possible.
There you go. All the sports staff, all the teammates, and everything else like that. Rickety Roll, we might see you again, but only if you guys win, because we only have winners in my interview box, okay?
Well, that's the plan.
There it is. Everybody, Rickety Roll, we'll see them again after this next matchup. We got host coming on in against Cornell. Yes, Cornell is not wasted out from this previous. They had not lost a match yet, so they're going to be dropping down in that losers finals. Best of 5 there as well. No advantage coming into that one. Only advantage comes in the grand finals, Monkey Man.
Yeah, this is you drop 0-3, you get to this moment. This is where coaching, this is where resilience, this is where a good mentality comes into play because this is elimination time. Post has been surviving, and so has to be the same for Cornell. But you know what? We'll get to check that out in just a little bit. It's going to be your losers, well, our redemption finals coming up in just a little bit.
That was funny as And we are here. We are back. Redemption bracket finals coming at you. We are looking at Post and Cornell. The host and Cornell coming in at this one, Monkey Man. Now, winner of this moves on to a grand finals where they will be facing Hartford at a 1-game deficit within that best of 5, but we got to get there first.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one because both of these teams have played Hartford, and both these squads have been unable to grab a game off of them. So it's gonna be about how you are acting on the day, how you're feeling today, and of course how the front runners of either squad are, feeling to be able to go against each other. One big player that we're gonna see out of Post is gonna be Kabuki. We got to see them pop off, and they were honestly that big leader, that big starter when it came to the side of the Rams, but. Something else that keeps happening is that we get Bomber, we get Swish, and then we get Crispy, which has been a 3-man rotation of the 3rd-man position for Post. I wonder who they're going to start off with today.
Yeah, we have seen many different looks from this squad so far. Post, once again, coming in case you didn't get to join us for game 1 of the broadcast yesterday. Of course, that was me and Monkey Man covering a 2-1 to start that one off. And, of course, the 8th-seeded Post taking down Champlain at that number 1 seed. Numbers not meaning anything in this one, Monkey Man.
No, this is going to be interesting to see how the number 8 just, maybe they'll take the entire thing by storm. They'll surprise us today. Depends on what the coaching and what the players have been able to do. Well, what?
6 for 7? Is that, do we get to use it? Hang on. Cornell? Pace? This is Post, not. Oh, well. So close. So close. So close to the low-hanging fruit and puns, people. You'll be spared today.
We did have a 6 versus 7 yesterday, so there was nearly a chance to be able to use it. I mean, sadly, we don't have a 9 seed, which would have been great. But
that is a good point.
Yeah.
So 7 would never be afraid of 8 because 8 couldn't eat 9. Or 7 couldn't eat 9 because there is no 9.
That is true.
We'll just desperately dash away from this as quickly as possible. This never happened, Monkey Man. We'll never talk about it again. Cornell and Post going in to a best of 5 here within the consolidation bracket finals. Like you said, we've been looking not Hosh, Flux, and Feziv. I really feel like they are coming off of a really, really close game. And so if there's any advantage to be had here, I really do feel like that is going to become in slight edge here for Cornell. Now, I can guarantee you that Post is not coming in this just completely cold, right? I guarantee you they've been warming up here for the NECC Northeast Invitational. Now it's just time to really just put the pedal to the metal and see what happens here. Shake that tree and see what falls out.
It's about warming up. It's about real competition, though. So I wonder if how prepared the likes of Post is going to be, because Cornell got to go up to the speed that Hartford was bringing in. Hartford kind of delivers a whole lot of efficiency in their style of play. When we got to talk to Rickety Roll, he was talking about him and Astro and how they've been able to play together. And of course, Zolo Captain just feeds the ball. There's never a lack of trying to be able to feed that next opportunity whenever Hartford was striking, and so Cornell has been able to see that more recently. They've they got dealt a bad hand against them, and that because Hartford was the dealer controlling the deck. So it's about control from the midfield, and I want to see how Post will be able to extend this pitch. They're going to have to get Kabuki involved early and often. I said that phrase before, but that's going to have to be even truer now.
No, I can 100% agree. We saw Cornell's defense show up against Hartford in every way, shape, and form within the game 1 and game 2. Both of those being the 1-score differences right there, and especially given that game 1 was a 1-0. That's the best situation in which a team can put forth the donut, can put forth the goose egg. The 0 score is a 1-0 situation. Also came in and we got the 1-second buzzer beater right within that game 2. Got the goal. Wasn't able to keep ball aloft. This is a Cornell squad that is hungry. They need this dub Like, they need the next breath, Monkey Man. They've been fighting for it all through 3 games with Hartford, and I don't think they're going to be giving up anything so easily here with Post. Because but in Post, on the other side, like you said, really going to be needing to utilize Kabuki when you're looking at offensive takes. Kabuki got so much going yesterday in all 3 real categories, right? Playing defenders, whether that was full-on demos or just those crucial like half-second bumps, whether it was passes or points themselves, passes or shots themselves, and then just simple takeaways when it came to defensive performances. Rebounds were coming for Kabuki, left, right, and center. You're going to need to find them up and down as well. All 3 dimensions on this one in this consolidation bracket finals. If this is a Post squad that's going to move forward past Cornell and not have a winner's bracket rematch there for the grand finals, the top bracket rematch for the grand finals.
And I think you mentioned all 3 dimensions, but I think the 4th dimension needs to be mentioned. He's going to have to play with a lot of time because he cannot give up time over to Cornell to make these plays, because we've seen Flux and not Hosh, who may bring the Hoshness, or maybe that's his kryptonite. I'm not sure. We made it up yesterday, and it was pretty cool. Check out that VOD. But if he takes away the ability for them to be able to set up and keeps speedy, then it will be, a facet of the game that maybe they will not be able to rebound from. But you got to think that Hartford is looking in on this series. They're going to say, all right, who's bringing what to the table? And they recognize who they must shut down from either side. They're in a great position. They have that game 1 winner's advantage going into that final best of 5 in the grand final. And these 2 squads are going to be trying to see if they can outlast and force that first game, which we could call a technical game 2, into their own back pocket, and to force it into what we had yesterday, which was a bunch of best of 3s. So either way, this is the first series that they're going to be able to take it to it. If you were to put money on the line, which I know you like to do, and what I would put these some of these guys put these guys out there in your heart of hearts, would you have Cornell or would you have Post being able to take it Hartford?
Well, once again, I'm talking like bare edge here. 60-40. That's where I'll give you. I guess that would be negative 120 for Cornell, positive 120 for Post, if you guys know gambling lines and whatnot. And again, I'm only saying that. And don't DM me. No PayPals, no Venmos, okay, people? Just drawing the predictions here as best I can. But again, I think that the fact that Cornell is coming into this, if there's any nervousness as well, like thinking about this grand finals opposition, right? For Post, they have simply not. They haven't. The closest they got like bracket wise to this other squad, to Hartford, was in the second rounds yesterday, right? And that was still like obviously not playing within them, so that doesn't really even count whatsoever. The fact that Cornell was coming forth and able to put this squad to not 1 but 2, both first games down to a score difference of 1, and again with the 1-second buzzer beater after game number 2. I think that if we're talking about like mental factors here and which team is going to come through with less like mental barriers, that is going to be Cornell thinking about who do we play after this. Now, it's so easy for us as casters, for anybody who's not actively playing on the field at the time, to come forth and be like, oh, well, just what is the Ted Lasso quote, right? Have the memory of a goldfish. Just play the game that is in front of you, that you have spent years of your life learning to play, right? Don't think about the next game. Don't think about the record at that time. Just play the game that is right in front of you. I think it's very easy for us to say that. Now, sound advice, but I think it's very easy for us to say that. I think if that is something the Post cannot keep out of the mental, like the next opponent here, right here, that's another reason that Cornell would have a very, very minor, but an edge nonetheless.
I feel like my coaches must have listened to that fantastic quote as well, because they gave us their own rendition of it. They said, no matter the outcome and no matter what's in front of you, you get 1 day to think about it, and then it's got to be out of your memory, because it's all business going forward, and your preparation must be for what you have in front of you. And this is the moment. This is that day. This is that time to be able to prepare and have all that preparation that you've set up to do exactly that as well. But I'm not going to split the desk with this on you. We've seen already Cornell be able to at least stand up to Hartford. Now, I do hope they utilize this big moment in the this redemption, this consolidation final to be able to get themselves prepared. And I think they'll be able to do just fine. They've seen the competition of Hartford, but will we see them be able to have that mental resilience? That's going to be a sign of the program and, of course, of the coaching. But before we get to that, and all of our preparation, all of our scheming and psychiatry, and of course you guys maybe putting some betting lines out there, I'm not going to influence that. We're going to be taking a very short break as we get ready for the lower finals coming up right after this.
And we are back, and we are in a shortish break. We got Cornell and Post going on in here to do battle for our redemption bracket finals here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, about to do battle on the field of battle. Get out there on the pitch, and they're going to have one heck of a time. I didn't realize we were bringing out the fun. It's like a broken thing between. Thank you, appreciate it. Like bad Scotsman, bad pirate-ish.
We got the,
but, we're gonna bring
look down.
Yeah, but we're gonna get out there. I think that we both agree that we kind of feel to be into Cornell's corner on this one. I think there's, obviously the one major factor from the side of Post that could prove us wrong. It's gonna be Kabuki. I think if he pops off, we're going to see a lot of great content coming out of this squad. But we're going to go into game number 1. It's best of 5 time. It's the redemption arc for one of these squads. One goes home and one goes to the grand finals.
Yeah, they do. Post on the left. That is Kabuki. They have switched out Bomber, Crispy, and Swish. It's going to be phenomenal playing with them here today. That is Warta.
Oh.
Warta? Okay,
Warta.
So another sub coming on in here. The multi-person roster, from Post coming out.
Man, you gotta wonder the consistency of how this is gonna ultimately come to view. Maybe Warta is gonna be that big X factor. I mean, they're already an X factor because we have no idea what that variable is gonna bring to us. As Post will have to really find that identity. But so far, they've been pretty good. They've used what's that, the Ice Charger? I don't know what that. I can't remember the name of that car, but it will be there's too many of them out there.
Yeah, and Rocket League is just absolutely goated when it comes to the cosmetic item selection variation therein, especially with all the partnerships and whatnot. Minute into this one, a couple offensive looks, but nothing really super hot and heavy so far. Is that a triple demo?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was 2 down from the side of Cornell, and if there's any way to get your offense just run off the field, it's by being deleted and depleted almost immediately. Not Hosh is going to get another demo. We're seeing a lot of physicality here. It's kind of errant. It's kind of just, helter-skelter about what it will, affirm and have and succeed with, but it's at least getting people out of the way, and another one will pop through.
Wow, yeah, so 4 or 5 demos thus far, barely 90 seconds in to this competition. Both teams getting physical so far. Just cutting pasting in these demos. Not Hosh. That's a bad look, but then an own goal. Not Hosh gets a front row seat to his goal getting blocked right here. Goal getting blocked from side post right here. Werder was flying in it. This one said it might have happened, but oh man, the 6th demo. Okay, so the 6th demo in this game so far actually comes in from Post and then ends out in an own goal.
Kabuki had no idea that he was about to touch that ball. He was going up to get the demo, like you said, and get it from that top 90 front face and just keep any extra attempt from maybe being a better shot. This will bounce out from that high side corner, and we're sub 3 minutes of play. It's been more bumper car than a hit. Has been better play, but at halftime now, Cornell still, I think we don't have many more than maybe 1 shot for the likes of Post, maybe 2.
Looking at Werder right now, no goal attempts thus far. A couple saves, though. Flux, 5 shot attempts. That's going to be their 6th coming on into this one. Cornell kind of show a hot and heavy offensive hand in a solo player. That was there for Flux. Couple shot attempts, couple saves for a nominal. But Post, again, has just not spent a whole lot of time in this offensive third. That's going to be Cornell's 2nd. First goal, Flux. after 6 shot attempts. Might have gotten a 7th awarded on this one. Should have gotten a 7th awarded on this one. Oh my god, that is another...
Well, you know, and I can't say it's going to be the last one either. That one does, in fact, go off of Post's collision as they find this second one all their own. I didn't realize we had six players all on the same team, which is unfortunate right now because Post has otherwise done fairly well of keeping Cornell at bay, but they've also been just kind of oppressed for the longest time in their own half. Yeah. This is the first time in the longest for this entire game that we get to see them rotate forward, and this is going to be a free shot. The third man will approach, and it will again go off the post.
Wow, okay, so a couple decent offensive looks. Neither player from Cornell able to come up top with it, centered out, but all three have rotated offensively after the double commit from Cornell. Now a run the other way. Kabuki and Post looking pretty decent. 90 seconds left to put their first scores on boards. That's the 8th demo, I believe.
It's starting to rack up. I think we're about to approach a dirty dozen, which is how these overall demos are really starting to now turn into an actual method to the madness. Cornell has been able to at least create some chaos from this rotation and just not allowing the Post Eagles to do much more with it. And that's actually a double commit that Post does not want to commit to, but they have done so at this point in time. A big 50-50. We're sub 1 minute to play. It's been chaos. We've had Cornell technically not score a goal. They've been given 2 gifts. And yeah, this one's just weird in game 1.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll say Anominal was playing ball more so. Kabuki, I gotta say, taking demo with ball this close, not exactly being able to see what's on the other side. If we had to place blame for own goals, I'd give less so to Nominal because of the defensive look at it. That's gonna be Kabuki coming up. A little redemption action. That definitely would have been first goal without efforts of this player. A low and slow, and Cornell puts in another nail to the coffin. We determined there's 24 nails. You need to go into a coffin door to make sure that a zombie or whatever wasn't able to bust out. I think that's 23 at least.
It's at least for this first game. They've been able to hammer them in, at least test it out, see what kind of hammers, what extra thickness of nail and wood they're working with. And we may have a roller that does go through, but no Fazif. He's the one with the hammer. He's going to make sure that he hands it off over to Flux. They may find one to go. Not Hosh will be waiting in the wings, but only a few seconds left. Cornell, they were assisted. It was extra hammers and from Post as well, as they were like, hey, you know what? We'll bury ourselves. Don't worry about that. And they will have to recover in kind and on time, let their mentals reset, because this was not their best game, but it does go to the other side as Cornell will be 1-up in the series.
With that, the theme continues here, dear viewer. FBI Chubba with Hail Monkey Man in every single game that we have faced within the CECC Northeast Invitational so far between yesterday and today has resulted in one team putting up a goose egg, a score of 0. Now, this matchup is not done with quite yet, but I guess we'd have it no other way, right? We'd have it no other way. The theme completely 100% established. The one team doesn't get anything done in game number 1. I don't think Post is out of this one quite yet. I think Cornell, this was really just Cornell kind of showing their edge. This is still completely possible going all the way down to 5, and especially if Post comes in and cleans up their defensive looks. We kind of already mentioned it here, Monkey Man. If we're not looking at 2 own goals from Post, this would have been a situation where the last 2 minutes of this game would have been Cornell up by 1-0, and then the game plan overall from Post changes completely. This could which could have resulted in tied up situations or 2 goals the other way. As it was, a lot was just kind of thrown against the wall there from Post towards the end because of the 3-0 score differential.
You could say that when they were attacking the post, that the post did fall. But I also give a lot of credit over to Cornell. Whenever own goals occur, usually there's some kind of setup, some kind of chaos, and some kind of pressure set up from your opponent to put you in that situation where you desperately, either messed up a rotation or otherwise. So it's going to be up to Post to be able to clean that up and not let themselves be put in that pressure cooker. And I got to ask you a question. We've now established every single time that you and I have been together, we've seen a shutout in the first game. Do we count the same for the game 1 winner's advantage in the grand final?
If we wanted to, I'll say I'll count it when we get down there and either Post or Cornell doesn't put up a 1-0 scoreline in Grand Finals. How about that?
Hey,
Post those striking first. And this is 21 seconds in here.
Yeah, this is a flat angle too. Kabuki puts this one very much as a slider along the wall, and that's the first goal that Post has been able to get in. They force even the near side Post defensive man to be able to put it into their own net. But again, it wasn't much of an own goal, it was a deflection. And you like Post being able to put this kind of speed down pitch in a hurry. They got to be able to do that a lot more. And of course, they're again already on offense.
I hear you. I hear you. That is now 3 of the 4 goals here in the consolidation bracket that technically comes off of the team getting scored against Cars. Now, again, that was not Hosh in the previous goal, just getting put in a bad position, had to play ball. But that is now the second truly earned goal, and both of them coming out from post. A little dab and Reaper at the end, and we got the 40 seconds burned into this game.
Kabuki, the man that we have put the responsibility on, it may be unfair, but they're the ones that currently have 2 goals. So it's about as fair as expectations have to be.
Feel validated.
Yeah, it's got to be, right? He's had such great performances earlier in day number 1, day number 2. He's got to be the dude that will be the dude, the stud for the likes of Post. And inside the first minute of play, Cornell playing from a deficit.
He is that guy. He is that guy. Cornell playing from a deficit, like you said, is not a situation they have found themselves in frequently. Even previously, score differences of 1 against Hartford, especially last-second situations, not really that much of a lead difference right here. Now loads of Rocket League to be played in Game 2 with a bare advantage at a 2-score difference where Post is looking fine as wine. Again, completely different situations they have seen so far. I would not be surprised if we see a tie-up situation here and push it on to a Game 3 and then guaranteed Game 4.
That's something that our lovely viewers at home have not been able to see as of yet in this competition. And even with our first best of 5 earlier in the winners finals, it still just went to 3 games. It went to a 3-0. So we've yet to even go beyond that 3-game stretch. And I'm wondering exactly who was going to push us to that limit. But with Post continuously pushing out, they have punished the rotation of Cornell. Trying to do so again. It'll be a big save by not Hosh. And so far, Cornell has kind of fallen asleep, and Post has really woken up to be able to put the pressure into their back half.
I gotta agree with you, Monkey Man, here. Not Hosh has been completely shut down on offense every single time this is coming back Cornell's way. It's not Hosh who really has to raise the head and get it done. There's another one, had to burn everything, looking at 3 boost, cutting across a full part of this pitch. And still, the offense stays alive. Not Hosh, good redirect, forcing hand of defender down bottom. Werda still staying in as Not Hosh finds the demo down bottom. Werda looking to walk the dog on this leisurely Sunday afternoon. That's not going to happen so easily.
I remember that walk the dog was also a move on a yo-yo, and it's going to be Not Hosh on a string that will be able to shoot the globe and shoot the moon. That's a great setup. Flux from the sidewall, and boom goes the dynamite.
Oh, do kids still play with yo-yos?
Sometimes, yeah, like world championships, I think, every now and then.
I'm with it.
Yeah.
With it.
So this one
Walk
kid,
the dog around the world.
yeah, I
shoot
saw
the
this one
moon.
kid do a what do you call it, the double helix DNA. It was crazy. Gotta look it up. It's so
Was that
cool.
in this decade?
Yeah, I think it was like yesterday. So
Oh,
very
that's
recent.
pretty
Yeah.
All right, I'm with it. I'm with it. All competition being just very interesting today's day and age. Wow. Okay. Post doesn't like being in a not 2-score difference. I think that's what that last play just kind of taught us. They like that. They like that comfortability. 106 seconds left in this game number 3. Game number 2. Excuse me. And if this score difference stays the same, we'll be looking at a Game 4 guarantee. Would love to see. Honestly, I'd love to see a Game 5 here because we will not be getting 4 full games of Rocket League in the grand finals, right? We'll be getting 4 at absolute most, with grand finalists Cornell coming in at a 1-score difference.
So this may be our only time to get a true Game 5. So they gotta have it for us. Give it for the people, the crowd, and I gotta wonder. I've been very impressed by Werda at this point, comparative to Bomber, to Crispy, and to Swish. You didn't get to see Swish yesterday, but Werda so far has been much more efficient, I would say, as in terms of this being this better third. And they're a little bit more aggressive, but I like that, especially because it keeps Cornell on their heels, and that's something of a factor and a characteristic that Post just didn't have in day one.
I gotta agree with you. It's not necessarily like Werda has been coming through and getting everything done themselves. I can agree with you in the fact that Werda is playing a much better team-based game. Nicely done from Kabuki showing up on defense. Definitely want to keep Cornell at that 2-score difference. But yes, when it comes to just the cleaning up of edges that we saw Post needing to be done yesterday, I think that Werda is doing that just a little bit better. Not significantly better, but a little bit better than Crispy, Swish, Bomber. Looking back at Post offensive pressure. Werda on the rebound here. Running it back to the backside of this goal. Now outside. A nominal with Kabuki. Kabuki takes off Fender, and Fazif still gets out and still gets on top of this. Still gets another look at this. Cornell just shot in at that one. They need to take it right now and then put another 1-second buzzer beater up.
Flux was... this one will end up hitting the floor, and this will be a 3-1 win. Flux was exhaust pipe to exhaust pipe, I believe, with Kabuki trying to half flip over him, and Kabuki was playing with plenty of time to burn off the clock. And so now we go into a 1-1, just like you were talking about. We end up at now in best of 3 territory inside of this lower redemption, consolidation, whatever you want to call it, final, where one of these squads is trying to vie for that grand final position. So when you even things up at this point, your mental seem like you're like, okay, you had a better start than us, Cornell, and obviously you shut us out. But we're here to play now that we have that one game of a bit of a warm up as what the true competition speed is. They've been able to catch up just fine and even up the series.
There you go. Yeah, just kind of coming in and be like, hey, you guys take game 1, we'll take game 2, and then we'll play the real best of 3 series here between game 3, 4, and then possibly 5. We're getting at least 4 here, so how awesome is that? We're extending a little bit. We only had even possibly 3-game series yesterday. Now we're getting granted that here after the 3-0 sweep in the top bracket finalists there to see who goes on to grand finalists. And again, this is still 3 teams fighting for that invitation to Atlanta to go forth, win a lot of money, and check out a nice, awesome city, the capital of the Peach State. That is Georgia, of course.
Yeah, and of course, if you want some good peach shakes, you got to head on down there. They have some really good creameries that are in, I think, like northeast Atlanta. So head over there, and of course, there's some good chicken and waffles. So there's some great places to be able to eat over there. I'm a bit of a foodie, at least when I was there. I lived there for like 5 years, so eventually I had to find some good food, right?
Well, I'm with it. Coca-Cola factories there. I went there as field trips as a kid and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Early shot. Post does it again. Was that 6 seconds last time? 9 seconds this time?
It's very early regardless, and they're able to combine off of some early attempts and just forcing Cornell to answer the call, and so far they have been caught off guard. Gotta wonder about Cornell. We were both in their corner because they were able to play up to that game speed that had already been established from their first series, but when we were talking about who's awake, who's asleep, I have not seen Flux be the difference maker today like he was yesterday. His mechanics have just been kind of absent.
I can agree with you, given the offensive onslaught that Flux was able to put up earlier, and just like that, Flux says these guys don't know what the hell they're talking about. 1-1 tied up. 4.5 minutes just outside. Post may have struck first and quickly. Cornell gives it right back to 28 seconds into this game, number 3.
See, that's the beauty of us being in the booth and being casters, is that we can be like, hey, man, what are you doing? And then say, hey, this is what I'm doing. Like, cool, all right,
no
cool.
words, only actions.
Yeah, do more of that, because that's what we want to see. Werda's hanging out. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to get a cheeky, just kind of right place, right time, sort of backflip goal to get the lead back for Post. But a great 50-50 being launched down pitch. Fazif will be able to drag it out. So in the corner, we go and out as the first minute of play. I always like to see who's established themselves in a better way. That's a great passing play. The third man will go through, and it is Werda who finishes it off.
This is just a classic math equation here at the end. This is 2 on one side, 1 on the other. Flux is the last player to have and they've already played their hand on this offensive pressure. Comes in on the rotation, and there's still a Post player left. Just like that, Post taking the lead yet again in our game number 3. Now, neither of these teams will be dropping here, of course. First to 3, and both of these teams only have 1. Whoever takes it here will be putting the other on to match point, and looking for the little contention, little pressure action there. Not willing to give this one up quite yet is Cornell. They had a solid look offensively to try and bring this one out, but just doesn't really happen towards the end. We were denouncing Flux a second ago, and now Flux seems like he's on every side of this ball at all times.
Which is great, because we were wanting every facet of Cornell's game to be played well. We want both these squads to be doing well, because one of them has to be prepared for the whole team concept that Hartford's been able to post up. But talk about posting up, posting out will be a deletion of Kabuki, who is that #1 star from the side of Post. But again, I'm going to give a lot of credit over to Werda. Even though they don't have anything super flashy, you're talking about that they bring that whole concept for the squad, which is something that needed some finalization to the identity of Post. Well, I don't know where they were hiding them or how they thought they would be able to just kind of get through on, constantly rotating players out. I'm glad they brought Werda to this game.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. 100% agree. The question begs, will we see Werda in grand finals? Because seriously, I mean, this is the 4th player on the 3rd man slot so far, right? There's, I'm not going to say there's rhyme or reason. I'm just going to say, because it seems that Post has so many different players, they want to give players different looks. Obviously, they are all skilled, and they all came through. Post would not be in this if they've lost multiple matches, right? And so it's a good luck thus far. And it is the lights and the sounds, right? It's not the full LAN capacity and people screaming in your face, letting down teammates so you're left into your right if you mess up and don't take goals and whatnot, right? But it is still big business.
It is. And the big business right now is that Post has not allowed Cornell to buy their way out. Hold the phone. Again, I start to say something slighted against Cornell, and Fazif is like, Monkey Man, hold that thought. All right. I'll let you have it.
A nominal. Okay, yeah, so I think a nominal thought that they had that back position because Kabuki picks up side boost and then sends it to the corner instead of just dashing right back to the middle, right back to this defensive look. I think Kabuki does that, we'd still be watching this a 2-1 scoreline and much less time on this clock right now. Nice aerial shots here, Werda, just rotating, waiting for it. Trying to get up to it, and Flux is there. Again, Flux, offensive side, defensive side, everywhere. Flux is looking at this ball.
He is not in flux about his overall skill capacity, but he's definitely about what kind of speed he's going to bring to the table. Anonimal playing a very nominal game as he's trying to be able to make a dunk on that goal line and maybe establish a lead. Either side has been able to answer tit for tat for who's going to be able to go the distance in this, and we're approaching this last minute of play in game number 3.
No.
Match point implications are in the air, and so is the likes of Fazif trying to be able to win it for Flux. He'll take the midfield boost, maybe vies for a steal at the corner. 60 seconds coming up.
Yeah, so tied up situation. Werda double demo, last defender back. Flux is there though, perfect positioning, and now the entirety of Cornell is there. What a shot! Oh my God, Flux comes back from the dead and gives them the absolute business.
What a 1-2. Flux with that redirect. That was on the, yeah, that's fast. 84. In Freedom units, 84 is pretty quick, even on the highway. In everywhere else units, I don't know what that is, like 130 something? I don't know. It's pretty quick.
That's about 130, 140, something like that. What I'll tell you is 84 is breaking the speed limit on every single United States highway, aside from a couple within Kansas and Missouri where the speed limit is actually 85. So
Wow. I didn't know that. Okay.
I learned that driving 35 hours across this great country to Las Vegas from Charleston, South Carolina.
Well,
I thought I'd see an 85 mile an hour limit.
I never thought I'd see 75 in Texas, but One thing that we also may not get to see is this thing get tied up with only seconds remaining. It's going to be a shot opportunity. Oh, it's wide. Trying to get too drastic of an angle, too oblique to be had. They have one extra chance if they do collect this possession with 5 seconds to go. Flux trying to be able to steal that chance, that hope, that ray of sunshine. It's floating and will be let to drop. Not quite. One more. Kabuki turns the corner, and so does the ball. And Cornell, as they will go 2-1. They'll be on match point heading to game 4.
Rams striking twice. That's Cornell, folks. A score difference of 1 in game number 3 continues the Rams kind of theme here of just taking games extremely exciting fashion. My oh my. Excuse me. Game 1 and 2 against Hartford, both score differences of 1. They of course They of course dropped that 3-0, but this is a much different story here going up against the post Eagles. Game 1 was comfortable, 3-score difference right there. Game 2 was 2-score difference the other way, and then comes out Game 3 is exactly what we wanted here. An incredibly close game. I think the only thing I could have asked for more was an answer from post and a little overtime action, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to have a lot of great offense. Honestly, for the likes of Cornell, they've been able to strike pretty quick, either just easy beat off of the near side zone, or they've been able to find each other in open space. But, I mean, give it to Post to be able to just really push forward and kind of force Cornell out of their own half very uncomfortably. But the midfield rotation and finding someone in open space, especially with Flux, and I like that that Fazif has gotten confident. I was a little bit concerned because obviously you had Nothosh and Flux with their normal regular great offense, and Fazif seemed to be kind of like, all right, how will they or won't they? And they beamed one from midfield as well.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Nothosh showed up on the defense. I think that's probably the flashiest play, right? Like the double demo from Kabuki against Cornell, the immediate answer redirect inside at 84 miles an hour. I think that's at least in contention for best play here today.
Oh yeah, that one was a connection and a half, and we're gonna have to see if more of those upfield turns and passes are gonna come about. Werda not be able to catch up to this ball, and Kabuki just trying to keep it away from Flux, but that is a thing easier said than done. He's going to win it around the corner, and that's going to be a freebie, but it's going to be taken away by Werda, getting quick on the recovery and denying the easy shot.
Yeah, so this is Post that is shifted. Last time we saw these guys on broadcast, they shifted that third position every single game, I believe. Of course, this was Post. The very first matchup Monkey Man and I got to cover yesterday in those best of 3. That was against number 1 seed Champlain as well. No changes here though, and I guess my point is that I like the Werda look so far.
You want to know about an identity of a team. It's who they will consistently fight alongside and with whenever they go into each and every single game. And that's just an easy beat, as it wasn't an easy feat. But when you put Flux behind it, they just give him free reign, comes out of the corner, great dribble and pop, and he gets it beyond the final defender. And that's a great lead now for Cornell.
Phenomenal, trying to get this one out, but not going to happen. Flux does everything themselves right there. Takes it to the corner, picks up boost on the way, and a perfect dribble all the way in. Phenomenal, forcing the hand. Easy goal, Cornell. Nothosh raises that head again. This has been on pace to be our fastest or highest scoring game so far between these two teams. On pace, not there yet.
Very, very close. You know, too bad it's not the we don't have pace here. Then we could say that even more so. But Post has surrendered a couple. The first one was a great individual effort, and the second one was just a bit of a misread. Anonimal. He's got to be a bit forgetful, that mind of a goldfish, but not forgetting any of his regular mechanics, and of course to talk with his crew, his squad, and be able to get out of their own back half, because this is starting to look like game 1 all over again. Cornell putting on the works, putting the woodwork into some bumps, and trying to really work what they can from the perimeter, taking a lot of extra shots, and Post so far just has gotten to these corners and not done much else.
Double up on the Cornell offense. Like you were saying, 2 members coming out from that corner trying to look at this one offensively. Kabuki does nothing to center that one, or to not center that one up, but just like that, doesn't get challenged. Easy takeout. Cornell should not be on offense right now. Or on defense right now, excuse me. There's the takeout, though. Nothosh gets a Epic thrown on top of that save. 10 seconds outside of halftime. Kabuki on a rotation. A solid defensive look. Post looking at another one. The double up is not going to hit after a redirect from a defender. You don't always need to get a block. Don't always need to get a hit. Don't always need to get a demo. Sometimes you just need that bare angle, my friend.
Just that tiniest little extra degree or two, and Werda had made that attempt occur from such a straight angle, so where that ball was going to bounce out from, it was going to be very tough to be able to connect. And so beyond well more than halftime of game number 4, where match point rests in the back pocket of Cornell. Cornell has assured themselves at least a 2-0 lead. Going for a third. Will it be dug out by Werda? It will for the time being, and that was a foot race to be able to get back to it.
Beaten feet indeed. Post gets to there and keeps this lead manageable for right now. Again, we have only had a maximum of 5 scorers in a game so far. Minimum of 3, though. If we end at a 2-0 scoreline, this will be the lowest scoring affair between these two teams thus far. Not something I could have said 2 minutes ago. What a redirect! Kabuki not going to go so quietly into the night.
That was a great passing play. Picking it up is Kabuki. Then the setup over to Nominal, and he's like, I'm going to feed it to my man. And he is that guy to be able to get it to Kabuki with the quickness. The 1-2-1 is able to get it done. They cut this lead in half with 90 seconds to go.
Nicely done. 90 seconds to go. Like you said, 1 score difference. Much more comfortable situation for your Post squad. If they're going to tie it up, it's going to be continuing right now. Double demo again, but we know what happened last time. Across the middle and nothing. Flux again, the man of the hour. Not Hosh. They just did this. Back to it. Flux does it again.
Oh, man. Deja vu like crazy. How many demos does it take to get to the lovely, sweet center of the net? Apparently, it takes more than what we just had. It takes 1 counterplay, which is 1 big bite of the sucker for Cornell to punish them for not putting that in sooner. Oh, that one could be the backbreaker mentally for Post. They've got to post up. They got to be able to get strong. They only have 1 minute left to stay in this series.
I gotta say that might be it. If there's like a mental factor to this game, that was it. This Cornell squad, electrifying play. Post still got plenty of time. I want to see the tie, but they have put just so much into offense. And yeah, if this was 2 minutes and 45 seconds, we would see this 3-1 scoreline and we see Post defenders. But as it is, they are just they're taking off the salt shaker head and they're pouring it all into offense. Score difference of 1, score difference of 10 does not matter.
You have to sometimes pull the goalie, and there's a very small window of when that can happen. And the window has been, yanked wide open, but in that same regards, that means everything is going to be flying through it. Cornell, 4-1. It seems that they are trying to improve upon it. They very well might. The third man will commit, and that one will go through. Top shelf is the quality of Cornell and their overall presence and posture, and they have set themselves up with just 20 seconds left for a rematch to get back into Hartford.
Yeah, rematch it will be indeed. This is, 7 seconds per score. That's just to tie it up. Not sure if that's going to happen. We've seen electrifying post play so far, but this is just a Herculean effort that might be, a bridge too far. We continue to quote movies on there. 17 seconds here. Another big sweeping, lofting play, and that'll be it. Not Hosh with the demo, and that will now be it.
Nice pitch, catch, go. We're all of 7 seconds away from total victory for the side of the Rams, and maybe a few extra seconds from us going to Brazil for all of a moment. We're talking about sunny, warm, hot Atlanta. Maybe be able to go and get our surfing on or whatever we can do down there. But for now, the seconds will bleed off the clock. Not Hosh. He's going to have an exclamation point to be able to just put it into the opposite corner. And Cornell, we went beyond 3 games only once. In game 4, they take the series 3-1.
Yep, so earning it, punching that ticket here to the grand finals. Cornell will again. We're looking at a little rematch action for Hartford. We told we told Hartford that we would only have winners in the interview box. Cornell burned that chance earlier, but now they will have that, as we'll be getting that one set up in just a minute. Let's get a last few thoughts here before we include one of these players, though. 0-3 game 1, 0-3 game 1 for the Rams, 3-1 game 2 for Post, 2-3 barn burner there for the Rams in game number 3, and then the wheels just fall off game 4, and that comes off the back of not of a double demo situation to put Rams up 2-1, and then again, literally 90 seconds later, 60 seconds later, does the same exact thing. Flux blocks it away, turns it on the offensive afterburners, and gets another one. That's really where this game just kind of broke away from post at that 3-1 scoreline at that point.
Yep, that was that's the mental break, and honestly, that's a 2-point swing. It goes from being either 2-2 to 3-1, and then of course it just all went from there. And I've seen that so many times. We've seen that so many times when you have such a close game prior to, you will sometimes have a breakout, just massive, lopsided successive performance thereafter, which will finalize the game. Because everything thereafter, it's like, all right, the team is confident. They're as quick as they can. They're playing with a want to be able to finish out that series and win. You know, you're talking about only having winners in the booth. We're going to be able to get a chance for a fun interview for the likes of Cornell just before they get to have their rematch. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
And we are back. FBI Tugboat with Hail Monkey Man here for the CECC, the CECC Northeast Invitational. We just watched the Cornell Rams take a little 3-1 action over post in the redemption bracket, where we have now the man of the hour. We got Flux here to give us a minute and a little slice of the mind, a little minute of the time after this matchup. Flux, you with us?
Yes, I am.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Congratulations to you, sir. Monkey Man is going to start you off with a couple questions first.
Sounds good.
Obviously, we got to see you guys do some awesome work out there. Congratulations on a 3-1. And I need to know. So this is one of the toughest things in this game, not just the mechanics, which you guys seem to have on point, especially yourself. But tell me about the recovery from going 0-3 against Hartford in that upper winners final, then preparation and trying to recover, going back then into this lower final.
Right. So we just kind of took a step back, looked at how we were playing against Hartford, and then going into this match, we're like, okay, why don't we play a bit more passive second man? Because a lot of the time we realized we were leaving our last person on defense out to dry a lot, and that seemed to work well against post. We're hoping it can continue against Hartford then.
Hey, you know what? That usually can work, and we got to see you kind of take that step back when it came into game number 2, and that one seemed a little bit more rough. So I want to know, because we got to see some shining moments of brilliance between different players on this squad. I've always looked at you, and I always try to find like the one stud, and you know, you may not think of yourself as that, but the one person that's going to bring that mechanics and speed to the pitch. Do you see yourself as that role? Because it seems like you can outplay at will when you really are striking hot.
Well, I definitely think I do have decent mechanics. I think Hosh and Fezif are both right up there with me as well. It's really all about balance with the team. I'm just a freshman coming onto this lobby. Hosh is a senior now, and Fezif is a junior. So I'm still kind of getting used to the team environment, kind of feeling it out. But I'm glad my mechanics can be appreciated. So
Hey, you know what? It doesn't matter what the age is. You guys always have this talent that can come out of the woodwork, and you know, Tugboat, we've been able to see that a whole lot. And he was masterful out there.
Yes, they were. Yes, the last game went down to a 6-1 scoreline, but I really feel like it kind of broke away at that 2-1 scoreline, right? There was not once, but twice Flux. I'll send you the clip. We got to freak out about it over here on the box about the double demo against, and that was Kabuki both times. We were singing the Kabuki praises in the pre-match here about what this player can get done offensively, but not once, but twice. They dedicate everything to the demos, and it is you who comes all the way on the other side, gets 2 scores up to get that lead, a lead that you would not drop whatsoever the rest of game 4. I gotta ask, how's it feel? Could never do something like that myself.
it feels pretty good. Obviously, looked at some of the VODs from yesterday, noticed that Kabuki was a really solid player. So we're like, okay, if we take him out of the equation, we can handle ourselves a bit better on offense. So I just kind of took it from there. I was glad that I was able to progress smoothly. So
I'm with it. That's an interesting look. We're gonna take Kabuki out of the play by giving up a couple bodies here and just let Flux go with it. Just let him dribble all the way down. Hey, I love it. And it worked. Again, literally not once, but twice. Crazy stuff. Okay, Tad said we need a little bit of content action, my friend. Grand finals, what's happening? Make it dramatic.
feeling pretty confident going into it.
Come on, I said make it dramatic. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's going to be down to the wire, overtime every single match. I think we'll pull it off. Game 5. But yeah, we're feeling pretty confident. I feel like we got the momentum. Feel like we sorted out a few of the kinks that we had in our first go at him. But we're looking forward to this rematch. So
There you go. I like it. Flux with the Cornell Rams in 5, right?
yes.
Cornell Rams in 5. They will be coming into the grand finalist here at a 1-score difference. So that's predicting, of course, that this Hartford squad only actually wins 1 game of Rocket League. I love it. I love it. As for drama, as for Preds, and I got it, friend. Flux, thank you again for coming on in. Give us a minute of your time after the game. I want to ask if you have any shout-outs before we get our grand final started.
Well, I just want to say thanks to my teammates, Fezif and Hosh, and then I also want to give a shout out to Frosty, who's not with us right now. He's out on a baseball trip playing some like sports thing. But he's our 4th typically, so I'm hoping he gets to catch this at some point. So yeah.
Gotcha. Sorry, I actually need to ask about this. You guys on Post have played out a couple different players so far. What, Bomber, Crispy, Swish, and now you, the 4th player to have played across these. I'm just curious, how many subs do you guys actually have?
Talk about that's Post.
So unfortunately, we are not
God.
Post.
It's okay.
We've kept
the
the same 3 through this. So
It's okay,
Alrighty, we'll be looking at grand finals up here coming up in just a minute. I guess the question that I really wanted to get answered. Sorry about that. You're 100% right. 100% right. We'll be going on in. Thank you for your time. I should have left it at that there, Flux. Shouldn't I have?
it's all right.
Yeah.
Oh man. We're talking about it's all right, but thank you so much, Flux, for coming on with us. You know, Flux means to always be in a state of change, and hopefully you guys, for this state of better change, will be able to bring up some of that awesome talent going to that grand final. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for being with us on the booth.
Thank you for having me.
And you know what, Tugboat? I think it's time for a little bit of a short break as we get ready for that grand final. You've been waiting for it. It's gonna be a rematch between the Cornell Rams and the Hartford Hawks. Who will fly high? Who will force their way through? Who will be able to take that Northeast qualifier position into Atlanta? You get to find out all of that right after this.
And we are back. We are here, and we are live. The CECC Northeast Invitational continues with me. I'm FBI Tugboat, and that, yep, I pointed the right way, just off camera. There you go. That is Hail Monkey Man. Yeah, we saw an awesome Scottish impression earlier. We'll maybe get that back here in the grand finals. We got Hartford taking on Cornell with a little upper bracket rematch here for the grand finals. Now, of course, in case you're just joining us, Hartford going to be starting this one up. No bracket reset capabilities like some other super recent Rocket League competitions. But now there's no reason to be watching those, reason to be watching us right here today. Hartford against Cornell, that was a 3-0 situation, that upper bracket finals.
You know, we've seen the big boys be able to take their shots, and so the pros are done, but that means that we here in the college scene are out to play. This is the big time. This is the final title of all the game titles that have been finalized for all the winners for Overwatch, Valor, and Super Smash Bros., and now Rocket League, that will find a place from the Northeast to be able to get down to the sunny Southeast in Atlanta. It's going to be May when all these teams get to meet up together and really throw down. And so, because they have a rematch coming into this, it is going to be a game 1 winner's advantage. So in a best of 5, we do not extend this one of this grand final. You only got to win 2 if you are Hartford, and they've been able to win those pretty quick. They haven't dropped a game when it comes going against Cornell. In fact, if I look forward, newsflash, Hartford hasn't dropped a game in this competition. So to be able to have that done by Cornell, who was able to go to at least a game 4 against Post, it's going to be a great feat.
I would absolutely love that to be smashed here within the grand finals. Have Cornell take 2, Hartford take 1, and go up to a game 5 after, like you said, Hartford not dropped single map thus far. Getting back into this one, Rickety Roll, Astro, and Zolo Captain making up your Hartford squad.
We get to see how Cornell will be acting. They were talking about how they came in with a slightly different game plan whenever we were in that interview with Flux. And, you got to talk about a little bit, you're looking for a little bit of extra content, maybe a little bit of extra drama. It was Hartford who said 3-0, easy dubs. And Cornell said, hey, we're going to game 5. So, Granted, they are all already down a game, so that record in particular could be a little bit broken to start off with. But Hartford better take Cornell seriously.
Yeah, 100% agreed here. Up and down. That's gonna be Rickety Rolls striking first on a low and fast blow. 51 seconds into this one. 96 miles per hour, people. That's hands down the fastest goal on broadcast here today. We'll mark it down.
And it came off a floor pinch as well as a kind of cross-team pinch. So you get enough pinching going on, something eventually will pop its way out. And Flux looking to see if they can pop off. Oh, they can't find the double tap.
Not in position.
Oh, just barely too far outside the ball.
Yeah, members of Cornell not a little bit close enough to their offensive member, and that's going to result in no true rebound capabilities. As it is, decently slow scoring game thus far. Minute 30 just outside. Walk the dog inside, but not gonna let him get all the way there. Not 90 seconds. Back to the middle. Rickety roll, right corner, trying to pick this one up. Not gonna happen. Flux gives him the business up close, and now takes this away. We've seen what Flux can do on runs of their own. The double tap is almost there.
Just running out of boost in the least optimal position and necessity time possible. Got to come up clutch when they can. And again, we get to learn a little bit more about Flux and how they're a freshman to this team, and so it's actually Fazif as well as Nadhash that are the senior and junior on this squad. So interesting to be able to see some of that young talent really help out Cornell with this kind of velocity, and of course this want to win and just nearly with another attempt there. The opportunities aren't coming easily as Hartford has only been able to put through one, and Cornell has been able to put on a lot more lately, just not one through.
Yeah, not for lack of trying thus far. Both teams have had some solid offensive looks. In fact, Cornell might even have the edge when it comes to time of possession. A lot of these runs in from Hartford have just been short-lived and kind of like light-handed, if that makes any sense. These aren't like formative passes with Hartford players in position to go forth and really take it just like that. They try and take it out again. Cornell is just not allowing this to go on their other side. Hartford might be up 1-0. The play right now doesn't really say that super true.
Yeah, Hartford leans upon their passing game, which is a great game to be able to have when you have in form of strategy and they get the 1-2 quick strikes. But Cornell, even though they've not really been able to do much of that on their own, they're great from the perimeter and challenging. Look how quickly they decided, you know what? No more passive game. We're getting on the nose and on the player and on the ball very quickly in every single possession. It's a one-touch and done by Hartford. I'm gonna beckon to guess that maybe we'll see them finally score when they can get a second and a third in combination, but so far Cornell's just denying it.
Yeah, every time Flux picks up this ball in their offensive third, I just have no idea what to expect except for fireworks. 75 seconds left in this one. We have only seen one team put up a goose egg in the first game of a match on broadcast here with FBI Tugboat and the Monkey Man, and that's the situation that we are staring down the barrel of as of right now. Classic 60-second drill here, Monkey Man, down by 1. What do you do?
Well, you got to be able to get this possession, and you cannot run out of boost at the worst time possible. Astro will try and go up here, and you have to just stay consistent with how quickly you're challenging. Best thing that Cornell's been able to do, they run forward, they go and get the ball, and then they don't sacrifice too much on the rotation because they always have at least one man back. But this space will finally be congregated by Hartford. The Hawks flying very quickly. The connection will go lateral. We have sub 1/2 minute of play. Will we have yet another opening game be a goose egg? Tugboat, we could go the distance and see that again.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen extra play. Are almost guaranteed that here within the grand finals with Hartford being up 1-0 in the series coming from that top bracket. But 10 seconds away from Cornell putting up a 5-minute scoreless effort that is so close to Cornell. And once again, Hartford members just ain't there.
But A pop-off, Fazif, a chance. It will go wide. Will it be able to catch up to it? No! It was a last-ditch effort by Cornell. And because they do start off one game behind, it's that Gamers win game one advantage that goes to Hartford. Will now double it up, make it 2. We're on match point. This grand final could be the quickest, could be comparative to a best of 3. We've only got a max of 3 games remaining. The next one has to go to Cornell if they want to stay in the series.
I can completely agree with you on that one. Cornell, we got to sit down and kind of speak with them a little while earlier. This is not, I mean, the situation where you get a game 1 litmus test, a kind of meeting, a first date, if you will, is not what you're going to be looking at in our grand final situation if you're Cornell. Just like that, they're put on match point. 1 scores all they let up, and that's still going to be enough because the offense couldn't quite get there. You talked about passes for Hartford. That's essentially how they got their one and only goal for the W in game 1. I want to see that from Cornell. I want to see a lot more connection specifically from Nothosh to Flux. Yes, that came off the back of double demo mistakes from the previous matchup there in the consolidation bracket finals. Probably not going to see the same kind of situation, or at least not 2 demos taken with no actual effect from Hartford. I just want to see pure passes. Flux on a run up front is electrifying, and that's the first no. Zolo Captain stretches space and time to get there.
I think he stretched his car too. That Octane doesn't seem that long. That's not a flat Batmobile. Oh my goodness. You're talking about wanting to see some fireworks. We have Hartford who has lit the wick, and they have a full box, and they're going to see if they can be able to get it over the border and maybe get a few extra explosions happening, be it one way or another, offensively or defensively. And that litmus test, well, this one's more about online dating. They've already seen their profile. They know who they're coming up against, but Flux is going to show a new characteristic, and it's a great challenge off of another from Nothosh to him.
I thought you were going to make the scoring pun from the media dating site. So, well, Cornell, the goose egg situation is in their past on match point. Now they're playing like it, my man.
Oh, they're playing like they want that. This is just 0-0. They're going to try. Well, actually, they're playing this is championship point. They have match point for themselves. They're playing with that boot to the face, try to put down Hartford. And I like to be able to see this kind of velocity and ferocity out of Cornell. And they have another attempt. It will go low, and it will go in. Flux plays with off pace and plays with a great placement shot.
The Flux fix. That's a number 2 right there. 2 shots up, 2 shots in. 2 and 2. No dress, Monkey Man. Minute into this one. Nothing from Hartford answer-wise on the other side. Not going to say they're shaking in their boots, but a 2-0 down the first minute is a bad look. Double up defensive-wise, but not going to bite Cornell in the behind.
If there's ever a team right now that has a leniency to start off behind, it is currently Hartford. They only had to earn 1. Well, actually, I guess they earned 1 by staying on the upper side of the bracket. So then they get another. And so now they're on match point for kind of ever. A great block by Nothosh to not allow Astro a free beamer up the mid lane. And then Flux will get a demo. And the speed is what's going to be killing for the side of Cornell. For both sides, honestly. And we haven't seen those passes as of yet out of Hartford.
Okay, Hartford. I see you over there. Okay, Astro, you want to go ahead and burn time out here? I'll tell you which team has more of it. The chronological resource right now is going the way of Cornell. No, Hartford doesn't need to spend every single second doing something, but we have watched a 20% reduction in the pace of play for Hartford, and if you're going to do that and you're going to consistently stick with it, you got to get points on boards, and they've just not had many offensive looks thus far.
No, not at all. They kind of grab it at the midfield, and we usually see Zolo Captain being very heavily involved in trying to make these initial touches. We now get one here. Rickety Roll will be on the opposite side of the pitch, see if he can make another catch, but it's Nothosh that very wisely has a lot of great vision to be able to steal it away from that challenge. That's a midfield pass stolen out by Nothosh, and they've on the side of Cornell, these Rams have gotten really, really good about siding out where these challenge lanes are coming from Hartford, and the Hawks send flocking away.
Hawks don't normally travel in flocks, from what I understand, but that is exactly what we saw happen here today. Yes, the Hartford Hawks looking a little lost in game 2. That was a double-up score against them, but there you go. Now we're looking at offensive opportunities, but even that one comes in, and the rebound is just let go for Cornell. This one skittering across the middle, and not Hosh once again able to pick this up. Now Hartford is literally playing like they're the one up 2-0 right now. Like they're just willing to burn timeout and get like weak passes in to just create pressure that is forcing hands of defenders.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can make Cornell uncomfortable if they can help it. Also, fast Google told me that apparently a group of Hawks is called either a kettle, a boil, or a cast. Because apparently whenever you put a bunch of Hawks together, they look like it's a boiling pot or a cauldron. So, you know, they're slowly trying to boil over and maybe get things heated up for Cornell, who just seem rather comfortable receiving all this pressure and just fending it away.
Interesting. Hartford striking back now. That's exactly what we wanted to see. A little bit more of a separation in play from your offenders. Astro also is the only one. I mean, we'll get a second look at this, but really, where are the rest of the Hartford offensive players? They're doubled up on the right side, ready to accept it or playing defenders. Okay, so at least they weren't playing like that mega defensive play. Just like that, Hartford has purchased themselves a new look onto this game number 3. After going up 2-0 in the series, Cornell is simply playing better when they have no space behind their back with which to play with.
Cornell has to make sure that they maintain this lead. It's individual wins that are slowly giving Hartford, you know, a heart attack because they're able to go forward, play with some pressure, and then just win the one-on-many and leaving nothing available behind for Cornell's defense to be able to thrive with. Zolo Captain will look for the challenge win. He does get it all of one single piece. Astro looking from the side corner, but with a half minute coming up, Hartford is primed and ready to posture up to maybe tie this up late in game number 2 or game number 3. Yeah, 3.
Technically game 3 after Hartford takes the initial point. 20 seconds left. Astro knows it. Zolo Captain tries to start this off with the demo. That's pass 1. Astro, wise decision. What we just watched is him kind of realize that Faziv is there, and we'll simply get a very easy look at this, just like that. But because they kept that offensive pressure alive, there's no scores on the other side, and still a volleyball type situation. Not Hosh takes one out, and Cornell lets this ball lay aloft onto the ground, and we see a 1-2 scoreline. We're at least gonna get to see a game 4 after the not played game 1 here in the grand finals.
Bringing the works to Hartford in the early part of game number 3 was definitely the mindset that you could see Cornell was wanting to bring. Get fast, get in the face, and get there often. And this is the first game of all the series that Hartford that they've played in this bracket that they have dropped in this competition between 2 separate days. So that is got to be confidence. But if you're Hartford, you're like, okay, all right, they're going to get quick with it. Do we start playing with some fakes, start trying to open up some space, maybe put more than one man on the ball because the challengers are just winning.
Yeah, and the pressure right here, I do think is going to be enough. Hartford went down early. I think if Hartford goes down early again, we might look at a full 5-game series here, Monkey Man. I'm not sure if it was the nerves. I'm not sure if it was pressure. I'm not sure what it was that took so long for Hartford to just simply change up their game plan. You mentioned it. I think I alluded to it within. It was just simply a more spread across look. There's not just a super hard and heavy, just like close proximity offense or defense that Hartford was going for beforehand, and just kind of realized that Cornell can beat this and just simply stop it. Hartford was also incredibly reluctant to send players running more than just one on these offensive looks. Now we'll see how this one shakes out. Cornell wins this one. Yeah, that's going to be a reset. One of their players not there, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of just dead on the track. So I believe, yeah, he DC'd. All right, so we'll have a restart.
Bring it back.
Yeah. We saw that in the the winter major for RLCS. So you know, it's got to be fair, right?
Yeah,
I believe. Yeah.
So it's 5 times for our HCS Raleigh, different esport, but you know.
Oh gosh, true.
Yeah.
Flycam, I appreciate that. Okay, so we'll be getting this one all reset because you know, the penultimate portion of this series cannot be played with only 2 versus 3, and we'll be able to get them all set and good to go. And like you had been saying, for the likes of Hartford, they did play very, very wide. I felt like they played where they're like, okay, we don't have to win this right now. We definitely feel like we have control to win this when we feel like it. You saw that towards the end of the game, and Cornell was like, okay, well, we're not going to play a passive offense or midfield contention. We're going to go up and we're going to strike in your face. And so I don't know if that was Hartford really giving themselves a disadvantage on purpose or otherwise, but I think they're going to get a lot more aggressive in this game.
Yeah, I think that they realize the value with which they can put pressure onto Cornell simply by doing that and having more spread apart players that can take demos, that can field balls off of walls, or can get bumps onto defenders when, of course, they are trying to take that offensive look on this one. And at the end of the day, I don't think that this is going to be an incredibly high-scoring Game 4 situation. Obviously, the first actual game played between these two, only one score. Second game, Cornell putting up a 2-1 scoreline to, again, like you mentioned, take the first map off of Hartford. No overtime situation there as well either, so not technically as close as it could possibly get. Now I'm fraught to predict anything but a type overtime situation here in game number 4. Cornell, unless this is a situation that just gets out and away from them, I think they're going to keep it close to the very, very end, and I do think we'll be going to that game 5. Now, how that game 5 will go, I got nothing. There's been so much gameplay change, again, in the most important parts of these matches, which is right now, the time in between these games where there's no pressure, there's no play. They can calm down. They can figure out what it is that they did wrong, what they want to do again, and what they want to not allow their teammates to go forth and get done themselves.
I gotta wonder how much that plays into the favor of Hartford, because obviously being on the winning stretch, the side that does have the current match point, they can play with a little bit of extra time and mindfulness of like, okay, we have the confidence to be able to back this up. We can be able to get this moving concertedly. We gave up one, no big deal. And I feel like that they're going to take this extra time. And now as we move into this true game 4, to be ready for Cornell and their stiff attack. But got to see how much they're going to be bringing it to it. We didn't have that acute passing play style out of Hartford. I'm sure they're going to be bringing it back to us now.
Okay, I tried to count those 4 different players that came in with hot and heavy and didn't even get so much as a taste of this ball. 5th one finally does. Is literally just rolled from center kickoff all the way onto left corner with nobody really touching it. Maybe something, what is it? Preempting what we might see in the rest of this game.
True, could be foretelling that something will either be a big whiff, or maybe it's a foreshadow as to not everyone being able to strike on the marker when they need to. Maybe things will be off pace. Right now, Cornell. Okay. Being met with something stingy at the midfield, and I think that the first to win the midfield contention may be able to get our best strike in order. Trying to go physical again as Cornell and the Rams trying to ram their way through.
Once again, Astro Flux both looking super wonky at this one, just simply trying to get it. That's going to be side and inside, a technical own goal. But that one was, I think, just going a little bit too fast to really be able to redirect. Let's take a look.
It's going to go off that post.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, that one's rough because you're coming.
If he wasn't there.
Yeah, it's like coming out, so you knew it's gonna hit that 45, but it's like a 50-50, right? Because it hit just enough inside the post. It's either gonna go from there and in, or it's gonna go in and then 45. So tough read, tough read.
Well, is it 45 or is it 50? Like the Seinfeld comedy coming out. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? 3 minutes 45 seconds left on in this one. That was almost another corner post type situation. Not going to happen so easily. Down low, and Festif gets a front row seat to maybe a little bit of clincher action. Not Hosh. Had to put a lot of faith into teammate right there and does come out on top. Now, not Hosh on the respawn, but I mean, when you don't take these demos and immediately snap to, all you're going to do is be able to reposition your opponent into a place with 34 boosts. If they were way out in the middle of nowhere before then with no boost, you have literally given them an advantage.
I always wonder about the algorithm of how the game decides to place a car on, because you can kind of guess
you don't
sometimes.
Know this?
Yeah, I believe.
I believe that is the only truly random thing within the great game of Rocket League. That's what somebody told me once. That is a true 50-50 decision, is a true 50-50 coin flip, and it is the only real randomosity factor. Oh my goodness, except for maybe taking demos and then not looking where that ball is going afterwards.
But they're going to cause a splash. It's going to be a big 50-50, which is still physics and calculations all the same, but it goes right out to a read as if it wasn't going to be a 50-50 at all, as Hartford pounces upon it, and the Hawks able to make that kettle boil, able to get that one tied up at 1.
Absolutely. Pedal of Hawks. I'll have to take that one with me. Halftime, about 5 seconds. Not willing to give up the offensive look yet as Rickety Roll, and then Astro shooting in down bottom, but Fazif, his Redum, is there. Brick wall imitation is displayed. Back on over the right side, Fazif almost gets it to Not Hosh. That would have been a fast redirect, and not much Hartford capability to take this one back onto possession and start their offensive.
It's a bit of a double into the same zone, and Flux will have to now reassert some offense as, oh, not Hosh. Oh no, that's gonna be a boomer from downtown. Zolo Captain finds an awkward rotation. Not Hosh came over, he got sideways, and everyone just thought that the other guy in front of him would get the touch.
That's rough, that's rough. 2 minutes left in this one. Cornell struck first. Hartford put that into the rear view mirror, in the back look of it here, right? Went up 2 runs here. Now a light advantage for Hartford. They take this, that is it. And we'll have seen our grand finalist champions with an invitation to sunny Atlanta.
Rickety Roll will be in chase. We got to hear him talk earlier about how their confidence and how their speed and how their difference of play brings them that level of experience and, of course, that want to win. They've been preparing for these moments just like all these students have, trying to be able to get into that big LAN atmosphere. It goes from one to the next, and I'm glad that we get to have all this kinds of competition forming throughout this year of play. Flux with a nice next challenge, and Rickety Roll trying to not make a connection. That's going to be a bowler. Do they win the foot race? No, they do not. Fazif with the turn. It's actually going to be Flux that's on that back line, and now it's going to be Astro with a shot, and they will be cut off, but still a 1-goal difference rests in the breadbasket of Hartford. They just got to hang on.
Yeah, Cornell doing a great job right there. Single man defenses, playing onto players, not so much onto this ball, and just always being able to maintain that other side of the 50. True neutral situations like achieved pretty much every single time, just bounced around a lot, wasted a lot of time, and that is advantage Hartford, of course. Back in the offensive, Astro almost takes the one off the top right here. That's a decent angle, but goes back on out to the middle, and just like this, we watch Hartford's game plan switch categorically. You're not going to see a hard and heavy or Hartford offense. The defense comes through. Cornell with the tie.
Oh my goodness. Not Hosh just laid it to the backboard. Zolo Captain, he's been so sure-handed, and we have not seen him miss a beat, but that was the first one that he was just off rhythm, and Rickety Roll couldn't recover for him. We're tied 2-2 with a half-minute remaining, and now we get a third. No, we do not. It's about as open as it could be. Off the kickoff, it goes the other direction, and it's going to be a score for the Hawks.
Wow. Just literally cool hand Luke in it. Captain Astro barely gets there in front of Flux, and then Not Hosh unable to get up to this one. The captain salute on this one as Hartford takes the third and a mild advantage back. Offensive pressure onto Cornell. Captain runs Flux out of town on this one. 10 seconds to go here, Monkey Man.
Got to see if they can keep it alive. Seconds to go. You got to find 0-second time. It is the biggest drill that you have to practice, and it's so hard to do because this is the moment, and that will plant itself on the ground. And Hartford, they get to punch their tickets early in game number 4. 3-1 goes the distance as we find the Hawks moving their way to that wonderful place in Atlanta to take the Northeast qualifier for the CECC. Job well done.
Fantastic stuff. All of these games going down to a 1-score difference as well, Monkey Man. That also includes Hartford dropping the only map of this competition. Everything on paper ended up kind of printing out to what we may have expected based on how teams were performing through this seeding, or not seeding, excuse me. Take that finger, cut it off. Seeding was far and away the least good indicator, the worst indicator of performance within this competition. We see Hartford come in. That was the 4th seed. They started off with a big banger of a match over the 5th seed, go through and do battle. That was posted, put down Champlain #1, and then still go all the way in to take #3 within this competition. Seeding having nothing, and it was just pure performance, offensive pressure here from Hartford. They took it all the way, and again, 1-0, 1-2, 3-2, all of these going as close as they can get without actually going into overtime, Monkey Man.
Oh my goodness. And you love to be able to see the the one step that we didn't have to complete a great grand final for our Northeast qualifiers, of course, going to a game 5 and maybe even a great OT for it. But you had these teams playing with a lot of heart, a lot of soul, and a lot of want to be able to win. And Hartford, they only dropped one single game, which shows the efficiency of coming out of the Northeast. They're going to be a great representative. We're going to get to talk to one of the representatives from this awesome Hawks team in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. The final bits of interviews and, of course, with that wonderful winner will be up right after this.
And we are back, and we are here, and we are live. FBI Tugboat with my man, Monkey Man. We just watched Hartford take down Cornell in 3-1 fashion. Grand Finals action, a run made through that upper bracket there, Monkey Man.
It was a wild one. It was great. And it was one that we get to now introduce the player that we will get to interview. It is Astro of the three-headed Hydra of awesome talent coming out of Hartford. You know what, Astro, congratulations. You got the squad behind you. It's a lot of high blood energy.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. They're not going to let anyone touch Astro. That is some talent right there that is untouchable. So thank you for being with us first off, and congratulations on your fantastic Grand Finals win.
Thank you so much.
We got to see you guys just be awesome throughout the entirety of this bracket. This was the only time that we got to see you guys drop a game. And of course, you had one in your back pocket coming from the winners finals into the grand finals. I need to know, how'd you feel as you kind of, you got that extra in game number 2, quote unquote, and then how to really kind of find Cornell and then respond to them?
I think for us, it's just about not panicking. We're all very excited players, and so sometimes we just need to slow down and think about the game instead of just chasing the ball. And so once we were able to do that, kind of reset between the second and third games, we were able to find our footing, I think.
I mean, you definitely all seem like you're very excitable. And we got to talk to Rickety Roll a moment ago. Who actually, as a part B to that question, is there any one person that like is the dad of the group that recomposes everyone? Gets back in order.
I think it's a group effort for the most part.
Okay.
I think Rickety does a good job of it, but I think there are times when, we all have to work together to kind of recompose.
Gotcha. Okay. And so then continuing on so you guys obviously won the grand finals. You're getting ready for that LAN environment. How do you feel individually just about getting to go to a LAN, having that set up for yourself in May? Are you excited for that moment?
Absolutely. For me, it'll be my first time playing in a LAN environment, so it'll be a great experience. And I think we've been working, obviously, in our facility to kind of prepare and practice for any LANs to come, so we have that chemistry in that in-person setting.
That's really cool. And Tugboat, these guys did a great job just preparing for today, too.
Yes, they did. The coordination, too. I'm not sure if they're copying this, Monkey Man, but every time we do one of these, when Astro answers, I've gotten my guy. Yeah, okay, there you go. My guy in the black has bobbed his head one. I'm on to you guys. I know it's the classic caster thing. Like somebody give a good answer, just bam, hit the head nod.
Yeah.
Hit the head nod. I love it. So Hartford came through this, did not drop a single match until the grand finals. All of these went down to one score different series. I want to ask you, Astro, if you kind of predict that, if you thought you guys were going to have a full roll all the way, or if you guys were going to have a roll all the way until the grand finals and then drop one map.
I wasn't entirely sure what to expect going into this, but my main goal was just to play our game because I'm confident in our team and I knew that we could win. And obviously, not dropping a series until grands is awesome, and it helped with our momentum throughout the entire tournament. but it wasn't necessarily a goal going in because I didn't want to set those expectations to maybe mess with my mental later on.
I like it. It's not necessarily paying attention to the numerical differences there, just playing the game is presented in front of you. I like it.
Exactly.
I like it. First LAN experience, I want to ask you, what is the one thing you're looking forward to esports-wise, and the one thing that you are looking forward to Atlanta, Georgia-wise?
I think esports-wise, it's going to be a lot of fun just being able to be in a group with a crowd and have other people, like-minded people around, be able to pop off, hopefully, and just have a lot of fun. And Atlanta, I haven't been to Atlanta, so I'm just excited to see what Atlanta has to offer. And I think it'll be a great fun time.
Yeah, a lot of fun to be had in the great capital city of Georgia, Atlanta. With that, I want to thank you for coming on in and give us a minute of your time after the game. As long as that's cool with your, are we done with the interview, bodyguards? Are we done with the interview? We can continue on here. Can you give me a nod or a shake of the head or something here?
Nod.
Okay. Oh, I guess they
There
can
I
actually.
go.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Wow.
Cool. We've been given the pass to go ahead and slowly back away from the interview. But thank you, Astro, for coming
Thank
on
you.
in. Give us a minute of your time after the game. I want to ask if you have any shout outs before we get you on out of here.
Obviously, my teammates and all of you guys. I appreciate you guys putting this on and taking your time to work with this.
Absolutely. That is in large part. Thank you, sir, Astro. That is in large part, of course, to our producer here today. That's K-Tad. We appreciate them for producing away and making our jobs as casters just that much easier, Monkey Man. With that, though, my man, Monkey Man, I believe we have reached my least favorite part of any broadcast. That, of course, is the end. Any closing statements here on the CECC Northeast Invitational Rocket League side?
No, it was a great 2-day affair to be able to hang out with you, Tugboat. We also got to see a lot of great talent, not just in Rocket League, but also in a bunch of other titles with Valorant, with Overwatch, with Super Smash Brothers, with some fantastic casters. It was Catinator, it was Orbital, it was Dividing. It was probably even more people that, that I just haven't kept a full manifest and list of. But of course, tons of talent in the collegiate scene, especially in the Northeast. Northeast brought their best, and hopefully they'll be able to hang out with the rest whenever they go down to Atlanta. It's gonna be one heck of a land. It's gonna be one heck of an event, and I hope that everyone that is prepared for it and got through this is gonna have a great time down there in Georgia. It's hot. Just everyone has got to know, May, Georgia is just before the summer. Oh boy, is it hot.
Yeah, not as hot as it ever does get, not like that July, August, but it still will be a scorcher, especially coming in from the northeast side of the United States of America. With that, though, I do believe FBI Tugboat, Monkey Man have finished what we have to say about the Rocket League side. Short break, little closing statements action from our host. Stick around. Don't tune away. We'll have that coming up in just a minute.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back as we just concluded day 2 of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Northeast Invitational. This has been such an amazing weekend. I just want to take a quick moment and sincerely thank every single member of the CSMG staff, the Esports U staff, Esports Foundry, and especially all the players, coaches, schools involved with this weekend. It has been such a phenomenal show of action from the Northeast region here. We have some exciting events coming up next. We have the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West. That's going to be April 9th and 10th. We have the Mid-Atlantic weekend, which will be the following weekend of the following week, rather, of 4/11 to 15. And then there'll be the Last Chance Qualifier, which if you know any school that wants to compete in esports and try to win a bid by qualifying through competition, the Last Chance Qualifier will be April 18th to 22nd. So some fantastic action there. We listened to Hail Monkey Man as well as Tugboat on the Rocket League action to close out day 2. You guys did a fantastic job. To round out Rocket League, Hartford is going to be the winner there. They won it 3-1 with Cornell coming in second place. Congratulations, Hartford. We will see you in Atlanta May 6th to 8th. Going down the line, Valorant, it was Farmingdale State College to take number 1 and St. John's to take number 2. That was an amazing game set. Farmingdale State College has been on a tear as of late in the Valorant game mode in the collegiate space. Overwatch, Bay State takes number 1 with Johnson and Wales University taking number 2. And then for SSBU, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, it was the same placing of Bay State in number 1 and St. John's in number 2. So amazing showing from St. John's, 2 number 2 finishes. Bay State walking away with 2 number 1 finishes across the board. That is fantastic stuff. But just like always, that's going to do it from us here at Esports U. This was the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Northeast Invitational. And when we see you next time, it's going to be on April 9th and 10th for the West region. So I'm pulled out. We'll see you next time right here. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a good one.